All the way Virginia, bitch.
Hold us hostage.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
This is the type of shit we do, roll up on at the goddamn barbershop.
You can't handle big diesel anyway. My meat would have you in the hospital.
Who the fuck okayed that?
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Rest.
All the way Virginia, bitch.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome. Yes, red today. Ooh, and a button down, huh? What a whore. What a little slut I'm being this morning. Woo! We're business casual and a motherfucker up in here. Welcome to the show. It's Steel Toe. It's me. It's you. It's a bottle of Celsius. It's a bag of methamphetamine. Do they sell it in bags? They sell it in bags. That's what we are today. We got Johnny. So we got Johnny at 7. We got Ethan Ralph at 8. Today's show is going to be fun. Today's show is going to be a good time. Even SP was when I went to her house yesterday. She goes, "Ooh, Ethan Ralph at 8 a.m." I'm like, "Yes, that Ethan Ralph." Ethan had an exciting weekend. Everybody had an exciting weekend, man. This weekend was electricity personified. Oh my goodness! And if my audience will indulge me a moment, I would like to declare victory. And I like to give Stalin 19 a clip every day. And consider this my negotiation with Alyssa and Stalin today. If I may, at least until tomorrow, have the Ethan Ralph interview as my own clip. I would appreciate that. I will reiterate that right before we talk to Ralph. I don't ever want to stop anyone from clipping my stuff. If you could give me like an 18-hour head start, I would appreciate it. If you want it to be your star clip tomorrow at 12:01 a.m., I'm fine with that. Now I'm not going to dislike either any of the clip people. Dirty Jersey Rat, I like him. He had a little YouTube message where he was like, being a little sensitive about some unfair criticism he was getting. So I went and DM'd Dirty Jersey Rat because I think he does a good job. I think he's one of those guys who should branch out from that played out, collapsing in on itself, dying star known as the Dabbleverse. Because I think he does such a good job and that song is so catchy. Like if he gets into like the Ethan Klein world and the Hassan Piker worlds and starts clipping some of that stuff, I think he could be really, really big. Really big. Maybe even some like Kino Casino stuff, even though they have their own clip channel. Like I think he could do a really, really good job. He's really limiting himself with that stupid Dabbleverse thing. That's like that Rocco, that Tukey guy, like he's so talented with the voices and the puppets, but he's doing it in a community that has no viewers. And it's like, you got to, maybe you don't have to think bigger than that. Maybe it's limited small time thinking, but I think Dirty Jersey Rat is going to branch out a little bit. I think that's a great idea. But if I may gloat a little, I'm excited about the Ralph thing at 8. It seems I have broken Carl and Moody and the Piggy contingent. It looks like I have broken their brains. Once again, Luigi wins by doing nothing. Another win for the toe. You know how they have their group therapy session every Friday? And maybe some of you watching this, I would say by the statistics, 10 to 15% of our audience hates my guts, which is unfortunate because I think on radio it was like probably closer to 20, 25%. Maybe even, people that I just got going. I got under their skin. Now that number, it seems statistically, is down to 10 to 15. And we got to find a way to get that number up, but it's not going to go up if I keep exposing these guys. So some of you might listen to your weekly steel toe cope session, because it's been 3-4 years and you're like, oh shit, we didn't kill him. He's still here. He's still caulking off. It seems like the worst of it is over. And now, now we're really taking it on the chin. And again, indulge me for a moment. So you watch this weekly cope session on Fridays. That makes you, it's kind of your hug box. It's your nookie blankie. And I understand everybody needs one. But it seems like their great and fearless leader, old Bucktooth Clubfoot Carl, couldn't even. Like a teenage girl who didn't get to go to prom. He couldn't even. He's done. He can't do it. He's wrecked. He's finished. So even after doing things like stalking every segment of my life, calling a mentally unfit black gentleman in jail to try and get dirt, only to have that. How do you fuck that up, by the way, and turn that into a win for the toe? I think that weekly cope session is known for whether it's Keanu owning 6 of them at once or the jail call. Unfortunately, the legacy of that show will be handing Aaron wins while he's out living his life. But I think the biggest one might have been this weekend where Carl revealed himself to be such a bitch. And it's so fun watching this phony get exposed because he doesn't have any friends. He has people that he aligns themselves with until he doesn't think they're useful to him anymore, like me or Keanu or other people. And then he's so delusional, he blames them when it's all over. Carl's never done anything wrong. So he had to abandon his nookie blankie group therapy session because he couldn't even. I'm so mad at Aaron. I'm mad at Aaron because of what he did to Steve. Now, that's interesting because 2 weeks ago, Carl's whole thing was, Aaron's going to regret messing with Steve. Aaron, you're going to get it. I'm waiting for it. I'm not seeing any consequence. You know why, Carl? Because you live in a very tiny community. I have my own community. And none of them gave a shit. In fact, most of them said Doctor Who. Not the television show patent pending. They just had no idea who the fuck this 71-year-old hospice care who washes the feet of the elderly like Mother Teresa while they wait to cross to the other side. You know, the Flying Dutchman of the nursing home. They don't give a shit who he is. Also, Carl, if I may, you're mad at me. What did I do? I was right here. I didn't do a thing. I'm not the one who encouraged a mildly delusional, doesn't understand the internet, 70-some-year-old man to write a bunk doctor's note in a state that he isn't licensed to examine people in. I didn't do that. All I did was point out that he did that. You are the one who got your vagina all sandy over it, to the point where he goes, I'm so mad at Aaron, I can't even do my cope session. Imagine you're too busy coping to cope. Dude, I keep creating new avenues of the internet. I am truly an innovator. And do you know what the most amazing part of my innovation is? All I do is sit here. That's all I just sit here and the innovation happens around me. So rest in peace to Carl. Rest in peace to the Piggy Show. By the way, I'm forcing them to do one this Friday now. That's the best part. If it does happen, I made that happen. You're welcome. Your cope session, your nookie blankie continues, and it's another win for the toe. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers to clubs. Cheers to clubfoots. You know what the funniest part is? He's like, I'm so mad at Aaron over this. Bitch, I didn't do anything. You're going to have to get that through your estrogen-laden brain. I didn't do anything. But I'm going to get... We went from, that Aaron's going to get it, to Aaron going, fuck you. And then you going, oh, yeah, well, I'm not going to do my group therapy session about you. Too busy coping to cope. Brutal. All right, let's hit like, let's hit subscribe, let's hit follow. At 8 a.m., we've got Ethan Ralph on the show. It was wild with Ethan Ralph and what's her name? Scarlett Hampton, Ethan Ralph. You're not going to believe this, guys. Check this out. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Ethan Ralph came to the United States to hang out with Scarlett Hampton this weekend. And the whole thing was Ethan was going to go, because like Jeremy from The Quartering is the big hot internet deal right now in certain corners. And Ethan Ralph was going to go to Jeremy Hambly, The Quartering's hometown of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I believe. And he was going to go to all his favorite haunts, and he was going to do I think he said documentary. I think Ethan said specifically a documentary. He and Scarlett were going to go around Milwaukee. They were going to go to his Magic the Gathering place, which Ethan did go to. They were going to go to different bars and places, and they were going to ask around about Jeremy, culminating in perhaps even talking to Jeremy Hambly himself. And again, stop me if you've heard this one before. But Ethan and Scarlett ended up quarreling. There was some kind of, we'll get to it at 8 o'clock today, but they quarreled. A laptop became in dispute. Ethan left. They got in a big fight. Ethan made it for the airport. Scarlett believed that Ethan had her laptop with her grandma's voice on it. So then she called the police on Ethan to get him arrested at the airport for stealing her laptop. Now, Ethan has been arrested at the Milwaukee airport before. That's why I said, stop me if you've heard this one. Ethan, and this was amazing. I was talking to someone about this yesterday, and I'm like, is it weird that just like in terms of observing the internet and watching all this stuff, I'm rooting for Ethan to escape the authority? Like, I'm just for the sheer like Steve McQueen great escape, like getting the hell out of it. Like, I'm rooting for the guy who's trying to outsmart the Milwaukee police and get back to Mexico before the authorities can find him. Like, I'm so like, I want to see this heist movie play out. I want to see like an Italian Job kind of a getaway. And sure enough, Ralph finds out. And honestly, I think this is where the internet kind of plays itself. I think all these people started tweeting themselves senseless, and they were sharing the police scanner audio. I think Ralph got wind of that, and he's like, well, I better not be in Milwaukee. So all these people who hate him and wanted to see him punished and everything else, they kind of helped him escape. They facilitated Ethan's escape. He gets an Uber to Chicago. I'm not kidding, by the way. I'm not writing a story. This is not some Dickensian tale. This is what happened, as I understand it. Ralph then Ubers to Chicago, gets a flight somewhere that connects back to Merida in the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, and evades capture, evades the authorities, and gets back to Mexico completely unscathed. I mean, honestly, as long as you didn't kill, beat, or rape anyone, if it's something like as misdemeanorish as stealing a laptop, I'm going to root for you to get to Mexico. Anybody, just for the sheer thrill of it, the story, the great escape. Plus, let's be honest, this is Ethan and Scarlett here. Scarlett did something. So Ethan gets back to Mexico, and I DM'd him. I said, hey, is everything okay? would you like to be on the show at 8 a.m. tomorrow to talk about all this? And he said yes, and he gave me some details and some other things, and we're going to have him on at 8 o'clock today. Now, I don't want to pick sides. I want to be very, very clear. I don't want to pick sides. I am in this for the entertainment because, as you know, Scarlett and Ethan, some of you might say, Aaron, I thought you don't do drama. I don't consider this drama. You know what I consider this? I consider this an audience wellness check. Why? Ethan and Scarlett are you. They are both toe boys. That's right. And we look out for our own here. So we're looking out for Scarlett and Ethan on the show today. Ethan's going to be on at 8 a.m. We're going to talk about this whole thing. Now, stop me if you've heard this part before. After all these videos and these, things and all of these reveals and escapes and accusations, the rumor I'm hearing is that Ethan and Scarlett have been on the phone with one another and they have been reconciling. So it seems like the love story is back on. Ladies and gentlemen.
God awful bunch of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other.
No, not at all. Not at all. In fact, let's go into the chat and see what the chat thinks about all of this. Nova, Ethan's going to be on the phone. So don't worry about that. He's like, you don't do drama. This isn't drama. I'm checking in with my audience. I'm making sure that my audience is okay. That's all. I'm checking in on the toe boys and checking in on the toe girls. This is no different than Ryan the Garbage Man or anyone else, me making sure they're all right. Consider this an audience wellness check. Tim the Toolman Taylor says they got drunk and had a public fight. Not surprised. Really? I mean, it floored me. Ultimate TND says Scarlett is already tweeting about getting back together. Look, their love survives. Their love prevails. It's strong. It's a very strong connection. It's a strong bond. Some would call it codependent. I think those are just people who don't believe in love. People in the chat saying, most definitely drama, totally drama. I don't understand what you're talking about. Someone's going to have to explain it to me how this is drama. This is not drama at all. You guys are insane. In fact, if you believe this is a membership, or if you believe this is drama, gift a membership. If you believe this isn't drama, leave a Rumble rant or super chat. That's, I think, how we should vote on this. I'm literally just watching Nova's chats and then trolling him. He's like, cope harder. This is drama. No, I think everyone in our audience understands that this is just me checking in on our audience. I think they get that. This is a smart crowd, smart group, and they all understand that in no way does this is not drama. I mean, if you think this is drama, you just, I don't know. I think your brain's broken. I think you need to be checked on. Because if I can't check in on the lovely folks who love and support this program, I mean, what kind of world are we living in? We ought to leave it behind if this is considered drama. Nova's like, or leave nothing because you have no backbone and no morals. Imagine taking this. I want to just say, imagine taking this seriously. Imagine this affecting you. Nova, this should not register on an emotional level. Good Christ. The president was almost assassinated again. Although McBuster says, fake White House shooting was hilarious. They need acting coaches and stunt people. I have a question real quick. Can't sometimes, and look, after COVID and after all this other shit and the Epstein files and all this stuff and the Israel wars, I too see something happen and I immediately think the conspiracy first. Like I immediately think, oh my God, how is this an inside job? How is this, where's the connection to BlackRock or the CIA or the Department of Defense or anything like that? I will admit that fully. However, I think this might be a thing that happened. I just, at the risk of being called a fool, at the risk of being called simple, at the risk of being called anything else, I think that this shooting actually happened. I think that a guy who hates the president, I think he's mad at him. I think he ran into this thing. I think he tried to shoot people, and I think he got shot and arrested. I'm ready to take the slings and arrows of what that comes with. I'm ready to take my beating. I'm already, like, historically white already says, you're a fool. Yeah, although I will say it's funny that they do have a picture of this guy in an IDF shirt. I liked that. I thought that was very entertaining. But, like, nobody got hurt except him. Nobody was killed. Dead Game says he didn't get shot. I thought he got hit. See, here's the thing. I was watching the Timberwolves game with my son. My son and I were watching the Wolves game. They interrupted the Wolves game to tell us about it. So I didn't really dig. I had heard that he got capped and then he got arrested. All right, so he didn't get capped. So it's even less eventful. So that even further proves my point. This is just a thing that happened. This was some shit that went down. Dead Game says supposedly a security guard was shot in the chest. Well, there you go. So this is all, I don't see what the conspiracy is. I don't see what the angle is here. Maybe you can explain it to me. I think this was a thing that happened. I think this was just a thing that went down. And, look, the president's approval rating is what, in the 30s at this point? The lower your approval rating gets, the more people are going to, try to take a shot at you. I mean, even if this guy was 50-50, even this guy who had, if Trump had an approval rating of 50, there would still be people who wanted to take a shot at him. He's extremely polarizing. And now he has more enemies on the right than he's ever had before. So I really don't think that it's that crazy to say that some guy might want to run into a ballroom of a hotel and try to shoot the guy. Now, some people are saying, look at all the Republicans, look at all the conservatives that are writing, we need a ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom. This is why we need Trump's big, elaborate ballroom, and that, this must be an organized message. And that, well, I mean, can a bunch of retards have the same opinion at the same time on an app with hundreds of millions, if not billions of people on it? Can't like 500 retards say the same thing at once? I think what that shows is not that this was an inside job. It shows that most of us are remarkably unremarkable and incredibly unoriginal. I don't think that shows that this was all planned and paid for. And also, like, to make your case for the ballroom, he's going to build the ballroom regardless. We didn't need a guy to run in with a gun and go, I'm going to fucking kill everybody. I don't think we needed that to get the ballroom. So I'm sorry. Look, I love a good conspiracy theory. I love an alternate explanation for something. James Crooks being like an FBI, CIA plant, dog, I'm still with you. The Charlie Kirk shooting being completely full of shit and higher powers having something to do with that, I'm right there with you. I don't think Tyler Robinson did it. I'm down with all that. But this ballroom thing, I think this was just a guy. I think this was just a guy trying to pull some shit. We'll talk about it in just a second. Let's get to a little lighter fare before Nova has a fucking aneurysm this morning. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's go ahead and knock it out today. I think, what have we missed? We've missed the last 3 or 4 Mondays. Let's put that behind us. I also might be going till 11 today. So we definitely can't miss because we're only 16 memberships away from 600. And if we don't get to that 600, I'm going to look like a giant failure, I think. Let's go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. There we go. There's the message right there. Joey Caravello with $1 says, Aaron, did you check out the arena football game in Minnesota over the weekend? No, I'm not a big arena football guy. It's fun. Like, I've seen clips of it on TV. It seems fun, but no, my son and I watched the Nuggets Timberwolves game. My son, like clockwork, man. He's 9 years old, and now he's like, I talked about this a few years ago. Like, man, kind of bummed that my son doesn't like have the attention span. Like, he doesn't want to sit down and watch football games or anything like that. This year, he's dialed in. He's locked in, man. I took him to his first Timberwolves game this year. He was dialed in. He was ready to go. He was focused on the game. And then Saturday night, he says, Dad, are we going to watch the Timberwolves game? I'm like, shit, yeah, we're going to watch the Timberwolves game. And he's got the ESPN app up, and he's got the game brought up before it starts. SP and I are upstairs watching Friends and Neighbors. And he's like, Dad, the game's going to start any second. I'm like, I was coming. I was on my way. And he's ready to go. And we watched the whole game start to finish. We had that little interruption for the presidential thing. And the Timberwolves just kicked ass. I mean, we just smoked the Nuggets. If there's anybody here from Denver, I apologize. We crushed the Nuggets. We made Jokic crash out, and he attacked Jaden McDaniels. And I mean, it was just, we went up 3-1. Now, some bad news. Dante DiVincenzo, who's really there just to shoot like 6 threes a game, he tore his Achilles, so he's out for probably next season as well. And there was a horrifying moment in that game where Anthony Edwards, it looked like he might have torn his ACL. He came down on his knee really, really bad. We could probably play this for you without getting popped by the NBA. Maybe if we show like a slow motion version of it rather than the broadcast version. But he went down, and basically until Sunday morning, Timberwolves fans are just crossing their fingers, hoping this isn't a disaster. And it turns out that he hyperextended his knee, and he's got some bruising. And he'll be out 2 to 3 weeks. Now, that means that if the Timberwolves go to the Western Conference Finals, he'll be back. But if we go to the second round, we're going to have to beat Wemby and the Spurs with no Anthony Edwards. That's going to be tough. And also, we got to win one of these next 3 games against the Nuggets without Ant. Let's see, Anthony Edwards. I'm going to get a bunch of ER clips now. Let's see. We got the news that it was just a hyperextension. Here we go. I shouldn't get popped for this one. This is the Ant-Man going up in the air. There he is in black right there. He's got so he's had knee problems. Like his right knee, you see, has the sleeve on it, the compression sleeve. He's had right knee problems, and a lot of people think this injury was happening because he's been overcompensating with the left to accommodate the right knee. Now watch how he comes down on this leg here, the one nearest to you.
Minnesota, again, you hope this one's not too serious. Watch the left.
Fuck.
Clearly a hyperextension.
Oh, my.
The left leg.
He went all goofy leg.
This one's not too serious. Watch the left leg. The knee. Clearly a hyper. This one's not too serious. Watch the
ow,
left leg.
Fuck me. That fucked him up so bad his head went the other way. So, now, we didn't get the news until Sunday that this was a hyperextension and some bruising. So you watch that, and I'm sure there's a lot of you who are thinking, oh, shit, that's a torn ACL. Now, you don't want a torn ACL because you end up with a torn ACL, and again, Edwards might be out for next season, too. And he's never going to be the same again. Derrick Rose was going to be the Bulls' next franchise guy for the next decade. He blows out his knee. He's never the same again. Joe Higachi says, Anthony Edwards, yet another next Jordan. How many before we realize there will never be another Jordan? Well, you got to do marketing, right? So you got to have your next Jordan. You got to have your next Tom Brady. You got to have your next Babe Ruth, your next Barry Bonds. You can't, you got to be honest. Like, what are these sports supposed to do? Like, these sports networks that depend on covering the event and everything else, what are they supposed to say? Like, no, it's good as it gets with Jordan. That'll never happen again. You can't say that. You got to make people think they're watching greatness. You got to make people think that they're watching, something that, is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. You can't say, like, oh, this guy's great. Too bad he'll never be Jordan. DP Granny says, you treat a torn ACL like a horse with a limp. Take them to the back of the shed and put them down. I don't think we need to start shooting professional athletes over torn ACLs. Good God, you guys are. I mean, I think a lot of you are probably good to manage horses. Athletes, not so much. Raymond Bryant says, next Barry Bonds, next Babe Ruth, just what we need. Yeah. Aaron Judge, right? Judge is the next Babe Ruth. He's the next Barry Bonds. Or the other one in a million. There's never been anyone like him before. Oh, by the way, thank you for Bigot on Socialist Media for becoming a monthly supporter. We appreciate that. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get into some shit today, shall we? You know, we saw this on an evening show not too long ago. By the way, I've triggered the fuck out of Nova today. I gave him a little break. He'll be back, but I gave him a little break because I'm pretty sure I think I broke him. There we go. Here's Annoyed Wawa Supervisor sent me an Anthony Edwards meme. I didn't hyperextend my knee. Somebody did this to me. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I think Nova and that whole world is kind of coping today because, you know, the toe kind of broke its enemies. Amber with $5. Thank you very much. There we go. The fives have begun today. A little slow, a little sleepy, getting started on Monday. I know I'm on fire. I know we've got a great one today. So you guys just hit that like button, hit share, and throw in those fives. Steady stream of that will be golden. So I think Tuesday night we had a Home Depot fight video. Now, couple of things. One, I didn't know black people went to Home Depot. I'll be honest, I didn't think black people knew about Home Depot. I didn't know that black people were aware. That I thought they kind of went to like the Walmart hardware section or Target hardware section. I didn't think that black people were Home Depot devotees. But on Tuesday, we saw a video of black people just wilding out in the lumber aisle of Home Depot, hitting each other like it was a hacksaw Jim Duggan clone fight. They're just whacking each other with different kind of boards and shit. Almost like they're putting like 2 or 3 pieces of little thin strips together and using them as like kendo sticks. Wildly entertaining to watch. And then we find the Detroit Home Depot in a similar state of disrepair. Black people at the Home Depot in Detroit getting into a Donnybrook. Now, it's amazing because I don't know why we have to do this. I'm not sure what could happen at the hardware store that would trigger not only one person to be violent, but multiple people to have a battle royale at Home Depot. But as you can see in Detroit, the Home Depot already has police on the scene. That's nice. That always gives me... I go into a store and I see cops already there, I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm good. I don't need to be... whatever I'm there to get, I can drive an extra 15 miles for. So D'Lo Brown, again, the blacks are always going for the kendo sticks. They're going to the lumber aisle. They're grabbing the little thin little shanks of wood, and they're ready to smack someone. Now, does this trans black come over and hold this officer back?
That's not how you do it. That ain't how you do it.
See, like, why are there 4 of them? Why does there need to be 4? Why are we always running to where the action is? I want to teach black people a class. I want to teach, like, how to be suburban 101. And I want to teach the black community, like, you see that, like, I want to have, like, 2 videos. One where a bunch of people are rushing towards the drama and the fight and joining in. And another one where people are just standing by, kind of gawking from, like, a row or 2 over. And I want to teach them, I want to go, all right, come up to the board here and show me which one is the correct way to behave in a polite society. And every time one of the black people in my class goes up and points to the one where everyone's rushing towards the fight, I just go, wrong. It's not our fight. We don't need to get involved. We can observe it. I mean, don't stand there and film it. That's a little, that's a bit much. But, like, look like you're kind of looking at an end cap or something and then stare at the drama going on. We don't need to rush into it. We don't need to become part of it. And imagine this. I'm going to do a drill. When I have my inner city blacks in my class, I'm going to do a drill where the inner city blacks have their arms down to their sides, and I tape their arms to their bodies. And then I do a scenario. I take them to like a Walmart, and two people start shoving and hitting each other. And the blacks in my class have to just stand there and not do anything. They can't run in and start punching strangers that they had no problems with before. I really feel like I could help. You know, a lot of you might hear this and go, oh, well, that's racist. No, this is me literally being concerned and wanting to assist. Not like in a Jane Goodall, I'm better than them way. Just like in a, I know how I can make society better. And also, to prove I'm not a hard-hearted man, to prove this isn't about race, or it isn't racist, any of the black people who get these answers right, they can be dismissed from the class. They can go, they're fine. They don't need what I'm about to teach them. But the incident with one guy turning into 5 or 6 people running and fighting, I'll never understand it. Oh, shit. And look, now we're fighting. We're all fighting. And I like that the white or the Latino who basically, when there's blacks in a group fight and they're all pounding away, the Latino in that situation is like a deputized white. We kind of like, all right, hey, bro, temporarily, you're a white guy now. Because you see, he goes and grabs the police officer who does have a pistol on their hip and just grabs her by the Batman utility belt and pulls her away. Because he's like, miss, no offense. I know you've got a tool belt on. I know you got all kinds of things. This ain't your fight. You got to let this one play out. You got to let their cardio burn up. And then, you know, it kind of dissipates on its own, oddly. Uh-oh, we're picking up the... Oh, no. Fists only. Good. Don't hit with the buckets. They're going to jack your gun, miss. Oh, there we go. Yep, and we're... Stop! She's got it! It's one guy with some sticks. You guys don't need to be in there pummeling him and beating him up. Like, they're just whooping the shit out of him. And I'm expecting Sting to come down from the rafters with a baseball bat from aisle F and to start just whacking people. No, you don't need to tase him. You guys need to fuck off and let her do her job. Nobody deputized you. Nobody, I mean, you know what this is? This is just, you want to fight something. You want to fight something. You want to hit something. You have an urge to just go after somebody, so you're doing it. And why is this guy just wearing an open shirt to Home Depot? Why aren't we? First of all, I commend you for wearing a collar to Home Depot. That's very nice and presentable. You fucked it up by opening up the buttons. Okay, stop. Although that's a white move. This is kind of white right here. The hockey move, pulling the shirt over the head. But like, again, none of these guys are security. None of these guys work for Home Depot. It's just some black guys who happen to be in the store who really wanted to punch a motherfucker in the head. By the way, female cops killing it in 2026. Great job restoring order. Female cop, gun drawn, doggo doesn't die. Literally, all female cops can do in that situation is put an arm out. That's all. Outside of like killing everyone in that area, a female cop in that situation has no ability to restore order. None. She goes, now stop, guys, stop. It's like you have a gun, you have a taser, you have pepper spray, and you can't restore order to a bunch of unarmed people. We can't have you on the force. I mean, the idea that not only a woman could be on the force, which is laughable, but an overweight, out of shape, obese woman could be on the force. I mean, it's silly. There's nothing she's doing. Like, if you have a bunch of her on the force, there's no situation that the police can restore order to. Because this thing that's going on now is just going to go on until they're ready to be done. She has no control over this situation. I don't think women need to be police officers. I don't think they should be legally barred from being cops. If they want to try to be cops, they should try to be cops. I'm saying in a very literal sense, we don't need them to be. Like, we could have all male police forces, and I think it would be just fine. Or as fine as it could be. Oh, and now there's a shirt off. Oh, that's the guy who was getting hit. See, look, these black guys just wanted to fight somebody. Yeah, these black guys just wanted to hit somebody. This had nothing to do with justice, who was right, who was wrong. This literally was just black guys who wanted to hit. Hold on. 8 a.m. Central. Ethan's like 36 minutes away, right? No. 8 a.m. Central. Call in, please. There we go. Got to check my messages. Make sure I've got this right. But yeah, I mean, the whole just like throwing punches because you see some shit going down. I don't get it. By the way, Martin Lopez says, man, you're so annoying. Bro, I see videos of whites stopping criminals all the time, and when it happens, all the whites are like, good job, back the blue. Very dumb, to be honest. No one takes you whites serious. No, fuck that. Let me talk to my whites for a second then, Martin. Which, by the way, I made you Latinos honorary whites in that situation, and I didn't get a thank you. I'm a little offended, but I'll let it go. Because, no, whites, stay the fuck out of it. Don't, enough. The cops have got this. Oh, yeah, me and all my white brothers, we went in and we started beating the shit out of a guy in Home Depot. Then knock it off. Don't. Mind your fucking business and go do your shopping. So no, Martin, I just don't see a shitload of videos of whites jumping in like a riot and just throwing punches and just firing at people and going nuts. I don't see those videos. And now you could say that's algorithm bias, perhaps. I'm just saying I know how to help the black community. I know how to assist them. I know how to teach them a better way. I believe they should let me. I believe I should teach that class. It could take the place of the evening shows. Mondays through Wednesdays, $50, $20 a class. I'll teach you how to be a member of polite society. Hulkamasha Baby with $1. Thank you very much. He says, well, when you bring an ape into the trees, he's going to snap off a piece and hit primate rivals. I don't know. He must have meant that about something else. He must not have meant that about what we were talking about, because I would never say apes, ever. By the way, Jeff Jordan says, how was your date with Alex Stein? It got clipped. We talked about it on Friday. We don't need to go back over it. It was nice. It was fun. It was fine. But I don't want to tell the story again. Shit, it would bore me. So let's get into the shooting, shall we? I was going to spend a little time in the chat, but we need to get moving here. Hit like, hit subscribe, throw a couple of bucks in. Give me something to talk about in your chat there. You guys always tell me, oh, the chat's the show. The chat's the show. Prove it. I'm making a challenge. 16 memberships away from 600. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's do some Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You guys are off to a quiet start this morning. I challenge you to make a run. So you saw it on Saturday, unless you were like me and you're watching the Timberwolves game. You saw it for a few seconds. And also, like, I have fatigue. I just have Trump fatigue in general. So, like, they interrupted the Timberwolves game. They said, oh, they evacuated the Hilton or whatever it was because some shooter tried to get in there, and he's been detained. And I felt like I have the appropriate information. I'm good. And I don't think they interrupted, as I can recall, I don't think they interrupted the Timberwolves game again after that. And so we're going to play you a couple of clips here. Like I said, man, I don't know if you guys wanted to spend a lot of time on this. I guess we can let the Super Chats and Rumble Rants decide. But I'm exhausted. Like, war, Trump. Like, I'm starting to understand. The second term is helping me understand how liberals feel, how Democrats feel. It's like, it is too much him. And it's all bullshit. So you're just like, oh, here's another Trump thing. And he's so fucking serious about everything. And you're like, dude, you're talking bullshit. Like, you don't make any sense. You're old. You're doddering. You're full of shit. You're wrong about almost everything now. It's like watching an athlete you used to like, and he's past his prime. And he can't hit the gears he used to hit. And it's just like, you're almost more of a detriment to the team than you are a help. So I saw this story. I'm like, it's also like shows the level of desensitization we're at, where I'm like, oh, another assassination attempt. Oh, fuck, I don't care. Well, I think also because, like, you have these assassination attempts and then everybody tries to make it about their side. Everybody tries to make it about, like, oh, that should mean this, or oh, that should mean that, or what do you think? And I'm just like, oh, fuck, I don't care. Like, did anyone get hit? No. A guy ran through the doors. They took him down. That was it. And then you got to, it's exhausting. Then you got to deal with, oh, let's see his manifesto. And, oh, do you think there was something else? Do you think it's a false flag? Do you think it's this? Do you think it's that? I'm just like, I don't. Like, the Timberwolves are on. I'm watching the game with my 9-year-old. And I'm just like, this is way better than following this stupid shit again. So we got a few clips here. Let's do the first one, which is the moment it happens. This fucking retard, Oz the Mentalist, is up there. We're celebrating the mediocrity that is America. He's doing some card shit. And then I guess a shot rang out, and the Secret Service comes in and swoops the president away. Boy, I'm actually, like, the moment I get to this today, the moment I don't fucking care. Like, I just realized, I'm like, God, I just wish Shawnee was here. Move on to something else. Like, for everybody who's like, you can have real fun tonight. What about your drama? Dude, fuck you, you're gay. Like, honestly, like, that's way more interesting than this today. Like, is this what you want to talk about today? Fuck off. Unplug for a second. I want to talk to Ethan Ralph for 15 or 20 minutes about him stealing his girlfriend's laptop, absconding with it to Chicago, fleeing the police, getting back to Mexico, across the border. And that's what I want to know about today. I don't fucking care about another fucking Trump thing. I'm trumped out. I've got Trump fatigue, and I'm just ready for this administration to be done with. So they hear the gunshot. And by the way, I do want to point out, as little as I fucking care to cover this today, because it's just fucking gay, nothing happened. But is it just me, or was the Secret Service kind of slow on the uptake here? Was the Secret Service a little slow to get to the president and his family and everybody else? So this guy's doing some gay is this your card shit, which, by the way, would be awesome if he was doing it in front of a group of black guys in the hood, because they would go fucking ape shit and go, oh my God, like, black people and street magic is like the most pure, wholesome thing in the world. So, like, okay, there they see something's up. Let's timestamp that. Where the camera shakes, that's where the gunshot's heard. Right there. So at 3 seconds, something happens. Let's see how long the president is sitting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... 12 to 13 seconds before they get his ass on the ground. I'm not impressed. So then everybody else, you got to admit, kind of Chad, the people who are still standing up, like everyone else is getting under tables. And I did see a clip of a lady, like, I'm so fucking jaded by all this stuff. Like, I'm looking at this for the laughs. I so don't give it. Like, I didn't realize how violently I don't give a shit about any of this stuff anymore. There was a video of a woman while everyone else was hiding under the tables. She was grabbing the bottles of champagne and stuffing them in her purse, the unopened bottles. That lady's the best. That's what you should be doing in a situation like this. Everybody who's standing up or still sitting or even eating their food, their hors d'oeuvres or whatever, those are the Chads. Those people are awesome. And the woman stealing the champagne, she rules. Everyone hiding under the tables. Come on, live a little. They're not there to shoot you. Ugh. Oh, and then they're up with the shotguns and the rifles and everything. They're ready to go. It's kind of okay. That part would scare the shit out of me. You still got this badass right here sitting at his table. You got some of this guy and this gal still sitting at their table. I like them, but I can see once these guys get up there with the tactical gear and the shotguns and shit, then I could see like, oh boy, I bet you know what? I'm gonna get down. Still got people standing up over here. This is why we need a ballroom. This is why Trump needs to build a ballroom. Yay, it's 5 minutes into the fucking news story and we're already politicizing it. God, this country sucks now. Ooh, we're table surfing. I like these guys. I like the table surfers. I like the chair surfers. Those must be Secret Service. Yeah, nothing ever happens. So there's what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Most exciting White House Correspondents' Dinner ever. I just like shit like this happens in the U.S. now, and everybody's got an agenda. Everybody's like there's no moment anymore. There's never like a moment where, hey, let's talk about the fact that this thing happened. Everybody's got to jump to their fucking thing, and it's annoying, and nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about, and it just makes you not give a shit. Let's go into what you guys think on it. Sergeant Hulko with $1 says, I've got Trump lash. Yeah, like it seems like what we're doing now in this country is we're just living trauma to trauma, and I'm kind of sick of it. I watched the Timberwolves game on Saturday. I watched the draft on Friday and Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I watched Timberwolves Saturday. I go to Mass on Sunday. I just can't be bothered with this shit anymore, you know? Like the only thing keeping me involved in like the Israel stuff is just my hatred of that fucking country and my hatred of Benjamin Netanyahu. So I can still get fired up for that. But like the stuff that's happening in this country, it's just, I don't want to be governed like emergency to emergency. I'm fucking done. Even our budgets in this country, it's just emergency to emergency. It's never like, hey, we passed a budget and here's the deficit or here's the surplus. I'm just kidding. We never have a fucking surplus because we're owned by corporations that don't pay any taxes. But like, it's always like the emergency funding bill, the emergency stopgap bill. It's designed to govern you trauma to trauma, emergency to emergency. So you just live in a state of a constant cortisol spike. So you buy whatever they're fucking selling you. You buy whatever's on the TikTok. You buy whatever's on the short. You buy whatever's on the reel. You buy whatever's on the commercial because you're fucking terrified. Get more guns. Put more locks on your doors. Get more security cameras for your fucking doorbell. It's his emergency to emergency. Did you see who this guy tried to kill? They tried to kill this guy. Oh my God, oil's at $100. It's just like, it's disaster porn to disaster porn. And we're just being fucking abused by our own media and government. But we all keep fighting with each other over who's more right or who's more left. Honestly, burn it all the fuck down. You guys go to the right places on election day, you just do the wrong thing. You go there and you vote for one of these fucking white-collar criminals and child molesters, and then you hope that the one child molester does better than the other child molester, or the other guy sponsored by a billionaire does better than the other guy sponsored by a billionaire. But all the billionaires who paid for these guys to run for office, they've instructed that leader to just go like, hey, just create emergencies, just create crises, and just live in that perpetual state of excitement. And we'll take it from there. And then we just think that it's going to get better. When in reality, if you went to that ballot box and you just burned everything down, we'd probably get somewhere eventually, you know? Eagle of America says Netanyahu won't be in charge much longer. He has prostate cancer. Yes and no. I also heard that Bibi Netanyahu's prostate cancer is fine, that he had it removed or treated or whatever. So I'm not sure. Yeah, someone in the YouTube chat says it's all kayfabe. It is. It's all kayfabe. And I think watching, you know what it was? I think just sitting there having a nice Saturday with my girlfriend and my son and I watching the Timberwolves game and then having it interrupted. Like you interrupted my son's game 4 of the Timberwolves series and he was really looking forward to it and he loves it and he's innocent and you keep him away from all this creepy shit. I think this interrupting the Timberwolves game that my son was watching for this evil, fucked up shit that he doesn't need to see, I think that's why I'm upset about this one. I think that's what's getting to me about this, is that you interrupted something very precious to tell me about some more fucking faggoty Trump bullshit, and I'm just done. I'm just tapped out. And I think also, like, every Sunday I go to Mass, it gets more and more intense for me, and you know, Christ's words of my kingdom is not of this world, is I'm just like, none of this bullshit fucking matters. It's where you're going next. That's eternal. Like that's, all of these people are fucking evil. That's the thing. Like you start thinking about what is forever and you start thinking about what is eternal and you start thinking about all this shit and you're like, this is all just evil fucking pedophiles trying to control my friends and I and my family and I temporarily for a little bit on earth. And you're like, God, if we were just rid of these people somehow, we'd be so much better off. And then you realize, oh, that's the next place. We go through this, like none of this is going to get fixed because none of this is supposed to get fixed. This is supposed to belong to Satan. This is supposed to belong to the devil. And we're supposed to take this. We're supposed to live through this and stay good and stay righteous and stay apologetic for the sins that we commit so that after we're done with this service and this fucking shithole, we inherit paradise. And I think that's what makes me so upset about everybody getting so worked up and fighting with each other and arguing with each other about all this gay Trump shit and all that. It's like, nah, you're missing it, dude. You're missing the whole point. This, you don't fix this. This isn't to be fixed. This is to be endured. And then the next thing will make all this shit seem like a flap of a hummingbird's wings these last 100 years or whatever that you lived. $5 from JD Straight Shot. Thank you very much. Says Chad is too lame and gay to cover the quartering. Why is Chad always the Johnny come lately of the Dabbleverse? I hope he talks about Stutcho again today. You know, I'm really happy that you guys are falling out of love with that Dabbleverse. The only thing is I told you about that 3 years ago. You know, I told you 3 years ago. It is nice to see everyone, even if they hate the toe, admitting I was right. They don't know they're saying I was right, but they are coming to the same conclusion I am. Your whole world is burning down. I've been pointing it out for years. I've been right the whole time. You're just coming to me now. And by the way, I welcome you. I'm not belittling you. I'm not treating you like shit. If you just acknowledge it, I think you'll have an easier go. But that's, I guess, ultimately up to you. Thank you very much for the $5. I appreciate it. Let's see if we can't get something going today, huh? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw a couple memberships our way. So Trump was then interviewed by 60 Minutes about the shooting. And the one thing I did like about this was the fact that they read the shooter's manifesto on 60 Minutes to Trump. And listen to how touchy he got about the Epstein stuff. Check this out. Get ready for this. I liked this, man. This was good. And like, it's not even that I like ABC or CBS in this case, or that they're doing intrepid journalism. They just wanted to shit on Trump really bad that they actually stumbled onto something useful. They were kind of like useful idiots in this situation.
So-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote.
Anybody else just hate him? Like, I mean, hate him. I don't mean like the way lefties hate him. Like they see him and they just have a visceral reaction. Like, ugh. I think it's worse for people on the right because people on the left hate him and have always hated him. They're like, he's a piece of shit. He sucks. I fucking hate him. But people on the right who hate him in a more righteous fashion, if I may, because they believed. They thought that he, not that he would solve everything. I mean, that would be incredibly naive. But they thought he would that he would tip the scales a little bit. They thought that he would put his thumb on the scales and make some things go back, only to find out he's the part of the same establishment of Jewish fucking billionaires that all the rest of them are, child molesters and predators, and that he changed nothing and, in fact, made a lot of shit worse.
Administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this: I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes.
Base, you're going to make me like this guy. Like, what are we supposed to do in an era where, like, Luigi Mangione does his shit and, like, deep down, you guys can deny it. You guys, we're all on our different journey. I don't know what stage you're at. You might be in the denial stage still. But what does it say that we're at a point where we look at a Luigi Mangione and even if you don't endorse what he did, you go, no, I fucking get it. I felt like that. I get that. Or like this guy who came in to shoot a bunch of people at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And you hear him talk and he's like, I'm not going to permit all these fucking pedophiles to run amok. And you're like, you know what? Based. Honestly, based. Like, let me throw something out there that's going to sound extreme because I just hate where our country's at and I hate the people who run it and I consider them the enemy, not Iran. I don't give a shit about Iran. We need to root the enemies out of this. Before we worry about places like Iran. Is anyone at that White House course? Let me really ask you a question. Let's drill down. Let's get extreme for a moment. Is anybody in that room innocent? I ask you. Are they part of the media empire that has peddled these lies and covered for these billionaires and, towed the line? Because, the worst part is with these media people, some of them have gotten the urge to tell the truth before, but they got offered a few more bonuses and their lives or their careers or their families got threatened and they backed the fuck down. They knew this information. They kept it from us. They could have told us. They could have helped us, but they got bought off or threatened and they slunk away like cowards. Then you have the people in the administration. Everybody there has blood on their hands. So are there really, I'll go back to the movie Dogma. You know what? I'm going to bring Johnny in for this one because I need someone else guilty, not just me for this segment here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What do you mean by guilty? Am I now becoming a party to something?
No, they're guilty. I need you to be an accomplice to what I'm doing.
You said you needed someone else guilty, and I was like...
Oh, I meant like I'm guilty of like really, I'm about to say some blasphemous shit here. But like, let me ask you something. So I hear this guy, and we'll restart this clip. This shooter's manifesto. And he said, I'm not going to permit this billionaire, this pedophile, this rapist to, bloody my hands and everything else. And like, while I may not condone going in and shooting a bunch of people, I agree with his words. And then I start thinking, well, is anyone in that room innocent?
Right? Like, this is where I'm horrible. I just go, that bunch of people, I understand.
Matt Damon and Ben Affleck at the movie's board meeting in Dogma.
Oh, God, yeah. Except the one lady that's a good person that they give a piece of bubble gum to isn't real. Yeah.
Yeah, she's not in that room.
They kicked her out a while ago because they couldn't risk her fucking...
Exactly.
Uppity ass saying something.
She was Amy Robach, They had to, pin her for an extramarital affair and destroy her career, even though everybody fucking does what she's doing, because she wanted to talk about the Epstein files at some point. But like, I don't know. Like, I'm ready to root for the people who I was told were the bad guys my whole life. Because fuck it, let's shake it up. We tried voting. Like, here's the thing. How long is the populace supposed to just sit there and get butt fucked and then be shamed when we, feel a little sympathy for Mangione? And we go, you know what? I get it. And they're like, well, you're terrible. You're awful. It's like, motherfucker, we tried to do it the right way. We tried to be civil. We tried to do it the way you told us to do, which was by voting. You keep fucking us. At what point do I get to vote for the bad, or at what point do I get to cheer for the bad guy if you guys are considered the good guys in this story?
I get it. I mean, I think for a lot of people, Trump was kind of a last straw because, like, a lot of people believed what he said, thought that this would be something different, especially again after the Butler incident. A lot of people thought, oh, this guy's outside the establishment. The establishment's trying to kill him, because absolutely nobody thought just some random fucking kid walked down with a gun and just happened to walk through all of security and just happened to be able to take a shot at the guy running for president.
Yeah.
So a lot of us thought, hey, this guy's going to be different. This guy's going to do what he says, where he's going to bring things back home to America and everything else. And then we just watched him consistently not do what he said, with the exception of trying certain things like Doge.
It's not just the one or two things. He's literally done zero, and he's not even tried. And like nothing can get. He has a Republican Congress. No offense. Do you know how much do you know how much Obama would have got done if he had the setup that Trump had? Well, he did. He did have the setup Trump had, and he did get shit passed. He did. I mean, whether you like it or not, cash for clunkers, the Affordable Care Act. He got a few other things done that, like, probably more bailouts and shit. But shit did get done. Trump can't get anything done because even in his own party, people don't fucking like him. And then that Butler, you bring up the Butler shooting. You know, a lot of us thought that, you know, we look back and we go, oh, was that the beginning of the end? I think that was the end. I think the Butler shooting was where he became owned and operated. Like, you survived that. Guess what you're going to fucking do now?
Because the next one won't miss.
It is interesting that he was talking about mass deportations when he got shot, and the one thing he had completely gave up on right away was mass deportations. Not only that, the first person he deported was a student who was here legally who was criticizing Israel. That tells you a lot. So yeah, honestly, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Let's go back to the manifesto here.
So-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this: I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because...
Traitor, I agree with too. Like, who are we fighting this war for currently? It's not for the American people.
We've gotten zero out of it unless you're an investor on Wall Street who bet against us.
You mean Howard Lutnick?
Wait, no, that's the TAPS. Yeah, unless you're Howard Lutnick, this is not going well for you.
Yeah, Howard Lutnick's made money off of all this. So good for him.
I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did.
Really? You go to war for Israel. You protect pedophiles. You're horrible.
You've destroyed or not destroyed, but you've ramped up the inflation and kind of not done dick for the economy. You blew up a school full of little girls. I don't know if I'd be waving the horrible people thing at people.
But don't worry, Mark Levin likes him and says he's the first Jewish president. So yeah, those are good friends that you traded for.
You little bastard! You attacked my stepson.
Yes, every fucking day that I'm alive, every breath that I take.
I'd write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
I don't believe you.
Well, then you should have no problem releasing all of those Epstein files without redacting all of them.
Like, this guy is so full of shit. I don't even believe him when he says something basic like that. By the way, you know who else I don't believe, and we're going to get to him later? Russel Brand. I think Russel Brand's a rapist. I think Russel Brand definitely was a fucking heroined out rapist back in his day. And I think all this shit now is a fucking grift. I think Russel Brand is trying to save his ass. Like, I had sex with 16-year-old when I was 30. That was the age of consent. Die. Just die. Fuck you. I watched his Piers Morgan interview. I had a headphone in while the kids and I were folding socks. I put one headphone in. I wasn't going to listen to the Russel Brand thing around the kids. So laundry was done, and we got all the single socks together. We're matching them up. We're folding them. I'm listening to the Russel Brand thing, And I'm like, this guy fucking sucks. This guy's a goof. I've always not liked Russel Brand. I've always thought he was a fucking asshole and a douchebag and completely full of shit. But like, the Piers Morgan interview solidified it for me. I'm like, this guy, first of all, he's a rapist. He's guilty. He's going to go to prison. And when he goes to prison, he's going to say it was some kind of political...
motivated.
Yeah, witch hunt kind of a thing. And it's like, who the fuck are you? Like, they give a shit. It's because of my stance on COVID. It's like, really? They couldn't have framed Joe Rogan for rape. They couldn't have framed any of these guys much bigger than you for rape. They picked you. Nah.
Be interesting if he goes after the fact that he's like, oh, it's ever since I turned around and said I've turned my life around and become a Christian, and now this is all happening.
Well, maybe, but he became the Christian after all this stuff came out. The accusations started coming, then he got baptized.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm just saying again, he's going to say it's.
Oh, yeah, he's going to say that for sure. Yeah, you're right.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read.
First of all, I'm going to say this. If you have to say that.
If you have to clarify, sir, we have a problem.
That crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other
What's the movie where they say something about a woman and one of the other characters said, she's the only normal one among us?
God, I don't know.
Like, they're like, oh, they're crazy. And like, they're not crazy. They're the only normal one. She's the only normal one of all of us or something. Like, that's what I'm starting to see when these manifestos come out and all this shit. And Trump's like, oh, he's a crazy guy. He's a crazy guy. I go, really? Because I feel crazy too. Like, all this shit you've been doing got me feeling crazy.
Side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said,
the people you said were your friends.
Hey,
the people you actually have publicly told people that you can't go against them because they're your friends.
The people who are in your cocksucking cabinet.
Oh, yeah, that too. I suppose we could point it.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to sit there pointing fingers of Epstein friends in the government, we'll be here all day.
By the way, somebody said something very funny in the chat. They said when the shooting happened, Kash Patel worked very quickly to secure the bar. I thought that was really good. There was a rumor this weekend before the shooting happened that he was going to resign this week. And I'm like, God, of all the people that need to go in that administration, you're going to pick the one guy who like is covering for all your crimes and like complete. You got to remember, Kash Patel, him and Bongino both completely destroyed all the goodwill they had with the American people who liked them to protect this cocksucker.
Yeah,
and now
so you're getting rid of your only yes boy if you throw him out.
Yeah.
Well, not only, but
you're getting rid of your Shabbos goys after they, that's the worst part is these guys do this shit for you and you don't even stay loyal to them. You're just like, oh, you did your part. Now get the fuck out.
I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that.
Yeah.
Because
why?
I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are the
never,
gunman's words.
excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead. Let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're disgraceful.
the other thing in the
You're disgraceful. Yeah, you're guilty. I'm sorry.
I'd love it if she was sitting there the way he's behaving. I'd love if she's sitting there when he says things like, I'm not a pedophile, I'm not a racist. She just looks at him straight in the face and goes, I don't believe you.
Right. That would be great if she went, I think you are.
I've been exonerated. No, you haven't. Nothing has disproved it. We don't have any evidence directly in front of us, but there's been people that have been waging accusations. We don't have any evidence. That's not exonerated. That's just not proven.
You know what else doesn't make you look good?
When you have to keep telling people?
3 million Epstein files that have never been released.
Yep.
That doesn't make you look good.
No, it does not.
We're not going to release these. Why? I mean, there's no reason you can give me that would make me go, oh, that makes sense. There's no reason you could give me where my reaction wouldn't be, so you're all pedophiles then. Or at least pedophile enablers or sex trafficking enablers. It would also shatter the one thing Trump has left, which is like, oh, he's the child traffic fighting president. It's like, yeah, I mean, if there's...
What have we done to fight child trafficking?
Right, if there's illegals coming across the border and you stop them and they happen to be trafficking girls, then yeah, I guess But like, if they're billionaires and they want to fuck a 12-year-old, you'll hold them down, you piece of shit. Like, fuck this guy.
I never understood that logic. So like, they show up to the border and it's closed, and they go, "Fuck it, let's take all the girls back." Like, I don't
know. I think they detain them. I'm not really sure, or they just like, they make them maids for Jewish billionaires that give Trump a lot of money, and then we never hear from them again. Ablo Pacheco with $1 says, how is taking them out wrong when the only language they seem to understand is violence? Just a question. I'm just saying, when these billionaires start donating money to write laws, one of the first laws they get to write is that doing shit to us is illegal.
Yeah.
Holding anyone accountable who does the fucked up shit we do is against the law. Okay. All right. Hulkamash a baby with $1 says, I'd rather he gets nothing done than do a cash for clunkers and ruin the used car market for 10 to 20 years. You know what ruins the used car market more than cash for clunkers? Poor monetary policy, debt, deficit spending, wars, military spending. Bro, we have enough nukes to fuck up the entire world. We don't need to spend maybe $100 billion, $200 billion a year on defense. We don't need to spend $1 trillion.
Well, at least they always pass their audits.
What is it? 8 in a row?
I don't even know why we try anymore.
I don't even. Yeah, but what a ridiculous thing to try and audit the Pentagon. What a gay thing to do. We're going to audit the Pentagon. Oh, are you? Like, at this point, you're treating us like retards again. That's another thing you're treating us like retards on. Hey, guys, we're going to audit the Pentagon. Don't bother. Let me skip to the end for you. Failed. You don't know where they're fucking money.
Yeah. Closest. A plane hit the building.
Right.
Took out the records room.
With the last time you guys got close to doing a good audit, Muslims got really mad and just hijacked some planes out of nowhere and crashed them into a bunch of Muslims became expert pilots flying at low altitudes and hit the Pentagon.
I'll defend this and that. Microsoft Flight Simulator can give you enough training. I've played it. You can get enough in there. I mean, you're not gonna hit it 100% of the time, but like a lot of you guys are gonna get enough to figure out what they're doing.
I know the majority of Americans don't buy the official story on 9/11, but every day older I get and the more shit I watch, the more I don't even believe Muslims hijacked those planes.
Ooh, that's a new one. I haven't heard that before.
These stinky goat fuckers are going to fly at like 0 altitude and crash right into the Pentagon over a road.
Oh, that one? Yeah, no, that one I don't believe for a second.
I don't even think that was a plane at this point. Like, look at the route it would have had to take.
Yeah, a corkscrew route comes out and then comes along the ground right at the part of the building. Weird.
And again, are a bunch of stinky Egyptians and Saudis going to fly right into the World Trade? Like, even fly like something big like an airplane, hitting that target is not easy.
It's not easy, but like, again, like I've said, if you've used things like Microsoft Flight Simulator, even back in like 2000, you could kind of like practice a maneuver like that. And the game didn't have any like flag warnings like, hey guys, they keep using these airplanes like lawn darts. They ask for a 747 and fly into a building. Like, nobody's watching it, so I could see them training for it. The one that doesn't make any sense is the Pentagon.
Yeah, the Pentagon I don't get. Hulkamash Baby says, how explain because they used government dollars to buy and make used cars undrivable, basically ruining the supply of used cars. Oh, I'm not arguing that cash for clunkers and destroying those vehicles in an attempt to get more fuel efficient. I'm not saying that didn't fuck things up. You don't wreck the supply of used cars. That's terrible. But what we did, the money we printed during COVID, fucked up the used car market a lot more. You guys can pick your what do you call it? Your symptoms, like which symptom you think is the worst. But the true worst thing is monetary policy, monetary mismanagement, deficit spending, acquiring more debt. That's what fucks up all of these, not just groceries, not just cars, all of it. I will take 100 cash for clunkers and sound monetary policy backed by something tangible like gold and zero deficits. and you will see much better prices and quality of life in general. But you know what you won't get? You won't get people worth $100 billion. I can live with that. I'm good with that.
That seems fine to me. Yeah. What do you do with all of that money at that point? What do you
buy?
What do you
fuck
do
kids
with it?
and then get away with it.
Okay, yeah, we can get rid of all those.
Yeah, for sure. I'm down. $1 from Silverwolf says, yet you'll believe a bunch of purple pissin' Japs can hit a moving ship with their planes. Curious, Newt Goofin. Boss, happy Monday. 9/11 was an inside job. Yeah, there's something about like interrupting my son and I watching the Timberwolves game that I think just finally broke me on Trump fatigue. I'm just really...
I'm loving putting those two together. Like you're with your son, and it's like, we interrupt this Timberwolves game for a special report. A shooter is, shot the press correspondence dinner, and you suddenly just look at the TV and go, 9/11 was an inside job.
And I love how all these people, like, they'll put together that all of this is bullshit, and all of it's an inside job and all this. But then at the same time, will be the same people who go, I don't understand the stupid fucking distraction that sports is. Motherfucker, you just said why. You don't have any influence. You don't have any pull. You're not voting your way out of this. There's nothing you can do. Are you starting the Civil War? No, then shut the fuck up and let me watch the football game because it brings me joy. I don't, like, if you were someone who's like, no, we can definitely help. We can change things by our voting and everything else. Then I understand why you'd hate sports and think it's a terrible distraction. But if you're based as fuck and you're like, none of this shit matters, these people are all in charge, blah, 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 then God, wouldn't it be nice to just sit back and watch a fucking football game?
I mean, none of us are going to strap up our boots and run down there and do something. The one guy who would, well, we saw what happened to him.
Right. Causing me to leave the pro-Israel cause. And then Turning Point USA and the government goes, you have no idea how right you are. JD Straight Shot with $2 says cash for clunkers is way better than the Iran war. Agreed. Rabbi Smoothie with $2 says if you feel like you have to say something and defend yourself, guilty. If you ignore the question and say nothing, guilty. That's some devious logic. No. I'm just saying on the pedophile part. Like if someone accuses you of stealing a Snickers bar and you go, no, the fuck I didn't. Look at where I was. Here's my alibi. That's fine. That's okay. But if you're the president and you get so triggered by someone reading someone else saying you're a pedophile that you insult the person simply reading the thing, if you're playing shoot the messenger, you're making me nervous.
By the way, also, I know he's like, you're such an evil person. You're such a horrible person. Like, they always read the manifesto bits. Like,
yeah,
if someone went after you, they read the manifesto bits. The time they don't read the manifesto bits is when it's a completely, like, I'm going out and I'm just going to unload on a school, and now I'm going to sit here and espouse my beliefs about my identity and everything else. Then they tend not to read those. But if there was a specific target, particularly a political one that people don't necessarily like, yeah, they'll read it in a heartbeat.
I have to say this. I came into this morning happy, excited, pumped to do the show.
Mm-hmm.
And this Trump thing, and we're done with it now. I'm going to get through the super chats and everything. The Trump thing, I'm going to admit, triggering the fuck out of me.
I'm sorry.
Like it's made me an upset person, which we're going to get off of because we're going to make fun of Russel Brand and then Elijah Schaefer. Yes. Then Ethan Ralph is calling in to talk about his weekend where he was with Scarlett.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to update you on this. I'm going to get you up to speed. So Ethan hung out with Scarlett, his lady, both toe boys, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And they were going to go to the Quartering's house and they were going to make a Quartering documentary. Spoiler, that never happened. They did not make it. And it ended with Ethan running off away from Scarlett to the Milwaukee airport to fly back to Mexico. Scarlett then went on live stream accusing him of stealing her laptop with her grandma's voice on it. And she was going to call the police. And then the police ended up searching for Ethan Ralph at the Milwaukee airport. There are police recordings. What do you call those? The radio
body cams?
No, the radio, the dispatch. There's dispatch of them looking for Ethan Ralph at the Milwaukee airport. He missed his flight. He took an Uber to O'Hare and he flew back and caught a connecting flight and then got back to Mexico and evaded the authorities, which is like a crazy, awesome, badass story. So once again, Ethan and Scarlett get together to accomplish a certain thing, and it just ends in complete butt-fuck disaster.
Have they patched things over since, or are we still in?
It's like you've seen this movie before.
Still tumultuous. Well, I could have swore we talked about this a while ago in Vegas, but I could be wrong. So
no, we did. Don't doubt yourself.
It seems like obviously tons times.
Yeah, don't doubt yourself. No, you did hear that before. You're caught up. JD Straight Shot with $2 says Trump is the 9/11 of the United States. I like that. That's catchy. That's got legs. JD Straight Shot with another $2 says cash for clunkers is way better than the Iran war. I mean, I would rather. I mean, at least the American people got money for cash for clunkers, you know? I don't think it was a good thing.
The worst part is there's apparently no avenue where I get to, have a place where we don't do either.
Right.
No.
Like the first time home buyers thing, like at least that happened and people got $8,000. And it was when prices were like so ridiculously low and interest rates were so ridiculously low. Not good that we're looking to Barack Obama for the last time a president was for the people.
You mean the one that expanded those presidential powers and carried out a few how shall we we're pissed at this guy for taking shots at the correspondence dinner. I don't know. Yeah, I know a president who went, he looks tall enough, blow him up.
Yeah.
This kid too.
Yeah, they're all the best. We all love them. You're a grand old flag. You're a high-flying flag. And forever in peace may you wave. That's funny. DP Granny says Ralph fucked up Scarlett's sob. Oh, yeah, he also grabbed the wheel of the car, according to her, and slammed it into the concrete barrier. Rob Not for Trump says she helped him catch the connecting flight.
Okay,
so they were already making up before he left the country.
Well, that's good.
That's really sweet.
You hate to leave things on bad terms.
You do, and it's good that those two had the maturity to patch things up.
Yep. Just two adults working it out.
Like, shit's so bad with the president and the country and the wars and all that. Like, this love story is actually, this is the thing that gives me hope.
It's your underdog. You want them to win.
I want them to win. I want them to make it. I want to keep watching them travel together because I want to be there for the one that works.
God, hear me out. Discovery should do a reality show where it's just them traveling to new places.
Rob Not for Trump says it's sad and pathetic. It's not if you know how to look at it. If you know how to look at it, it's a story of hope and wonderment. Because they're always going to be fine, no matter what happens to them. They're always going to be fine. And also, I think we have to admit, if we went through a quarter of what they've went through, we'd be dead.
I don't know that I'd survive. I don't have the legs for it.
Right. Yeah. They're survivors. You know? I want to keep watching this. I don't want them to break up. I don't want them to be done. I want them to find happiness within one another.
I would hope for less of these incidences going forward. This is just a random thing that's happened a couple of times. It's early days.
Towboy Scar also pointed out that in a recording that Ethan said she sucks his dick better than anyone else ever has.
Well, there's something for you.
So that's a win for the Scar. Also, that her pussy is tighter than anyone else's.
I do remember us playing a clip somewhere where he mentioned that, actually.
Bingo. Rob Not for Trump says it's entertaining, but it's toxic. What is all the shit we talk about every day? What is war?
I got bad news here. Politics.
Right.
Hi, how you doing?
It's incredibly toxic. Again, I just want to be there when they finally figure it out. Conditioner on my D says they're dysfunctional drug addicts who should not be around each other. I mean, yeah, if you're no fucking fun. If you're fucking gay. See what makes me happy now? See how I've reached my breaking point with news and politics? And now I just want to taunt people for saying remarkably reasonable things about Ethan and Scarlett. I just, my inner nihilist is coming out.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's a little surprising with the two of them going through this again. I was hoping we were going to get a breakdown of the quartering because apparently Jeremy's not doing well. So.
Who gives a fuck? When he starts dating a crackhead, let me know. Let me know. All right, let's do the Russel Brand thing, and then we've got Ethan coming up at 8 o'clock. Who's not excited to talk to Ethan Ralph? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's try to make some money today. 16 memberships away from 600. If we hit that 600, I go till 11. In an hour, we need to make $75 or we're behind. But Mondays have been fucking losers. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, they're all questionable. Let's go. All right, the Russel Brand thing. This guy I'm so glad that his life is falling apart because I've hated him for a while. I mean, like during Forgetting Sarah Marshall and all that, because he's like, not only because he got to be with Prime Katy Perry, like Prime Katy Perry wasted her good years on this loser dipshit.
I still think Katy Perry is off kilter because of Russel Brand. Like, I view Katy Perry coming off of the Russel Brand relationship the same way I view anyone that dated Marilyn Manson. I'm like, yep.
Didn't that fuck up Rose McGowan?
Yeah.
Bingo. And like what's Katy Perry doing? She had Orlando Bloom, one of the hunkiest hunks to ever hunk, if I may say so myself. What?
Just traded up for Trudeau.
You're judging right now. I'm just looking at your eyes and you're judging me.
I mean, Orlando Bloom, I wouldn't call him the hottest hunk to ever
I didn't say the hottest hunk. I said the hunkiest hunk to ever hunk.
Hunkiest hunk.
First of all,
that makes it so much better.
In these days of a resurgent of Christianity, you will show reverence to Balian of Ibelin.
See, that's why you're putting all of it in there just because of
no, you're right.
Kingdom of Heaven. I feel like you got to. I grade him on Pirates of the Caribbean. He will always be a whelp to me.
No, he's Balian of Ibelin.
Whelp.
You're right. I don't even see him as Orlando Bloom.
Yeah. You just see him as Balian of Ibelin. I feel like you were loving him for that role.
Yeah, I'm kind of tearing up right now because I'm thinking, does making a man a knight? Who are you? Are you all to the world? Does making a man a knight make him a better fighter? Yes. Boom! You know what one of my favorite parts is?
What's that?
Who has claim? No one has claim. All have claim. And then the patriarch goes, blasphemy. And the fucking his like right-hand man goes, quiet. I love that. By the way, did you know the patriarch is Michael Sheen?
I did not.
Do you fucking care at all? Be honest.
I'm surprised because Michael Sheen, that's not one I would expect.
He looks older in that movie.
He got weird. He looked young for a while and then weirdly aged after he did Good Omens.
By the way, am I thinking of the right guy? The guy who played David Frost in Frost Nixon? Is that Michael Sheen too?
I believe so.
Yeah. So
that's
that
Michael
guy.
Sheen.
But then again, you're talking to a guy who it was like 5 years ago that I figured out that the King Baldwin was Edward Norton. Which, by the way, turns out was Edward Norton's intention. He purposely is not in the credits of that movie.
Well, yeah, you never see his face, and he probably didn't want the role being judged because of who he is as opposed to just his performance.
Right. All right. So anyway, Russel Brand, total cunt. Accused of rape, credibly, and he's tried to put this PR out there that, well, it's because me was against COVID and I was against the vaccine and all this horse shit. And I actually, Megyn Kelly on her show, she was so creeped the fuck out by Russel Brand's admission that he fucked a 16-year-old when he was 30 that she went to her audience and she's like, guys, you need to read the report. I know a lot of you are so jaded by Me Too that you don't want to believe any woman. It's like, but if you read the accusations, like this shit is fucked up. He probably did. You have to hold out the possibility that he did this. So have you read any of the actual accusations?
I've heard his justification of the accusations. He was a sex addict. He was on drugs, and that it was consensual, and he was perhaps not all there. But I've always heard him worming out of it. I've never actually read the report.
The woman, one of the women making the accusations, the day she had sex with him, went to a rape crisis center. And
so then, in other words, it was totally in our wording because nobody regrets it goes to a crisis center immediately following the act. If it
she
was
just
consensual.
didn't go to the police right away. So she has the report, she has the test, she has everything that she had from that, she just didn't, I can fuck you up. So she didn't, going up against a big time celebrity like that can be a fucking problem. So at least she went to the trauma crisis center or whatever. Then there's the story she tells in great detail of like how it went and how he forgive me, everyone, this is going to be graphic. You can mute it for about 7 seconds if you want to. He finished in her mouth, covered her mouth, and made her swallow it.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh, yeah. No. And then there's text messages that he sent her, like begging for her forgiveness and apologizing for what he did to her sexually and all of like Russell Brand's a rapist.
I'm proud to say I've never ever had to. Oh, wait, that's wrong. I have had to apologize for sex. It was only because, the phone rang. It startled me. That's never happened before. It was the one time.
I apologize after every time I have sex. I just, sorry.
This is entirely my fault.
I know you were expecting something different, but,
That's the disclaimer I give before.
Every time I'm done having sex, I always tell SP, God, I need to shed about 10 pounds. That's my confession. I'm like, I need to streamline a little bit. What are you going to do? But anyway, Russell Brand is like his defense of these very credible rape allegations in the UK is that he was against COVID because, everybody who spoke out against COVID went to prison for rape.
Yeah, I remember when CNN said, and Joe Rogan's a rapist. No, that never happened.
All they did was change his skin tone a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what they did. And they said, well, he said the N-word before. Well, guess what? And it's like, oh, they went after Joe Rogan. It's like, yeah. And the thing they went after Joe Rogan for, Russell, was something he was
guilty of.
Yes, Joe Rogan. But our argument was it was a long time ago. It was in context. He wasn't shouting it at a black person. Who gives a fuck?
It's a
Let's
fucking
move
word.
on.
Most of us can survive that. A little different when you do something to a person.
Right. You traumatized a woman by engaging in sex acts without her consent. You're a piece of shit. So he's like, no, I questioned the vaccine. You remember when Scott, what was the name of the guy who ran for governor here in Minnesota? Dr. Scott Nelson or whatever it was. Not Nelson, but it's like Wilson, whatever his name was. It's not fucking important. But remember when that guy ran for governor and he said all that wild shit about COVID, and then when he lost, they locked him up for rape?
They locked him up for rape?
No, that's my point.
I was going to say, I don't recall any of that.
So then Russell Brand becomes a Christian, but he did something that I will never respect and cannot respect. He doesn't have a denomination. He doesn't have like a set, dogma or set of beliefs in his religion or anything. He's just vaguely Christian.
And he sold trinkets shortly after becoming Christian.
You're right. I forgot about that too. He monetized his Christianity.
It was a little bit of a money grab.
Right. So this guy's totally a rapist piece of shit. So he goes on Piers Morgan, and has there been anyone with a redemption arc quite as strong as Piers Morgan? Because he's recreated himself as just a guy who will be confrontational and a dickhead to anybody. He runs like a Jerry Springer type politics show. Maybe it's because I watch him every day. To me, Piers Morgan is dialed the fuck in right now.
We lost Jerry, so, it's nice that there's a replacement.
Right. So he has Russell Brand on. And like I said, if you want to go watch this whole hour and a half interview, you can. It is just Russell Brand. It's like watching a man who can't swim have the water level filled up to just below his nostrils. And it's just stress. And you're just like, oh God, he's going to drown. Oh God, he's going to fucking die. And there's moments where he sucks some water up his nose. You're like, oh boy, this is it. And then he tilts his head up and can barely, get in some oxygen. It's fucking brutal. So we have this clip. This is the most famous clip from it, where Piers Morgan accuses Russell Brand of being a grifter so he can stay out of prison for rape. And then confronts him on his favorite Bible passage. And oh boy.
Oh, no.
Now, you ask me my favorite Bible passage, and I will admit openly to you, I know what it is. I cannot quote the exact chapter and verse. I will have to Google it, and I'll probably have to Google it for another 6 months or so.
Mine would have to be the scene from
Shawshank?
Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, you and Pete Hegseth both. You guys love that one.
That's a good one.
But here's Russell Brand's moment on the Piers Morgan show.
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Hey, the holy fucking Bible, son. I always told myself any chance I get to quote Clerks 2, I have to take it.
Look, I've not believed his Christian turn for a while. This is partially why. Look at the fucking cross. Does that have to be any bigger to get any more attention?
Yeah, what are you, fucking an Eastern Orthodox priest? Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's a large chunk of wood hanging from your neck there. I don't, and it's so low. You could put it under the shirt. We don't need to see it, but no, you gotta let everyone know.
It's gigantic. There are a couple of sects of Christianity that are not mine that I respect. One of them is the Orthodox Church. Those guys are badass. There's this Eastern Orthodox priest, I think they call him priests, who has a YouTube channel that I watch, and he reminds me of Taz from WWE.
Oh dear Lord.
He's a bad motherfucker. We'll watch a clip of him in a second. He's awesome. And then Lutherans, because Professor Tie-Dye is a Lutheran and he knows his shit. And SP is a Lutheran, and she. Non-denominational evangelical Christians can eat my balls. If you look at Paula White and you go, "What? You're a fucking problem."
Okay, was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you.
And I will now pull out the pages because I didn't remember any of them.
Oh.
Because I've been so high, I can bet these words keep moving.
Have you seen this?
What?
Oh, have you?
Oh shit! My Russell Brand impersonation's still on. Nice.
Because it sounds like you've watched this 50 times and memorized it.
No, I was just spitballing. I was worried I was beyond that it's past the time because he's gotten his life together and stuff, and he's not a horrible junkie.
So Piers Morgan just questioned Russell Brand on the passage he was reading in court.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with Russell Brand going, "No, I don't remember the passage I read in court. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It was whatever inspired me that day." That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, you ask me my favorite Bible passage or verse, I got to look it up because I know what it's about. I know it's John, but I think it's like 950 or 250. And I'll look it up after this, and I will tell you what it is. But he's just like, "Yes, I'm glad you asked me," and he comes into it proud as a peacock. We're going to see the brilliance of Piers Morgan on display here, because Piers is about to do something that only the most confident broadcasters can do. And that is shut the fuck up and let a guy drown. To have dead air on your own show and just let it happen and trust that the audience is there riding with you, that's ballsy.
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah. You're right. Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty.
Did you dog ear the section?
You would think your favorite one would be
this.
It really looks like you're looking for one right now.
They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah.
Hey, Dad, are we there yet?
Excuse me.
Gotta respect Piers Morgan for this. Just letting a guy die.
Any day now.
I might get before. It says here.
Remember, this is your favorite passage. So easy to forget.
The verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had.
Oh, God. So you know what you do, Russell? The next time someone says, do you remember the verse that you read in court? Nobody would blame you if you went, no, I don't. I don't remember it. And then,
well, I mean, I would blame him, but I hate him.
Right. Especially now that you found out he's probably a rapist.
I just like that my impression is still on. That's all.
I just didn't know that you knew that he was going to flip through and not be able to find the fucking thing. I want to see if I can find the Megyn Kelly alone clip, not the one with her interviewing Russell Brand.
Just her comments afterwards or whatever?
Yeah, here we go. This is...
Guys, I realize that the knee-jerk instinct now by so many is Russell Brand is wrongly accused.
So, unfortunately, this comes from a side-by-side of her in 2023 and then her interviewing him. But as someone who's interviewed a lot of people, sometimes you do show more deference when they're in the room so that you can get to what you want to get to.
Right.
And also, you're not supposed to monologue at a guest. You're supposed to ask them questions. So I don't think this is particularly hypocritical, but this is her in 2023.
Accused. These women are all liars. I'm sorry, this is extremely detailed. And in the case of the other woman, there's an actual set of medical records after she went to a rape crisis center the day of the alleged encounter, plus apologetic begging for forgiveness text from Russell Brand. Could you please for a second stay open-minded to the possibility that the women are telling the truth? We don't need to so overcorrect from the Me Too movement that every woman gets completely disregarded and called a liar when she finds the guts to come forward and make an allegation. They may be telling the truth.
By the way, I feel good about this because I don't feel shame as she's yelling this, because I've always thought this guy was a piece of shit and probably guilty.
I could have swore when the allegations and stuff came out, he was half owning them, saying that encounters happened, but he was a drug-fueled, crazy sex addict, and now he's a man of the Lord. So
by the way,
he
should be
one of those like,
yeah.
Don't look, I'm not guilty because I've turned over a new leaf. Like, oh, isn't that convenient?
He should be shutting the fuck up, because every time he tries to defend himself on this, he looks bad.
More guilty.
Yeah.
It's worth investigating. We don't need to knee-jerk condemn him, and we don't need to knee-jerk condemn them. I'm just pissed because what I've seen is like a rash of guys coming out to be like, it's bullshit. You don't know whether it's bullshit or not. Did you read the report of this woman? Did you read the alleged rape details? Did you read the text message that she has from Russell Brand begging for forgiveness? There's at least enough for us to want more facts. That's it.
All right, so then they play the clip of the interview. I'm not really interested in that. I was more interested in the fact that I don't think a lot of people have read the actual accusations. I think they just go, oh, Russell's team anti-COVID, so he must not be a rapist. I don't know.
I thought he was always up to something.
Yeah.
I've not liked the guy forever. I've always asked, why is he funny? Why is he in movies? Why is he doing stuff?
Right. Sometimes you get this feeling, and it's not anything factual. It's just a feeling, and you go, why would I feel that if that wasn't true? And like when he got accused of rape, I was like, yeah, I see that. I can see that easily. And it's like, I'm going to go with that. It's a vibe that I'm getting. Good morning, Jovelin, Javelina. Thank you very much, Jeremy. $5 from Balls Deep. Thank you very much for the $5 on PayPal. Appreciate that. I just missed PayPal now. I swiped it. I'm sorry. Ryan the Garbage Man with $1 says the conversation Everett has with Pete and Delmar after they were baptized fits Russell to a T. Oh, God, man. I need to watch that movie again. It's one of my favorites. I can't remember the conversation. Come on in, boys. The water's fine. Anna Matati with $2 says, please recite the Lord's Prayer for us. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Let's do like $70 in the next 45 minutes. We are a good show today, but we are heading for a fucking disaster. That's for sure. We are not looking good. I hate that I will do shows that I'm very proud of and very happy with.
Yeah.
And I know I'm just going to end up stressing the fuck out. By the way, somebody botted us on YouTube.
Nice.
2,800.
Thank you.
On
That's
YouTube.
Great.
We got
We're regularly
botted.
getting botted now.
Yeah. Thank you, Rumble. You guys are having a good day on Rumble. Over 3,200 phones watching the program right now. That's a fact, right? I can say it that way.
Sounds legit.
Yeah. I mean, 3,242, 41 phones watching the program. Oh, by the way, I apologize. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. I apologize for the last part.
grub.
I forgot. Yeah. By the way, I said I would look up my. Hold on a second.
Your favorite passage?
John. There we go. That's the one I want. I just can't remember the number. Again, hey, Russell. That's how you do that.
Can't remember the number. You know what section?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull it up here like Russel Brand does. Here we go. It starts at 52. It starts at John 6:52, but I'm just going to start from 50. But here's the bread that comes down from heaven, which anyone may eat and not die. I am the living bread that came down from heaven. Whoever eats this bread will live forever. This bread is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. Okay, sorry. So it starts at 52, but I just wanted to give the context of beforehand. Then the Jews began to argue. Now, I don't like this passage because it shits on the Jews. I just want to point that out.
I was going to say, didn't have to wait to find out why. Wow.
Then the Jews began to argue sharply among themselves, how can this man give us his flesh to eat? Jesus said to them, very truly, I tell you, depends on which Bible you get. Sometimes the passage says, amen, amen, I tell you, but very truly, whatever, same thing. Jesus said to them, very truly, I tell you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise them up at the last day. For my flesh is real food, and my blood is real drink. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood remains in me, and I in them. Or as we call it in Catholicism, the transubstantiation of the host.
Down here on the Dust Bowl, we just call that cannibalism. Y'all be eating each other.
It's not cannibalism. It's different. It's different.
Fine, long pig. All right.
Ablo Pacheco says, John 11:1, Jesus wept. Johnny, why did Jesus weep? Who did, not why did Jesus weep. Who did Jesus weep for?
I think the people carrying out the sentence against him.
I could be wrong, but I believe it's Lazarus and his family.
Oh.
I believe that is in the story of Lazarus. Let me just make sure, because you said that. I love it when I'm very sure of something and someone says the opposite, and I go, wait a minute.
Yeah, but you ask a guy who doesn't go to church why
good point.
Jesus wept.
Yeah, he wept for Lazarus who had died, demonstrating deep empathy for the grief of Lazarus' sisters. So then what did he do?
He raised them back.
Raised the motherfucker. That's like, you know what? I use that as an excuse every time I tell my kids no, they can't have something, and then I end up giving it to them. Jesus wept.
Lazarus?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus wept.
Look at everybody sharing their favorite Bible verses in the chat. All of a sudden, this shit became very wholesome. Everyone in the chat right now showing that they're better than Russel Brand. I like this. John 11:35 says Victor Vic. Hold on. John 11:35.
I don't mean to be mean, but they might be better than you.
Oh,
they
that
can at
is.
least remember the numbers.
No, that is Jesus wept. No. I fully admit, you ask me to quote my favorite Bible verse, I can't do it off the top of my head.
I gotta go look it up.
I was born, raised Catholic. I took a decade off or 2 decades off. But I still can't. I don't have the Nicene Creed memorized. It's just my brain. It's so filled with movie lines and dog shit that I can't.
It's by design. That's the world by design.
Every time in Mass we do the Nicene Creed, I'm in the Gather book. I'm reading a motherfucker. I can't.
Then when I go to read publicly at church, I just start spewing out quotes. You tell him I'm coming.
Yeah.
And hell's coming with me.
That is the problem. Sometimes we get ready to do the Our Father, and I say, it's a nocturne, Frederick fucking Chopin. And I'm like, oh no, that's a movie quote. That's not what we're looking for. Then at the end of Mass, when the priest says go in peace, I go, well, bye. And it's like, that's not what you say back to the priest. That's not what you're supposed to say. So I fuck up every once in a while.
The Lord forgives you. Oh yeah, didn't help.
No, I don't do that. I would never do that. Then the body of Christ, amen. I take the thing. And then I forget what I'm supposed to say when presented with the blood of Christ. And I go, may I have some of that blood to wash this down? I'm like, that's not what I'm supposed to say. Whoopsie daisy. All right. You know what? If we're going to keep talking Bible verses, I think it's only appropriate to say Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get after it.
Collection plate.
Anonymity. I know I'm reading that wrong. Anonymity. Becoming a member for 10 months says Austin 3:16 says what? Do you know that passage? Austin 3:16 says,
hell yeah.
I just whooped your ass.
Oh, it's I just whooped your ass?
Austin 3:16.
Damn.
Although they did not canonize the Book of Austin at the Council of Nicaea.
That's still that's a huge travesty to me. I don't know why you wouldn't.
The Book of Austin was never. Not only was the Book of Austin not canonized, but we also don't know any other passages from the Book of Austin.
That'd be great if he actually released like a complete legit no fake an actual legit Book of Austin religious text.
Right.
From Steve Austin. That'd be nice.
By the way, we are now down to 1,201 phones.
Oh, damn.
Watching the program. So 2,000 phones just stopped watching Steel Toe.
Son of a bitch.
Unfortunately. Damn. All the links are in the chat. Give us all of your money. All right, Ralph is calling in about 5 minutes. Nice. This story, we got some quick hitters here we can get in just in case. This makes me very happy. Steve Kerr has been let go by the Golden State Warriors. His tenure at that. By the way, this is one of those what have you done for me lately deals? Because if you don't know anything about Steve Kerr, some would say he's one of the best coaches in NBA history. Some people would say he's the coach that got to coach Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, and I think Westbrook, Russell Westbrook. Was he the third of the big three on those Nuggets teams? Those Warrior teams? That he got to be the guy who was coaching when they were there. You can have your own opinion. Some of it's political. But this is a guy who's won 4 world championships. I mean, to give you an idea, the Minnesota Timberwolves have never even been to a championship series in their nearly 40 years of existence.
Gone and claimed it 4 times sounds like a fairly good thing. I'd keep that guy.
Right. And all in the last 2 decades. I would say, maybe even in the last 10 years. First one might have been in 15, but I think in the last decade, he's won 40% of the NBA championships. So this is a guy who's been incredibly successful. They cut him loose. The Warriors, look, Steph Curry's getting a little older. He's getting a little more injury prone. The Warriors haven't really made a lot of deep runs into the playoffs the last couple of years. So he got shit canned.
Okay.
Now, some news is coming out that perhaps it wasn't all just on the court performance, that the Warriors grew tired of Steve Kerr's political activism. Now, If you know anything about Steve Kerr's politics, he is the most apologetic white man to ever apologize to black people for white men. I mean, if this guy didn't become an NBA player and an NBA coach, he would have worked at Huffington Post. I mean, he is, dude, I'm letting you know right now, he is so sorry for white people.
Aren't the Warriors out of San Francisco?
Yeah. Is Golden State in? I think you're right. God damn, man, I've been an NBA fan for 39 years. I just knew it was California. I think you're right. Where do the Golden State Warriors play? Yeah, San Francisco.
So why the heck would they hate this guy?
He's so lefty. Well, also, I don't think there's a difference between like the community loving your politics and ownership loving your politics. Like,
oh, I suppose the back office might hate him.
Yeah, if you want to cock off about how awful white people are so your black basketball players think you're one of the good ones, and you win 4 championships, the front office is fine with you talking that shit. If you're going to be the 11 seed every year, they're going to cut you loose. It's kind of like Colin Kaepernick.
Okay.
If Colin Kaepernick had been putting up Tom Brady numbers and not fumbling and throwing picks, yeah, he can kneel all day. He can call the cops pigs. Nobody gives a shit. If San Francisco's winning 2 out of every 3 Super Bowls, Kaepernick's fine. But it's only when he fumbled the ball away all the time, threw as many incompletions as completions, wasn't winning games, and now he's causing problems. You got to go. For example, the Vikings had a punter named Chris Kluwe. Chris Kluwe was a commie cunt. He was an asshole about his opinions. He was a douche. And if you're a punter, like, you don't get to say anything. Like, you got to shut
You don't play most of the game.
Right. Now, if you were Brett Favre in 2009 and we're going 12-4 and we're in the NFC Championship game, you can throw up a Sieg Heil at the 50-yard line before every game. There's levels to this game. You can't like, oh, what about his freedom of speech? Only winners get freedom of speech in the NBA or the NFL. If you're, it's very much keep this to mafia rules.
If you, I'd appreciate if you'd stop bringing up the Sieg Heil thing. I told you I was giving my heart out to the people. Okay? It was not a. I went. Whoa.
You don't think Tom Brady, like, let's say in the middle of Brady mania when he was winning 6-7 Super Bowls. You don't think in Tampa, for example, when he went to Tampa for that 1 year and won the Super Bowl, you don't think he could have thrown one up and they would have been like, yeah, we're not fining him. We're not suspending him. He's going to be on the field Sunday. We're going to go like this until he tells us to stop, and then that'll be the end of it. So, like, sports is the mafia. If you're a good earner, you can do basically whatever the fuck you want except fuck the boss's wife. And, even in some cases then,
Depends on how good of friends you are with the boss.
Depending on how much the boss likes, how much you're earning. But Steve Kerr, the Warriors are finishing 500 or worse every single year now. And they're like, yeah, you either got to stop with the commie bullshit or you got to go. And he did not feel like stopping with the commie bullshit. All right, let's go to some of, we got Ethan Ralph on the line. We're going to go to Ralph next. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, look up Philippians 2, chapter 2, verse 3 and 4. All right, let's do that real quick. Manny Pacquiao 2-3. Let's go to that. 3-4. There we go. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves, not looking to your own interests, but each of you to the interests of the others. That can be a difficult one to stick to.
I fail at that shit all the time.
Rob, I think when you're a parent, sometimes you're doing it without even knowing you're doing it.
What, being vain?
No, putting the interests of others above yourself.
Well, I'd say if you can't do that, you suck as a parent.
Rob with $5 says Matthew 8:8. He says, the centurion replied, Lord, I do not deserve to have you come under my roof, but just say the word and my servant will be healed. That is what we say after the blessing of the gifts, the Eucharist in Catholicism. Coltrane with $1 says Aaron 1017, and he said, "Go forth and eat all the potatoes, as they will fatten the sinner and deliver you to heaven post haste." That's that's another book that did not get canonized.
Sounds weird.
My potato talk. All right, so we got to the Russel Brand thing. Ralph's sitting on hold. He's like, "What the fuck is going on?
What are we holding on me for?"
We were talking about the Russell.
Yeah,
we were talking about the Russel Brand thing. Balls Deep says Leviticus has some bangers. It certainly does, especially the one. Is it Leviticus or Doot, where they say if you're on the rag, you got to sleep in the fucking barn, bitch?
Again, you're asking the wrong person. I've not read either of those.
Yeah, you're probably right. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's throw in a shitload of gifted memberships. Also, every applicable super chat or Rumble rant will be read out as a question for our next guest at the end of this segment. So get those in. Highest value goes first, etc., etc. You got to monetize this stuff. Johnny, we kind of filled you in on what was going on.
Yep.
This next person had an unbelievable weekend. My girlfriend and I were also talking about how it was like a police drama, and we were kind of rooting for the guy to get away and make his escape, and he did, and he agreed to be on this program first. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Steve McQueen of the sector, the host of the Kill Stream, Ethan Ralph. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. You know who can't hear you? The Milwaukee Police Department.
Yeah. So I would take a little issue because I didn't, commit any crimes. I know somebody said there was an APB out or something like that, but that's not the same as a warrant. And anyway, I hate to explain it to everybody, but I actually took time out to explain to somebody on Twitter yesterday. So I'm really not sure.
Fuck that,
exactly
dude. Fuck that. The cops were looking for you, and you fucking gave them the slip. That's ridiculous. That's amazing.
Well, I didn't break any laws by doing that.
I didn't say. No, I'm not saying you broke any laws. I'm saying that I know a lot of people, myself included, who when this whole thing was like, I woke up in the middle of the night. Or no, I woke up at like 5 a.m, and I see tweets where people are going, they're putting up the dispatch and everything like that. They're like, they're looking for Ralph. And I'm like, dude, it's funny because I'm like, I hope he fucking goes to O'Hare because Chicago's not going to give a shit. And he flies down and he gets across the border. I mean, I know it was your real life, but like, it was like a movie to me. I'm just like, I hope the next
it's like watching Prison Break again.
Yeah, I hope the next tweet is from fucking Mexico. And he's like, gotcha, bitch. And then at one point yesterday, that's what we got.
Yes, I did go to O'Hare, and I had to just eat the cost of the flight in Milwaukee because once I realized, some things are being said online, and I said, well, probably just best to go to O'Hare and file. They're worried about people getting popped, with a hot one, bullet and stuff like that there, right? They're not really concerned with all that shit. So,
yeah, people in the chat are already writing Suffa Milwaukee. So let's start. I kind of started in the middle. Let's start at the beginning. People are going to find this hard to believe, but you and Scarlett planned a nice weekend of making a documentary about the quartering, and somehow it all went off the rails and shit got a little fucked up, which, it never happens. So we, what are you going to do? So now what was the walk us through the original plan from the time you get to the United States last week?
Well, I'll start before. There were a couple of friends of mine who suggested this mission, I guess you could say, for me. And I wanted to see Scarlett, and so already. And I said, okay, sounds good. And they kind of, I won't say talked me into it. I didn't need too much talking. But that was the idea, to go and do something documentary on the quartering. I wanted to do an IRL stream on, Saturday, I guess. And, things went awry. I'm not here to slam Scarlett, by the way, or say anything bad about her.
Hey, Ethan, you're both toe boys. I can't take sides on this.
Yeah, that's not my goal here. But yeah, things went awry a little bit. And, but yeah, that was the original idea. And I said, yeah, that sounds good because I want to come up to Wisconsin anyway and see Scarlett again. So that's what got me there. Yeah.
Okay. And then
also, sorry if I sound tired because I just got home literally like 3 or 4 hours ago. So it was quite a journey.
Yeah. So wait a minute. Let me, now I'm jumping around because I'm a terrible interviewer, but you said you just got home a few hours ago. So did you send some, or I could be misunderstanding them. Did you send some misdirection tweets out there where you're like, I'm back in Mexico, like at some point yesterday, and then you actually just got to Mexico not too long ago? Or did you spend a lot of time at the airport, or were there some connecting flights? How did that work?
It was connecting. I had to stay in Mexico City for a minute. And in Mexico City Airport, if you've ever been there, it's kind of a madhouse. And they can sometimes, they say they reveal the gate an hour before, but sometimes it's like, 30 minutes before. And so, eventually I did get from Mexico City to Merida. So, I was in Mexico City for a minute.
Okay. So you go and you're going to make this documentary about Jeremy. I'm assuming Scarlett's all on board for it. So what happened because the last thing I saw before you went into that Magic the Gathering place is you said, well, somebody's taken a long time to get ready. So what caused you for you to pursue the Jeremy thing and for her to hang back?
Well, again, I don't want to speak for her.
Just you.
That was not a slam on her, by the way. That was kind of a joke about, this woman taking a while to get ready.
We all do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I joked about, of course, I'm the fashionista. It's me I'm well known for stylish fashion. But
your hat always matches your outfit.
It took a bit, and then we were on the way, and things kind of went awry from there. So didn't get to do the IRL stream, unfortunately, but I would hope people would understand why that didn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the IRL stream doesn't happen. When does and again, you can do this without trashing her. Just tell us the facts as you see them. What caused the contention? What caused the split up where, she says you took off with your laptop, or with her laptop. Explain the laptop situation and all of that stuff. Walk us through that.
Well, I didn't have her laptop. I don't really want to go into that because it's, I don't know what Milwaukee's up to exactly, but
Uh-oh. Are you there?
Did we get disconnected?
Uh-oh. Ethan, we lost you. Oh, no.
Cops found him.
We're just getting into the laptop, and he's... Oh, motherfucker!
Did you not power your phone?
It's fine. It's at 100. It's plugged in as we speak. No,
okay.
he disconnected. There he is. He's back. All right. He just disconnected. He just disconnected because we're trying to get people not to clip this so we can put it up. So the laptop thing, you said you didn't necessarily want to go into too much detail. Just tell us what you feel comfortable with. We're all, because, we get it from Scarlett, and sometimes those can be, and I'm not shitting on her, those can be a little disjointed and hard to follow. So what you feel comfortable telling us about how you guys parted company this time, the laptop, the car, everything like that. Walk us through what you can.
Well, as far as the car goes, I'm not trying to throw any shade or anything like that as what happened there. If I need to go into full detail at some point, I will. I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble, basically, anything like that. And so, but yeah, there was an issue with the sob, and look, I have to take some of the blame on my own because I should have, done the stream 2 or 3 days earlier. So I'll take the blame for that. And so we're rushing. And she actually, I watched part of her video just this morning, actually. And she had canceled my flight where I got the refund and got to stay an extra day so I could do more of what I came there to do. And it just kind of fell apart going to Milwaukee. And so, yeah, that's what happened. And I did have a flight booked out of Milwaukee. I at first said I was going to O'Hare. That was not believed. And then I actually did go to O'Hare.
Okay.
So
when did you? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
When did you find out that the Milwaukee police were looking for you?
Well, I saw some tweets on Twitter. I actually didn't watch the video at the time, but it's like good luck at MKE Part 2 and stuff like that. And you can't check in until, you can't cross the gates until the security until like 4 or 5 a.m. And it was, I don't know, 2 or 3. And this is the same place I had a problem in, a month or so ago, right? And so these people know me. I did talk to an officer there asking about, where my gate would be and all this stuff. But eventually I decided to vacate the premises. So I'm getting a drink of water. It's not my fault. But, so I just decided to go to Chicago. It was quite an expensive Uber ride to go to Chicago.
How much? I was wondering how much is an Uber? I'm sorry to ask the Larry King questions here, but how much is an Uber from Milwaukee to Chicago?
Well, I say expensive, but not as bad as you might think. It was $175, I believe. And then I had to buy another flight. I will say that again, without getting too much into our personal relationship, I have talked to her yesterday and since, and she helped me yesterday with a flight situation, we'll say. And so I'm not here to trash her. I realize some people might want that or whatever, but
well, we're gonna get to that part where things stand right now. Do you know what? You kind of alluded to it that you may be sure, you may not be sure. What is the Milwaukee Police Department's involvement in this now? Because I have a feeling, like my opinion on it is that the Milwaukee Police Department will be like, good, he's fucking gone, we're done. Like, who gives a shit?
Move on.
Stay, like basically the Marcellus Wallace. Once you gone, you stay gone.
Yeah, I think, if I would have hung around there and started arguing with them and stuff like that, even though I was not fucked up, believe it or not, at that point. And, I just thought that was a really bad idea. And Wisconsin, not my favorite state. I do care for Scarlett, but, I just thought it was time. It was time to go to Chi-Town. And
do you regret not getting the quartering content?
Yes.
What was the plan there?
Well, I do have some, but I wanted to do an IRL stream or two and also go around and interview people and talk to people. And I did talk to some people that didn't want to go on camera, but do something a little bit different than just an IRL stream alone. And I may have bitten off a little more than I could chew on that. And it's not her fault. It's really kind of both. We get volatile sometimes, and she's like me in a certain way, and we argue or whatever. And that's not the majority. I know this is gonna sound like cope or whatever, but we had like a perfect day until we got in that car to go to Milwaukee. And historically, you may not know this about me, but I get a little uppity, a little nervous just being in a car in the passenger seat in the first place, even though I've almost died as the driver like 20 times.
Yeah.
Because you have no control, right? I don't know if this makes sense, right? You have no control over what's going on. And so I'm already, you could maybe call it PTSD because I've been in so many wrecks. And so, you know, I blame the car ride mostly. And so, it just didn't turn out.
I'll tell you this. You say that you two are very volatile or whatever. I do want to let you know, you do a good job of hiding it from the public.
I would have never guessed.
Yeah, no, you never would have guessed until I just revealed it.
I brought you here to talk about the quartering. I had no idea this other stuff was even going on. You guys kept it out of the headlines.
The thing is, like, most of the times we've had arguments or whatever, they've happened in the car. So I don't know. I take some of the blame myself. We were going to go on, let's see, Friday. She was really tired, and I just thought it wouldn't be a good idea to go that day because she didn't have much sleep and all this stuff. And so I just let her sleep. Saturday, actually, that was Thursday we were supposed to go. And then, I don't know, the days are mixed up.
Yeah,
sir.
the days run together when you don't sleep a lot.
But we were going to go, so I think it was Thursday. And then that didn't happen. Changed the flight, and then we tried to go again, and then the dispute happened. Yeah.
So could you have spent, do you regret not taking a day to clean that fucking apartment? Because holy shit, bro.
Now, her apartment's really nice, actually.
Is it? Because on the streams, it looks cluttered.
Well, she is a fashionista, as I alluded to earlier, and she has a bunch of clothes and stuff like that. But no, it wasn't like.
So it's like college dorm messy.
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, it wasn't like, oh my God, how can I be here? Not at all. It's kind of a little cozy spot there in Madison. Madison's actually a very beautiful city, and so.
Yeah, I've lived in Minnesota my whole life. The entire state of Wisconsin can be sunk into the ocean with an iron fist. Fuck all those people. Let me fucking
I would never say that,
cheese
by the way, but,
cocksuckers, all of them. Let me ask you this. I think people are going to be mad when they hear this because I think a lot of people, you're a natural heel. I can identify with that. A lot of people probably, when they heard this was going to happen, they were like, oh, this is going to be the snakening of Ralph and Scarlett, and it's going to be a war, and it's going to be a feud. And we can't help but notice that you're couching your words very carefully. You're speaking very carefully, is not to say anything bad. It sounds like maybe you two are in the process of some sort of reconciliation.
I hope so.
I'll just say we talked extensively yesterday, and I still wish the best for her. Everything I said positively about her, I still stand by that. It's just honestly the car rides, and sometimes I don't know. I had the feeling that first day, and then we had plenty of sleep the next time we went, and it still. Just did not go off.
Maybe we go for more walks.
Well,
cut the car rides down.
I get a little anxious too because I'm about to do a show and I have to do all these things and set it up and make sure it goes right. And she's trying to look her best and putting on all these cool clothes and all this stuff. So it's two different types of anxiety, I guess you could say. And I usually don't get anxious, but IRL streams a little bit, yeah. And this was kind of a big one. And so it's like, come on, we got to go. And We were running a little behind schedule, but like I said, I take some of the blame for that myself. And you're right. People would expect me to come on here and trash her and slam her. That's not
Ralph. You're not even cutting a promo. You're not even hollering. This is like a 60-minute sit down, Ralph, that we're getting here. So you guys must really be well on the road to forgiveness.
Like I said, I don't want to get into private conversations, but she helped me greatly yesterday. And, you know, I think I put out a tweet. I think some folks can't really understand how it can go from, you know, a really volatile argument to, you know, lovey-dovey. If you've been in one of these type of situations, you know how easily that can happen.
Hey, Ralph.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I just want to say, I hope it ends better for you.
I'd say if I were Ralph, I wouldn't want to be that comparison. Just
No,
like,
you
hey,
don't
let's
want
not
Ralph. You don't want your relationships compared to my past ones.
I'm just saying, like, I see some people in disbelief, and you know, why is he not slamming her? And she said these things, and he said these things, and you know, that was then, and now's now, and I don't know. I can't sit here and give you, even if I knew the status of our, you know, relationship or anything like that. I'll just say I don't have anything bad to say about her.
Johnny, there's only one explanation for this: the fact that she's still helping him, the fact that they're still talking very nicely. There's only one explanation, and that is she like it the way it dictates.
Probably.
Yeah.
I would imagine she enjoys it.
She misses the Ralph load.
She like it a sauce.
Yeah. She like it a juice.
We had a lot of, I say this every time.
She like it a juice. Hey, Ralph, she like it a juice. You get more juice for her.
We had a great time overall. And, you know, I tried to get her to do this before. Maybe I shouldn't say this because this is a private moment, but she broke out her guitar and started playing a song for me, and she's very talented, and I don't think everybody knows that. She showed me videos, but I'd never seen her play live, and so she's deeper than people think.
Hey, Ethan.
Yeah.
You like it a Scarlett, huh? I get you more, Scarlett. So here's my idea. I got an idea. So we're finding solutions here. Number one, you guys take more walks rather than more drives. Number two, this is a novel concept. I think you should roll with this next to this beautiful country. It's the Yucatan Peninsula. She comes to Mexico next. Change of scenery might help.
Well, that's been discussed before, and maybe, who knows? I think if you want me to just totally tell the truth, I think I have some things I need to take care of in my own private life, and these 6 years have been insane.
Yeah.
And I didn't fall off the wagon. I kind of jumped off the wagon within reason. I don't think I've been as wild as I was before, but still, there's some things I need to take care of.
Well, dude, you're getting old as fuck. That's what's going on. You're getting old as fuck.
That happens.
Yeah.
And I told you, I'm actually, I was like, man, 40 years old. I'm feeling it every single second of those.
You look it. No, I'm just
I still have more hair than you.
It's been a long flight. God damn.
Well, yeah, the flights too. Sorry if I sound too tired. I guess I could get hyped up if you want, but
Tell me what a bitch she is. No, I'm just.
So sorry, I'm talking normally.
I have an idea. So you're open to the idea of her coming to Mexico. I'm going to throw out a solution, and I think Johnny endorses it 100%. You know what I think can fix all this?
What?
Just have a kid.
Oh, dear Lord. I was going to suggest a driver.
No. Just knock her up.
That's been suggested.
Yes!
Well.
Ralph, baby! Ralph, baby! Ralph, baby! Yes, just fucking have a kid with her, and then she'll settle down. She can move to Mexico, and you guys can live there. You can raise a little Mexican white Wisconsin Memphis baby in the heart of Mexico. I think this is the way to go.
It's been discussed. I think I may have rushed into that type of decision a couple times before.
Yeah, right. But you know the saying, the third time's a charm.
Right.
Initiate the killception.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I don't know if that's the best idea to just rush into something like that.
If I just can, is there a way I can bully you into this? Like if I call you a fag for like an hour straight, will you be like, I'll prove to him, Holt, I'm not gay, and then you guys just have a kid?
Probably not. Although I do think you have one up on me, so I do have to kind of
right. You got to catch up to me.
Speaking of someone whose relationship fell apart, the kid's the answer.
Yeah. I mean,
always fixes it.
Ego. That might actually be the way.
Look, that might not convince you though, because if we get into that, I'd be like, because my whole thing is, thank God I didn't have a kid with the last one. So like, you might. I'm not gonna sell you on that idea. If we go down, don't make it a me comparison, because I'm worried that's gonna fall apart and that's not gonna get us Ralph a Scarlett baby.
Yeah, well, you know, I also people in my chat, a couple of, I won't say A-logs, but people poking me, the super chat say that, cause I say, well, I have 2 white children. How many you have? And they said, well, really you need 3 to get above replacement
That's
rate.
true.
So you've kind of failed. And so, you know, we'll see, what happens on that score.
Dude, do you know how amped Scarlett would be to have a purebred white baby?
Again, I don't want to speak for her. We definitely had conversations like that, but like it's also is, you know, things need to be taken care of in our own lives, if that makes sense. I don't speak for her. I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah. I get it. I get that part, but like, fuck it.
And I have a kid in California, one in New York, and now we're going to Wisconsin. Can I really spread out the map as far as possible? I don't know. Maybe
there's only one way you'll know for sure.
You got to try.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, we talked about that. I don't think joked around about it, but yeah, we talked about it, and I don't know. I told her this. I want the best for her. It's a shame that you know, I had to vacate the area and go to Chicago.
Just say flee the country. You're sorry you had to flee the country.
Yeah, I didn't flee the country because there's no warrant out on me.
No. I just love that you gave the cops the slip.
Well, you know, when I said this on Twitter, but one of the girl boss cops got on the phone and started asking me questions, and I told her to get fucked. That's literally what I said.
Attaboy. Treat them like mushrooms, Ralph. Feed them shit and keep them in the dark.
Well, then she said, that's not how this works. I said, this is exactly how it fucking works. Have you read the fucking Constitution, you dumb bitch? And so then I hung up the phone. So,
yeah.
And I went to O'Hare.
Well,
after that, I have to go.
I tell you what, man, the breaking news out of this is that Scarla Ralpha baby is in the air. You know what? She might Linda Hogan your ass. I don't know if you watched the Hulk documentary, but she just went off her birth control and then Nick Hogan came along. So who knows?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? And I know maybe this is not, you know, as firebrand as some people wanted, but I didn't want that because, you know, I just came here to talk about what happened as much as I feel comfortable about that. And, you know, I didn't come here to trash her or say a bunch of bad things. We both said things on Twitter that don't speak for her. I don't. Again, but I think we both regret that. But it's happened before, and we're both fiery. And you know, I'm home now. This is my home, Merida, Mexico.
I'm gonna read you a few of these. I think some of these people are trying to get you fired up. I got 3 or 4 of these, and this is from Joey Caravello. He with $1. He says, "How much is it for me to eat out Scarlett's butt for an hour?" Get him, Ralph.
I don't think you can afford it.
I could not tell you. You would have to get that price on your own. I'm not sure. But,
All right.
I didn't pay. But yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Los Federales with $1 says, hey, Ethan, no one knows or gives a shit who you are. This conversation has the excitement of a stillborn. Don't say that. We're talking about having babies here. And getting interviewed by Aaron isn't exactly making it. Now, obviously, I disagree. But go ahead. Please tell us more.
Well, I'm one of the most famous people in online history, so I really don't have to say anything else other than that. I mean, you know, the record speaks for itself.
I think you and Scarlett are definitely back together because none of this is getting under your skin. I think all's good in the world, and you guys are trying to play it close to the vest. God bless. DP,
yeah, go ahead. Read the next one. Yeah.
DP Granny with $1 says, the biggest thing we can all take from this is that Ralph is a total faggot that can't keep his bitch on a leash. Ralph can talk all the shit he wants, but he will always be considered a total faggot. Ralph, get him.
Well, you know, so let me double back to another part of this. A lot of people wanted me to go to Quartering's house, and he put out a tweet and told people not to go to his house. Now, that's a good way to get arrested, actually. Somebody explicitly says, don't go to their house, and then you go to their house. You know, depends on the officer, but you could get arrested for that. And so I was never going, that was never in the cards. And as far as, you know, quote unquote, keeping a bitch on a leash, you know, there are ways to do that too. That are not kosher, shall we say. You know, sometimes discretion is the better part of valor, is what I'll say.
A Logatog with $5 says, God's plan, you can't stop the Ralpha mail.
You know, God's plan. My arrival was imminent here in Mexico. I was amused, though, that a couple people thought that I had faked the video and that I was still in America somehow. No, bro, I got to Mexico as quickly as possible because I just didn't want to deal with the police. They didn't have a warrant. There is no warrant, but still, I don't like dealing with the police. I don't like them. I don't respect them, except for the Mexican police. And you think I'm joking? They're actually so much more chill. Here in Mexico, you have way more freedom. They're not like trying to pick at you over little stuff. Kind of like Chicago, actually, right? Yeah.
Well, Ralph is a Mexican Fed confirmed.
Federal, they call it Nacional Guardia, I think now. They changed it.
Before I let you go, there was the thing about, and then we have another super chat we need to get to. Ethan Ralph on the line. What was the thing about Epstein and the Project 2020 or 2030 or whatever thing? What was that all about?
I don't remember that tweet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that your official answer?
Yeah, I do not recall.
Okay. All right. Hey, I'm a professional. I understand. Shuli Madoff with $5 says Johnny knows about dogs on a leash. His baby mom has him chained downstairs right now. Johnny, you're catching strays out here.
Yeah, I didn't do anything to deserve that. I'm not chained downstairs. I'm free to move. You don't need to chain me. I can't walk very well.
Yeah, you're not chained. You're handcuffed, and there's a big difference. Big difference. $1 from Mr. Sista. Oh, thank God he's not calling me, what is it, kitty girl on this one?
Yeah.
He says, Ralphie boy is loaded. Then it's about your mom. I don't want to say, I don't feel comfortable reading shit about his mom. That's not nice. But you don't sound loaded. You sound exhausted though.
No, you can. Yeah, I am. But no, go ahead and read it.
Okay. When Sandra, that's your mom, right?
Yes.
Okay. When Sandra went to hell, he put his retarded brother in a retard home and took all the inheritance for himself and drank, and Zanny shorted it away.
So, no offense to my mother, but there was not really an inheritance there. And that was partially my fault too. But regardless, it's not like, I don't know, it was $2 or $3 grand, something like that. Property I did inherit, etc. My brother already, not that it's any of their fucking business, my brother. But regardless, he already lived in that assisted living facility because he has cerebral palsy, and he's 1 year younger than me. Actually, 9 months younger than me, which is wild. And so he's been there for a minute, 10 to 15 years, because once cerebral palsy gets advanced, you really can't take care of him in a home unless you're like super rich and can hire nurses to take care of him. He has a feeding tube that has to be monitored and all that stuff. Not that they give a shit about
Yeah,
that.
I don't. Yeah. All right, man. I tell you what. Thank you very much for coming on and letting us know what's up. Final statement. Your last word. Are we going to see Ethan and Scarlett in the same place together again in the future?
You never say never.
I like that. That's a working answer right there, as they say in the wrestling business. That's a working answer.
Other than that, they never say never. Whatever's good for business, but
hey, bro. Brett came back. Anybody can come back.
Anybody can do it.
That's right, and I actually do wish her well. I'm sorry that it, went down like this weekend, but I'm back home. And
I would tell you to have her call the show, but I trust you in the situation I'm in a lot more than I trust her. No offense.
Well, that's okay. Yeah. Again, you're speaking for yourself.
Yeah. All right. Hey, man,
it's all good. And thank you for, again, sorry that I'm tired and I didn't give me burning quotes or anything like that.
Nobody was going to be happy with this, because I think a lot of people wanted an exciting, dramatic, confrontational thing with you and her. And I kind of knew before you even called in that wasn't going to happen. I just wanted to hear the story.
Well, I appreciate it, brother. And I hope you have a good rest of your Monday.
All right. Stay safe and have a baby.
Goodbye.
All right, bye. There he goes. That's what I want next out of this whole saga.
You want the Ralph baby?
Ralph Scarlett baby.
Yeah.
Ralph Scarlett baby is definitely next. Well, I tell you what, I thought that was fun. I thought that was a great time. I will say this though, we're doing this for the love of the game today, my friend.
Oh shit.
We are doing this for the love of the game. Someone says, didn't make $10. We made $5, $10, $15. We made about $13 with the Ralph
nice.
We would have made hundreds if they would have been fighting and destroying and killing each other. But here's the deal. I like shit like that better. So I've said this before. I'm more in the, interesting, fun conversation kind of a thing. The society is going towards anger and blood sports. Let's fight. I don't like that. I think it's bad for your soul. So I'm disconnected from where the people are on that one, and I will admit that openly. And I kind of like being where I am.
And you apparently seem to be rooting for the Scarlett Ralph relationship, so you can't really push that.
Yeah, if I don't get Scarlett Ralph a baby, I'll feel cheated.
You'll feel cheated?
Yeah, from this whole thing. Because that's like the next twist, dude.
They do keep seeming to amp up the situation. So they, he evaded the cops to get out of this last one. So, yeah, I don't know. You got to have a baby, take her down south, marry her, keep her down there.
Dude, to me, as the old school regular media guy in this internet space, to me, the big W out of this conversation is we got possibility of Ralph a baby. That's the headline.
It said that was a conversation they've had. So apparently they're already talking about it.
I think if you want drama and hate and anger, you should tune into Mershon Nightwave. I think he does a great job covering the negativity and the hostility that everyone wants. I think that's where you can get that. You're just not going to get that from me. That's it's unfortunate that we don't provide that for you. But 1,820 phones.
Still
watching this program at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And if you're feeling good about the toe, how about click one of those links or throw in a Rumble rant or we were 16 memberships away from 600 to start the show today.
Mm-hmm.
We're still 16 memberships away from 600.
So we can still do it.
We are having a record-breaking low day today. We have made, drum roll please, a whopping $40 in almost 3 hours. Yeah, you're fired. No, I'm just kidding. Let's talk about our friends at Rumble Wallet. They can cancel your accounts, freeze your cards, decide what you're allowed to buy, say, or support. Big banks and financial institutions have total control, and they use it. That's why financial independence matters more now than ever. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a wallet built for real freedom. With Rumble Wallet, you control your money, not a bank, not a government, not a tech company. Buy digital assets like Tether, Tether Gold, and Bitcoin in one secure place. No permission, no middlemen, no cancel button. And when you want to support the creators you actually believe in, you can use the Rumble Wallet app to directly tip content creators securely, instantly, and without interference. This isn't a credit line they can shut off. It's your wallet permanently. Yours to protect your future, yours to protect your family. When the system fails, when institutions turn on their own people, financial sovereignty is the difference between security and vulnerability. Rumble Wallet isn't about politics. It's about freedom, ownership, and protecting what's yours. So take control today. Download Rumble Wallet now and step away from the big banks for good. True ownership, true protection, true financial freedom. Rumble Wallet. Thank you. Rumble Wallet. Now, your turn. We're done with all that shit. So if you hate that shit, throw some money our way. Let us know that this is the direction you want the show to go in. All right, let's do this. I wanted to hit this real quick. We had a couple of 6 o'clock hour quick hitters we didn't get to before the interview. This Elijah Schaefer thing is going to be fascinating to me. He's one of these conservative media guys who's absolutely falling apart. And it's like one of those weird, slow spaghettification meltdown things where it's just like you hit the bottom and then the bottom of the bag is wet and soggy and it breaks open and there's another bottom to it. I mean, some people are historically good at keeping a fuck up going. Elijah Schaefer is one of those people. So he was like an up-and-coming conservative commentator. He had a deal with the Blaze. The Blaze thing didn't work out, so he made this Rift TV thing. Then he started fucking one of his employees from Rift TV, and then there goes the conservative Family Guy grift. His wife is now divorcing him, and she's taken the kids because she says he's, I mean, all kinds of accusations. He's on drugs. He's mentally ill. He's a drunk. He's verbally abusive. There have been...
He's an internet personality. That never happens.
Right. He's an absolute shit show. You kind of find out once you're successful whether or not you can handle success. This guy no bueno at handling success. So now he still has a show on Rift TV. It's so amazing to watch these guys who are clearly fucked up on drugs and alcohol and like aren't supposed to be fucked up on drugs and alcohol. And they just keep putting their faces out there.
Like nobody can see it.
Right. It's like, bro, do you not understand? Like, do you not remember what you did 20 minutes before you went on the air? Or is this? So he was in court last week or 2 weeks ago. And he revealed a new haircut. Johnny, maybe you might know the reasoning behind this, but Elijah Schaefer completely bleached his hair blonde.
Is he trying to look like what's his nut from the Blaze?
Now, I think, in my opinion, this dye job relates to why he was in court and what the court said. The court said Elijah Schaefer cannot be around his children until he passes drug and alcohol tests and gets a medical health checkup and clearance to be around his children, which I think is a great idea. Good job by the judge. So, Johnny, if those are the rules he has to face, why would you bleach your hair?
I have no fucking idea.
There is and I don't know if this is true or not. This could be one of those old druggy theories that people have. You know, I remember
if you bleach your hair, they can't pull drugs out of the follicles and stuff?
Yes, right. They can't pull the metabolites out of the hair follicle because you've bleached it and you'll get a bad test. Now, I don't know if that's true. I remember when I was a kid and I would watch TV Land. There was an old rerun of Happy Days where if they drank olive oil, you wouldn't be able to smell alcohol on their breath.
Yeah, I've heard if you eat like activated charcoal right beforehand, the breathalyzer can't work. Like stupid shit like that.
Stupid shit like that. But this guy is so nuts and so retarded that he bleached his hair thinking he would pass the drug test. Now, if you love your kids enough, and yes, I am accusing Elijah Schaefer of not loving his kids enough. If you love your kids enough and you want them back, instead of bleaching your hair, you just stop doing drugs. Correct. You stop doing drugs. Here's the problem with drug addicts and narcissists. They don't want to stop doing drugs.
Well, they don't think they have a problem. They don't even think their drug is addictive or that they have a habit. They're just like, they'll tell you 8 million reasons why.
You could tell them, if you don't stop doing drugs, this guy is going to throw your kid off a cliff. And they will rationalize why it's not their fault their kid's about to be thrown off a cliff. They will pre-cope. They will come up with a cope before the thing even happens. That's how fucked up they are. Is that they want reality to reflect what they think it is or should be. So then they bend things that are happening in real life to make it fit what they want to do, instead of just doing what the rest of us would see as the easy thing, which is stop doing drugs, you fucking faggot, and get your children back. So Elijah Schaefer has not only dyed the hair, but now he's been ordered to do a drug test. And if he fails that drug test, he can't get his kids back. Johnny, get ready for a fine pre-cope.
At least he picked the one way to hide his drug habit that's the most inconspicuous that nobody would know.
Oh, bro, he ain't done.
Bleach blonde your hair.
He ain't done. This 26 seconds you're about to hear is an extra added pre-cope on top of the hair. So we're going to play this all the way through. This is Elijah Schaefer talking about the court hearing where his wife gets full custody of their children until he can prove he's not fucked up.
Working at
ninja shoes.
They take up the so I have a stab wound in my hand right here. I don't know if we can see that. Yeah, I have a stab wound. So yes, I'm gonna take a drug test soon, and it's gonna show up for opiates because I was prescribed pain medication for that, and that's totally fine. A drug test to have prescription medication in your system, but I was thinking about this. I have to use machines right now at the gym. I'm back at the gym. I'm back on TRT, as everyone should be over 30, and I go into the gym.
So that's the end of the clip. So we're getting pre-cope for the drug test. And by the way, you know what I'd like to, you know what we just totally skipped over in that?
What?
Why do you have a fucking stab wound in your hand?
Yeah, where did you get the stab? Here, I can explain that. It's a really easy injury to self-inflict and then not have to explain too much for and get pills for. It seems like the old, I closed my hand in the door. If only I could get some prescription painkillers.
You think pill-seeking behavior?
Either pill seeking or he's prescription seeking because he knows he's going to drug
That's
test.
what I mean. Like
he just said. Well, yeah. Like he just said, like, it's totally normal to have prescription opiates in your system. Like, right. But if you didn't get the prescription, how much you want to bet we'd still find some opiates in your system?
Yeah. I think this is all pre-cope, knowing that he doesn't want to stop doing drugs. He doesn't want to stop getting high.
He seems totally gay to me, too.
Oh, God, he's so gay. Well, there is an allegation. And by the way, this is, again, comes from the fabulous work of Milo Yiannopoulos, who apparently has all the trauma on everybody.
All the dirt on everybody?
This guy carries around a pegging device for his asshole, like a dildo for his butthole. When he travels, he brings the butthole plug.
That's not... I didn't need to know that.
That's kind of gay. If you ask me.
Timu Steven Crowder's got issues.
Yeah. I mean, call me suburban. But really, I think shoving anything up your own anus is gay.
I'm pretty sure that's the definition, yeah.
Yeah. He enjoys having things shoved up his anus. If that's the case, he's a homosexual. Also, stabbing yourself in the hand, that's pretty gay.
I would like to know how the stab happened.
I'm going with yours.
That's what it seems like. Just because he hit the meat of his hand, right in here. Just all you need is a little boop, and there you go. You're in and you're out. It's a muscle, so it'll bleed a good bunch, but it's not like any arteries or anything's there. Plus, someone's going to stab you. How do they hit you in this part of your hand? Were you putting yourself up for self-defense? That seems like a great story to tell. You were accosted. You were assaulted. Tell me about it.
By the way, Renee Leering Center for Driving on YouTube says Elijah is on the down low. I don't even think it's down low. If you can't smell gay on this guy, your gay sniffer is broken. I mean, that sounded gay. That thing
that did a little bit.
We're not supposed to have gay sniffers, are we?
I don't think so. That might be a just you thing. I don't know that I have a sniffer.
I kind of got dog walked into a gay thing there myself by Renee Leering Center. People are asking what's TRT. He's on testosterone because he has low T, and his cope is, well, everybody should be on TRT. Everybody should be on testosterone over 30. No. Some of us who get physicals find out that their testosterone is aces. And there's also so many natural ways to boost your testosterone. Like instead of just taking drugs.
I'm a big piggy bank for the pharmaceutical industry, so they're always throwing the new drugs at me. Like, hey, have you tried this? Have you tried, this one that used to be an injectable? We got it in a pill form now. It didn't work before. Want to try it this time? And it's like, okay, fine. I've never been offered any sort of testosterone medication, so I gotta say it's something that you can do.
Well, I mean, God, you just work out regularly and don't eat like a fucking pig. I do one of those two things.
I don't do either.
Get some sleep. Don't be stressed out all the time.
I do that one all the time.
Yeah. But you can elevate your own testosterone levels. I don't think there's anything more beta than giving up and being like, I'm going to take testosterone pills or shots or whatever. It's like, how about stop being gay? Get into the gym like gay guys do. Get into the gym, eat some fucking grapes, get some sleep, and stop being fucking paranoid, on drugs, and stressed out all the time. Stop cortisol spiking every second of the day, and guess what? You'll be fine.
You'll be all right.
You'll be fine. I was going to make a joke, but it's very inappropriate. Fuck it. We're not making any money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The head on my hair says the testosterone is going away. The hair on my ass says it's doing great.
Oh.
Am I joking?
Did you bleach the hair on your ass?
I would never bleach my asshole hairs. I will stay furry and fuzzy like a teddy bear. Thank you very much.
Elijah has the balls to bleach his ass hair. God damn it.
Elijah's bleaching his ass hairs so they don't pull him out and test him for coke. That's why he's bleaching his asshole hairs. He did a full body bleach, this Elijah Schaefer. And also, your anus looks a lot better for the dildo to penetrate when you've got them bleached or waxed.
It's just a nice carpet to lay out for guests.
Those little wispy blonde hairs. A few of them get pushed into the rim with the dildo.
No, let's not.
It's a reality for a lot of people in this country. All right, guys, get after it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We are failing like really bad today. Probably, we're looking at record breaking. We've made $40 in 3 hours.
Okay.
Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Great numbers today. 1,743 phones watching.
Oh, yeah. Amazing numbers.
Even the Rumble numbers at their peak today were very good, though, too. So I'm kind of pissed because I feel like the real YouTube numbers would have been really, really good.
But they got thrown off with
So we got cheated with whoever botted us because I guarantee I'll see at the end of the show because it'll give me the YouTube views versus the high concurrent views. So I'll get the real viewership that's not botted. After the show's over, which will be nice. But let's all throw in $100. Let's all be whales today. And I'm actually at the point now today where I'm like, hey, let's just not embarrass me. That would be good. Get ready. We're going to dive back into the world now.
Okay, what do we got going on in the world?
We're going to dive back into the world. There was a hearing today because Israel's ahead of us time-wise. There was a hearing today on Benjamin Netanyahu's criminal corruption trial in Israel. It happened just before, it was scheduled just before we went on the air today, so we got the update on Benjamin Netanyahu's criminal trial hearing for corruption that scheduled today.
Okay, so he's going to go to jail. He's going to get a sentence. So are they kicking him out of office? What's the punishment?
I don't know. They canceled it an hour and a half before it was supposed to start.
Here we go again.
Every
time.
They cited security concerns.
Yeah, if you've got a guy that keeps starting conflicts in that region, you're going to have security concerns.
Well, that's the other thing. So, like, if you've been following a lot of the Israel stuff, ceasefires get broken and bombs get dropped more intensely every time Benjamin Netanyahu has a court hearing.
Yep.
So when Netanyahu's supposed to be in court, he'll bomb the fuck out of somebody and he'll go, oh shit, I can't go to court today. We're at war. And they'll be like, yeah, but you started the war. He'll be like, doesn't matter. I got to be here. I got to keep an eye on this shit. You know what? Look, this is going to be a really inappropriate theory. People are going to think it's wrong for me to do this, but if you would indulge me for a moment, I'd like to look something up.
Okay, what do you got to look up?
October 7th, Netanyahu court.
Even I wouldn't have guessed this one.
Oh, we do have High Court in Israel's October 7th probe hearing halted after breach attempt. So they have shut down the hearings. Did Netanyahu have court October 7th? No. Corruption trial was suspended on that day due to the surprise Hamas attack and the outbreak of the war. However, the High Court held a hearing regarding a state commission of inquiry into the October 7th attacks in April of this year, which was disrupted by protests, which I'm sure Netanyahu had nothing to do with organizing.
It does seem weird that it keeps buying himself out of these court trials with global conflict.
Yeah. Veldrain with $1 says $40 for 3 hours. I've known street beggars that make more than that. Yeah, we're fucking dying today. It's fucking gross what's going on. But notice I'm still not saying anything about it. Really, we're not dwelling on it. I'm just hoping that you guys are feeling generous and want to throw a couple bucks our way, so we can just do a good show and not sound pathetic. Johnny Mars says, Rumble or YouTube memberships, which one is almost at 600? Rumble. But get YouTube up there too. Get YouTube up to 400, and then we're at 1,000 total. So, yes, Benjamin Netanyahu will not have to go to court today.
How lucky for him.
What a lucky
Amazingly,
guy.
He slept in like he knew this was going to happen.
Right. Yeah, he wasn't even ready to, he was really happy. He had no idea it was going to be postponed, but he was really glad it did because he had nothing to wear. He's had to make so many public appearances due to the, war he started that all of his suits are at the cleaners. So luckily he was able to avoid court. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and make us less pathetic than we all know that we really are. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. We're going to have some fun. And while we do that, let's talk about All Care Towing. Put the number in your phone, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, when you go in the ditch, when you get in an accident, when you need a tow truck, no matter why, contact All Care Towing. Put that number in your phone so that you can call them when you need them. The other thing is a lot of us might have broken down vehicles. We might have something in our garage that really is never run. And, we've always been meaning to get it out of the garage or get it off our property, but we've just, really never got around to it. Why don't you contact All Care Towing and let them take care of it for you? Again, the phone number is 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Again, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. If you need something for your own personal carry, for home protection, for personal protection, whatever you might need, you need our friends at Midland Armory. Greg and Stacy can help you. They can answer any question you may have, no matter what your experience level. They also handle the suppressor process from start to finish. That's at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or online at midlandarmory.com. And then we've also got Stoney's. Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Cheetos and the team at Stoney's have you every day of the week. This Thursday, Johnny, is the return of Bike Night.
Nice.
It's the first one of the year, so go ahead, head to Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. They also have 250 cans on Thursdays. Have an ultimate Bloody Mary, grab yourself a pizza, and just have a great time. Live music every single weekend at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Okay, let's just go story to story. I will go back to the chat when there's something in the chat for us to do. Please and thank you. Remember the Houston police officer lady?
Yeah.
She cut an F-bomb or two. Or I'm sorry,
I think
not
she
an
dropped a
F-bomb.
few N's.
No, dropped an N-bomb or two. Well, I'll give you a reminder of who she is, and then we have an update on her situation. Let's just play a little bit of Miss Gonzalez. Her name is, where is it there? Ashley Gonzalez. So this is Ashley Gonzalez, off duty, recorded a little video and posted it online. Let's see how one of Chicago's best and brightest behaves off duty.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I fucking hate niggers. Oh my god, I fucking hate niggers. Like, I hate y'all. Like, you, like, I don't oh, we were slaves this entire, I don't give a but like, for a reason you guys were slaves. You guys don't know anything better than to steal. Like, oh my god. Like, I was literally eating food with my friend. He had his, oh my god, like, I don't know, por Dios, por gracias de Dios, I had my wallet next to me, like my whole purse, and those like that little small ass decided not to steal my wallet. Oh my god, I would have grabbed my heel and like whoop the out of that nigga's ass. But like, whatever, right?
By the way,
she got a promotion, right?
Yeah, if any of you understand Morse code, you can decipher that message. Anyway, this might shock the shit out of you. You just guessed that she got promoted?
Yeah.
She is going to continue working as long as she goes to a DEI class.
Really?
No, she's fired. She's fucking gonzo, dude. They fired that bitch immediately. Announced Friday, they terminated Officer Ashley Gonzalez, saying in a statement she is no longer an employee of the department following an internal investigation into the shocking viral clip. I have an impression of the investigation. Ready? I'm going to do I'm an impressionist. Okay. People know that I do voices. This is my impression of the internal investigation. You're going to be Ashley Gonzalez, and I'm going to be the investigator looking into your case. Good afternoon, Ashley. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
We're going to make this process as simple as we can for you. All we want to do is get down to what happened, get to the facts of the matter, watch everything, and then find out what we're going to do about this going forward. I just want to let you know you're a member of this department, and we're gonna treat you fairly, and we're gonna come to a good conclusion to all this. Okay?
Good, because I was the victim. They came after my wallet.
Well, look, I understand you're nervous. I understand you're upset, but just know that we're going to be very thorough with this. Is that understood?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I fucking hate niggers.
Get the fuck out.
What'd I do?
You're fired.
Why?
Yeah, we're not. It's Chicago.
They stole my wallet. Those came in and took my goddamn money.
It's
all
Chicago, you fucking retard. I don't want to get third precincted of Minnesota, okay? He actually pulled a Mel Gibson on her. He said, if you get
some bullshit.
He actually pulled a Mel Gibson on her and went, and if you get by a packet, it'll be your fault. Now she's gone. They released a statement. The statement said, and I quote, the Houston Police Department has terminated the employment of Ashley Gonzalez. As of today, she is no longer an employee of the department. HPD. Oh, wait, maybe I thought this was Chicago. Is it Houston? Houston, I apologize. You know what? Tomato, though. As of today, she is no longer an employee of the department. HPD holds every officer to the highest standards of integrity and conduct. Well, I mean, to fire her, you don't even need to have that. You just
have to play the clip.
Don't shout racial slurs on the internet levels of integrity and conduct, and will not waver in upholding these expectations. After discovering the incident, Ashley Gonzalez was immediately relieved of duty in compliance with state civil service laws. An investigation was conducted as fast as legally possible. The behavior exhibited by Ashley Gonzalez was abhorrent, disgusting, and entirely unacceptable, said Chief J. No Diaz Jr. It is deeply disturbing and has no place in law enforcement or the community. I mean, I don't think this outcome surprises anyone.
I kind of thought, like, tell me when she's telling lies. That's all I'm saying.
That's not, no, that wasn't, well, that's not the point. I don't think that there was any outcome other than this that was going to come from, and you got to remember the clip we played last week, we played the full clip. That one we just played like 40 seconds.
Yeah, she went hard in the paint. Why do they share this stuff online? That's literally the only flaw, is that you put it out publicly where it can be kept, held, monitored, and shared.
I don't know.
Other people.
You know, it's almost like we have a shitload of people who are police officers because we needed to fill certain quotas and there was no fucking reason for her to be there in the first place.
Application looked good. Said she was in the Marine Corps.
Oh, that's right. She does go on later to say, it reminds me of when I was in the Marine Corps, which, by the way, now we're condemning two entities with one person because she was a Marine. I was in the Marines. Thank you to Nicholas, my golfing buddy, for $10. Appreciate that. Gray Duckling with 5. Everybody loop around for a couple of bucks here. Here we go. Gray Duckling says, swung by Midland on Friday. The name thing was driving me nuts. He chuckled. What, Greg and Stacy?
Greg and Stacy love the name thing.
Yeah. Was that imposter Derek there?
That half-ass.
That guy, you know, Greg always does this thing where he tells people his name is Derek when they go to Midland Armory and then they get all confused. And I'm like, you know, that's bad for business, right?
It's going to throw people off.
Yeah, you shouldn't be.
You're at the wrong place.
You shouldn't be confusing people that way. But sure enough, there he goes.
It happened.
Yep. And then Stacy sometimes will call herself Tracy. And again, you're just fucking with the customers. That's all you're doing. Thank you for the 5. All right. Now let's go to Rumble, Johnny, and we'll have a real rally going, right? Because we got 10 on PayPal. We got 5 on YouTube. The audience is trying to tell us what kind of content they'd like. Would you like Ethan Ralph interviews and that kind of stuff? Or would you rather have us just, you know, pick funny odds and ends from the news? Let's go to Rumble and find out what a big rally there is there.
What's going on in Rumble?
Today fucking sucks. Today fucking stinks. Oh, there's Main Vein with $5 real quick. He says, exactly, Johnny. Stop her when she's telling lies.
It's just what she was trained in the military. You know, that old chestnut. I don't know what I've been told, but stealing shit is getting old.
By the way, in the next 22 minutes, we need to make $130 to be on track. Yeah, drink up. Drink the fuck up. Please and thank you. 16 memberships away from 600 and an extra half hour of show today. If you want to torture me extra, you can get those 16 memberships in and we can still miss by over $100 today. Veldrain with $1 says, next we need a black officer complaining about Hispanics always stealing people's bicycles while catching one trying to steal his bicycle. Oh, wait, hold on, Johnny.
Yeah?
Aussie Mark says, Aaron, check Venmo. Well, we can trust Aussie Mark, right?
Yeah, we can trust Aussie Mark says check Venmo.
I'm letting you know right now, I don't have a notification.
That's not a good sign.
I don't know.
Mark, it looks like you're not.
Yeah, Aussie Mark, you might be telling us a bunch of nonsense because I don't have a Venmo notification. And usually I have a Venmo notification. But you know what? Let's check it because Aussie Mark wouldn't lie to us. So. Hey, wait a minute. There's nothing on Venmo.
Oh, we've been had. Damn it. We believe Aussie Marks.
Bitch. All right. Thank you guys very much for those couple of contributions. We're still having a record-breaking fail today. Let's see if we can do any better. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. All right. Since we're on the topic of police officers, this, I like, it's hard for me to feel bad for Minneapolis, and it's hard for me to feel bad for Brian O'Hara and the Minneapolis Police Department. But this story really does have me feeling like shit for them because after George Floyd, they were the worst guys in the world because they were too aggressive. They were getting after people too much. They're killing people. They're just running around. You would think. Now, a lot of us believe that George Floyd had a lot to do with his own death.
Yeah, I felt like he was involved.
But like, let's embrace the narrative that, oh, these cops, they were just so out of line. And apparently you can kneel on the back of someone's shoulder neck area and just kill them in a minute or two. completely unprompted. And let's just say that that was an evil, awful thing. Now, even if you believe that, you don't just overhaul the entire department and take the wheel and just, U-turn the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
But that's what Minneapolis did. To accommodate the community and make the protesters and everyone else calm down and feel better, they did a 180 and they said, we're going to be hands off. We're going to have more mental health professionals. We're going to have more inter-community groups take care of a lot of these problems. Well, like right away in the first year, they got rid of those inter-community groups because that was a disaster.
It wasn't really working.
The mental health professionals went to the police and said, all right, look, we need you guys to respond to this because these people are fucking crazy and we're not equipped to deal with it. Like, we're equipped to deal with it once you apprehend them. Not like while they have a piece of glass to their mother's throat. Like, there's not much we can say in that situation. So that went by the wayside. So all we got in Minneapolis was a bunch of cops who basically couldn't do anything to anybody.
Yep.
Well, now, after a shooting in Minneapolis, not police involved, but after a shooting in Minneapolis, and you're going to think that this takes balls, the community now wants an audit of the Minneapolis Police Department because they're not responding quickly or forcefully enough.
There's just no making these people happy.
It does seem that way. It does seem like we're heading that way. So here we go. I would call this story a taste of your own medicine, or be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. Let's take a look at the latest in Minneapolis.
You may remember this 2024 case. Davis Maturi shot in the neck by his neighbor. The crime was investigated by Minneapolis police.
Okay, let me ask a question. What the fuck are the Minneapolis police supposed to do about that?
The guy was cutting down a tree and his neighbor shot him. How do you respond faster?
Right.
Unless you've got like some sort of precognitive thing. What was that movie that Tom Cruise did? But
Minority Report.
Unless you're going to be held accountable for a crime that hasn't happened yet, I don't understand how the cops show up to stop that.
I don't know what the police could have done. Even if you had like a totally communist government and there was a police officer on every street corner, they still would not have been able to intercede in that.
Now an audit highlights some mistakes that were made along the way. Tonight, we're getting Maturi's reaction to that audit and changes now being made at MPD.
Oh, by the way, the guy who got shot is not dead.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's still kicking. So what the fuck are we bitching about?
Fox 9's Leon Purvis joins us live now after sitting down with Maturi. Leon?
He says this audit confirms what he's been saying all along. Now, one of the most notable findings, the audit found officers appeared to have legal misunderstandings about whether they could enter his neighbor John Salchak's home. Others argued, quote, the risks to officer safety was too great to justify entering the home for what they believed was a misdemeanor. It took police 5 days to arrest Salchak. He was later deemed mentally ill in court.
Oh, you know what? A white guy shot him.
So now it's you don't respond fast.
Yeah. Now it's so you responded in a certain way with George Floyd when you got calls complaining about him. That went horribly. You guys need to stop being so aggressive. But when this white guy shoots a black guy from his house, we expect you guys to run into the house with no regard to your own safety and just go get the mentally ill armed man.
You know, this is still being solved way faster than other incidences where somebody was shot and they can't figure out who did it because ain't nobody seen nothing.
Right. Nobody saw shit. It's just, to me, like, this would be fine. This audit would be very interesting and their findings would be very interesting if you hadn't already ruled out the other thing, which is the cops go hard in the paint and they fucking bust people up and they get after it. But you already shot that down. You already
burned down half the city, too.
And you burned out, like, you made your point, and they said, all right, we're going to back off. We're going to be more hands-off. Now you do exactly that with this story, and now you guys are pieces of shit because you don't respond quickly enough. This is when people say being a police officer is a bullshit job, a thankless job. It's analogous to being a garbage man. There will never stop being garbage. There are days where I'm like, fuck you, I don't care about these cops and the things they're bitching about. And then there are other days where I go, boy, you guys just can't win, can you?
There's just no victory for you.
And by the way, I think both of those things are true. I think sometimes cops just whine and bitch and piss and moan like anybody with any other job. And then other times I'm like, boy, I feel bad for you guys. There's like nothing you can do in this situation that will make anyone happy.
If they're too scared to do anything, how do they think I feel? How do they think I'm supposed to exist?
Oh, let me explain that. They're too scared to do anything because the last time they tried to do something, you and your friends burnt down half the city, you hypocritical fuck. So if you and your friends could maybe take the bricks and take the fires and leave them away from the police departments, maybe they'd be able to act more.
Wait, I have to ask you.
The hypocrisy of, I don't get why they're not doing anything. I just mollied the 3rd precinct. I don't understand why they don't want to do anything.
I have to ask you one follow-up question.
What's that?
Why are they his friends? Wait, before you answer. Other than they're all black.
Because they all live in Minneapolis.
Okay.
This is happening in Minneapolis. The George Floyd stuff, also Minneapolis. So I'm kind of like putting the two together.
Okay. Thank you for not using black in your answer.
I mean, that is part of it, too.
I said thank you for not.
Oh, I didn't use it in my answer. I used your answer and I affirmed it.
Oh.
It's a whole different thing.
You know what? I need to brush up on broadcasting 101 and what words mean.
You're the racist.
Yeah.
What it is.
Or what about the rest of the community? If they can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. That's what
they tried to do. They tried to get out of the kitchen. And you guys are like, why aren't you in the fucking kitchen? And guess what? Because black people commit a lot of crime adjacent to their representation in the population, there's going to be a time where now they're going to go, you guys need to respond better. So they're going to go hard charging after some black dude, and he's going to get his fucking shoulders separated or some shit, and he's going to sue the department. They're like, why do you guys have to go so hard? And then we're just going to repeat this cycle over and over and over again. This is like Minneapolis is doomed to live in this loop until the end of time. And by the way, this is the worst recruitment video you could have for the police force. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not going to fucking work
amazed that Minneapolis still has one at this point.
You're right.
They hired you to risk your life, to go in and put yourself in front of the citizens. What happened to serve and protect?
Escalating.
They tried that. And then a fentanyl junkie died and you blamed them and threw a guy in prison for 25 years. They tried to protect and serve. There was a violent convicted felon drug addict ODing on your streets trying to pass off fake bills, and you sent the responding officers to prison.
Oh, and then you whitewashed him on the internet because I was Googling it to make sure I got the right date and year on that. And he's listed as a truck driver. If you type in George Floyd, Google says under his name, truck driver. I never even heard that. Does he have a CDL?
I never heard that. Well, hey,
I've never heard that one before.
As we've found out, you don't need a CDL in the United States, or like a real CDL, to be a semi-truck driver. You just have to know somebody at the DMV who will let you in through the side door. No speaky Inglés.
Disputes can leave people feeling trapped in their own homes, living with ongoing fear and uncertainty.
Good. Everybody in Minneapolis, here's how we're going to solve this. Stay in your fucking homes. You guys we're revoking outdoor privileges. We're going to treat this like school. Minneapolis has to have indoor recess for a year. You guys can go to work and to school and home. That's it. I'm putting the entire city of Minneapolis on house arrest.
You guys are in timeout.
And if it works, we're going to keep you there for another year.
No matter the circumstance, those who reach out for help deserve the very best from the city of Minneapolis and our police department.
Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara went on to say he's supportive and thankful for the audit and after-action review. The audit did note that many of the recommendations it makes are already being addressed by MPD, the auditor specifically recognizing the department's situational awareness, empathy, and professionalism with victims. However, the audit also notes the chief initially appeared to blame Moteri in part for the shooting with language the auditor described as harmful.
Yes. And by the way, they have their perfect henpecked police chief, because they bring him in front of the city council and say, what do you have to say for yourself? And he just immediately, sorry. I apologize. Oh, we'll do so much better. Sorry. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad. We're going to do a lot better next time.
They would have fired him if he didn't do that, though.
Yeah, the Minneapolis Police Department is just the entire city's bitch at this point.
Yep. At this point, yeah.
You go hard, you're going too hard. You don't go hard enough, now you don't give a fuck about anybody. I feel bad. I can't imagine how awful of a job that must be. And again, terrible recruiting for the next generation of police officers in Minneapolis.
I'm wondering what the countdown is till there are no police left in Minneapolis. They are effectively chasing them all off every chance they get.
Can't be that much longer, right? I mean, it's been going down.
Gotta be getting close.
Yeah, it's been going down for a long time. Hey, Main Vein, thank you for coming to our rescue with 5 gifted memberships this morning. Thank you very much. Hey,
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Karmic was we've had 0 $20 drops today, so Karmic was a little sleepy. Sorry about that. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. All right, now we're 11 memberships away from 600 and going until 11 today. Thank you. And still 617 of you hanging out with the toe. So thank you very much for that after what's been a crazy day today. We appreciate it. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow, and keep gifting those memberships, guys. 11 more, and I get an extra half hour to perform for you to see if we can make a little bit of money. Let me see here. All right, we're good. You know that person that kept asking us for money on PayPal?
Yeah.
And their name came with it?
Yeah.
They keep issuing privacy complaints on our videos. And YouTube keeps letting me know, you can take these down if you want before we look into them. I'm like, no, you can look into them. We're just reading something somebody sent in. And so far, all of them they've been like, yeah, sorry, we wasted your time. You're good. But kind of like my attitude lately has been like, fuck it, take us down. Then just rumble, I suppose.
Right, we'll just go over there. It's not like we haven't done it before.
Yeah. Veldrain with $1 says, what do they mean stay home? Someone breaks in, they want you to leave your home? Your state is awful. No, we're a state that doesn't know what the fuck we want. We're a state that just continues to go, no, don't do so much. And then, wait, do some more. And it's just, like I said, it's got to be incredibly frustrating for anybody who's in the police department. All right.
People deserve to feel safe, but if someone threatens your safety in your home, you have a reasonable responsibility to retreat.
Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped, only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free and mold-free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip, because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. 1775coffee.com/studio. Thank you. Sorry, I had to cut you off there. If you're talking while that script is up,
no, that's cool.
It doesn't count. So,
well, I didn't want to interrupt us. That's fine.
I had to make sure I got that in, so I kind of had to steamroll you. That's on me. All right, 11 memberships away from 600, and hey, $100 in the next 5 minutes, Johnny, and we're back on track. What do you say? $100. Everybody throw in 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. Somebody gift 20 memberships on Rumble. Not only will I be going till 11 today, but we'll also be back on track and have a chance at winning today. Or you just gift 1 and we'll do that 20 times over. What do you say? Hey, You ready to hate a guy?
Sure. Who's the guy we're hating?
I like hating a guy, especially if it's just some random guy out in the world. This was a video I found on Clown World. I love Clown World's Twitter. They give us these little like interpersonal, everybody records their interactions every day, so we get some of the really shitty ones. Some Asian-ish guy, I think he's Asian-ish. Although I have pointed out on this show many times, I sometimes have a hard time telling Asians and Mexicans apart.
Okay.
No, that's the correct response. You're right.
One of them should be green. It's easier to keep.
Yeah, right? It's really not my fault.
Just add more colors, guys. There's a whole fucking rainbow.
So they're at a Chick-fil-A. And one of the reasons my kids like Chick-fil-A is Chick-fil-A isn't a bunch of pussies like McDonald's, and they still have their kids' play areas.
Yeah.
McDonald's took away, a lot of those McDonald's now, they don't have the big play place.
Yeah, they get rid of them. Burger King used to keep that, but even that's gone out.
Yeah. And I think a lot of the reason was, pandemic, number one.
Mm-hmm.
But even before the pandemic, they were starting to get rid of them because it was dirt. They started doing studies on like the ball pits and everything.
They're dirty.
Oh God, they were like criminally dirty. Like you go in there, you're getting sick.
I'd just be too worried that you're going to have some piece of shit parent that's going to bring their kids in, order them a Happy Meal, leave them at the play place, and then go, shopping or whatever the fuck they're doing, and kind of treat the restaurant like, well, you're my daycare to make sure my kids stay safe while they're here.
Well, and they're drooling in the ball pit. They're sneezing. They're coughing. You got kids who are probably pissing their pants.
You got to wipe those balls down every night.
You got to spray. You got to get one of those you got to get one of those big sprayers, those bleach sprayers that create the mist. You just spray them all over the ball pit. So Chick-fil-A is like, fuck you, we're white Christians, and we're going to have, and white Christians get sick playing in the kids' playland area. That's what we do.
Okay.
So an Asian gentleman, now Asians are always worried about germs, and Asians, they wear the masks everywhere in a lot of places. And this Asian guy starts getting after somebody's 3-year-old at the playland in the Chick-fil-A. As if that's your fucking place. Because the 3-year-old was coughing into a napkin, which, by the way, isn't that like what you should do?
Something. Like your sleeve, a napkin, something. Cover your face when you sneeze.
Exactly. So we're going to watch this guy. He starts getting after a 3-year-old. Now, I'm going to tell you this. You're out in public. You don't chastise someone else's 3-year-old. If you got something to say, you can go to the parent.
You go talk to their parents.
So this guy is going to go in and start giving the kid shit. So the parent decides to confront him. Let's take a look. You decide whose side you're on. I hate the guy in this one.
My daughter coughed, and so they're harassing my 3-year-old.
No, I'm not harassing. She coughed, she's sick, and she coughed all over. She's not covered the face.
So they're harassing a 3-year-old.
No, I'm not harassing.
Where's your manager, by the way? Can I talk to them? Because they're...
What's the problem? She's coughing. Okay. And my wife's sick.
If your wife's that sick that a kid coughing causes a problem, then why are you bringing your wife out in public, Mr. Miyagi?
Right. That's my biggest issue is like, my wife's sick. Stay the fuck home. This was my big... I'm triggered now because this was my big thing during COVID. Well, I have a compromised... Well, you have a compromised immune system, and I would even say to you, stay the fuck home, then the rest of us will go out.
Well, I've been told the whole time since my MS started, going out, socializing, doing a lot of public things is literally putting my own life at risk because I'm immune compromised. And every time since they told me that, I've been like, well, that's my choice to make then.
Yeah, you don't get to...
I won't.
You don't get to bitch at all the people who are going out who aren't sick.
Yeah.
You got to stay the fuck home. That's your responsibility. If you go out in public, keyword being public, everybody, you take on an inherent risk of getting germs from people. That's part of the compromise we make by going out in public. It's fairly, it's why a lot of people don't like going out in public. They don't like being around people and being exposed to germs, so they order shit on Amazon. You could order Chick-fil-A on DoorDash. You could go through the drive-thru. You could do a lot of shit. The audacity to sit there in the restaurant and then when a 3-year-old coughs, you're going to give that 3-year-old shit? Piss off, dude. You called him Mr. Miyagi already, so I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you got there first. That's how the game works.
She don't have any mask.
Was I putting a napkin over her face every time? Yes.
I didn't see it.
This is a family.
I didn't see it. Also, it doesn't count. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I always love that excuse. Well, I didn't see it. It's like, oh, really? Well, my response to that, not my fucking problem. I didn't see you put a napkin over there. Well, don't you feel like a silly goose?
Establishment. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
So she's welcome here.
Yeah, just.
Of course
Yeah, she won't come here, but.
You don't
put the
talk
mask
to a
on.
3-year-old.
Put the mask on.
You don't talk to a 3-year-old.
Get mad at
You don't harass a 3-year-old.
Get mad.
Why aren't they wearing? Oh, they're eating. But like, still, again, if it's this dangerous, get the fuck
Then
out of here.
Don't go there.
Yeah. Everybody feels entitled to do everything. It's like, no, some people have limitations. That's like Johnny being like, hey, basketball players, quit dunking. Well, let's be fair. That's like me yelling at basketball players and saying, quit dunking.
Yeah.
I love how I'm acting superior to you. It's like, well, no, I can just get closer to the rim, but it's the same result. I ain't dunking.
Hey, able-bodied people, stop taking the stairs.
Yeah.
Get mad at
You know what my response would be? I'd start doing the fucking Joker Joaquin Phoenix dance down the stairs.
Harass a 3-year-old.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? I'd be fucking tap dancing. Like Danny fucking K.
This lady just became my hero. She told him to sit down. She's like, can you just sit down?
Can you just... Well, that's because that's what you get. Like, you're paid so little to do these jobs, and you're sitting here being a babysitter, and you're like, do me a favor. Could you just go that way and you go this way? I'm not paid enough to handle this shit.
I just fry the chicken.
You don't talk to a 3-year-old.
Get mad at
You don't harass a 3-year-old.
Get mad. Can you sit down, please? Yeah, I'm sitting down.
You're not sitting down.
Yeah, I'm not.
No, you're not sitting down. You don't make a 3-year-old cry because she coughed.
Why are Asians so, like, cripplingly socially retarded? What's that? How'd that happen?
They have a different like hierarchy. There's like this whole like elderly people are above question and criticism. So the older they get, the more entitled they feel.
I was kind of thinking also maybe they put so much of an emphasis on like education, grades, performance, shit like that. They kind of just
learn how to work.
Yeah, they forget the socialization part. So it's like dealing with them is like programming a computer to do certain tasks.
Which is weird because that area of the world's such a huge track history of human rights.
That's a good, yeah, they really value.
During allergy season.
You should tell her to put the mask on.
I have to go home, Mom.
I know, we're going to leave.
Just a second.
The poor kid.
Right? And by the way, all the 3-year-old did was cough. It's a 3-year-old. 3-year-olds are bucket of germs. That's how it works. Don't go to a place with a playland if you have a sick wife. And by the way, this isn't like 4 or 5 years ago. You notice nobody here's wearing masks. This isn't a COVID era thing. This is recently.
And then on top of that, I don't mean to be rude, but like if you're immune compromised to the point of 3-year-old coughing is a problem, don't eat fast food, asshole.
Yeah, it's probably also, clock's winding down.
Yeah.
If a 3-year-old's cough can put you out of business, maybe the shop wasn't long for this world anyway.
Back up.
My wife is sick. She mask. Put the mask on.
Okay, she's just a little
Wait a minute.
girl.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
she's just can I help you with something?
When you be sick, you'll be sick.
She's playing over here, right? She's eating over here.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if the Chick-fil-A person went, do you know what we put in our food? And he's like, no. She's like, yeah, neither do we. So, the minute she eats that chicken sandwich, she's probably going to be sick.
And he said his wife's sick, so why are you bringing her here? It's like, my wife's sick. Like, right, but this is a social place. Nobody asked you to show up.
Look at how tiny he is. I just grab him underneath the armpits and lift him up, and I'd go, who's a little grumpy and needs a nap? I shake a little Asian man and just be like, oh, do you need to go way down a little bit? Are we getting sweepy? That's what
His wife seems completely disinterested in this, by the way. She's just sitting there eating like, I don't want any
Yeah, it's because she's
part of this.
fucking dying. She doesn't give a shit. She's 1 foot out the door already. What do they call it? What did my dad always say? 1 foot on a grave, the other on a banana peel. She's trying to eat this chicken sandwich in peace before she croaks. As soon as that 3-year-old coughs, she's like, oh, I'm dead. That's an infection.
Let's finish the sandwich before the Grim Reaper gets here.
By the way, not all the dirty bacteria and shit that's floating around that restaurant from all the cooks, sweating and sneezing and coughing and all this stuff. Like, none of that stuff's going to fuck her up. It's that 3-year-old coughing.
Yeah.
Not all the different people touching the pads and the napkins and the utensils and the table and all that. That's not going to get her. It's that 3-year-old coughing.
Yeah. It is a public place.
Right.
You can leave.
You tell her to put a mask on.
No, I'm not going to because it's allergy
Then get
season.
out.
If she coughs twice,
Then
no.
leave.
Like they said, it's a family establishment
Tell
and I'm
her
allowed to
sick
be
in
here.
I'll be sick and she'll be sick and she don't feel sick.
Okay, that's not my problem. I'm allowed to be here and my daughter's allowed to cough.
Place.
My daughter's allowed to cough
This
during
is public
allergies.
place. Put the mask
Can you
on.
tell him to please stop approaching me?
Yes, please, or can you keep your distance with her? I mean, if you don't want to get sick.
Sure.
Yeah, right. That's a good point.
I don't want to get sick, but I'm going to jump in your face to yell at you.
Right.
Yeah, because if you come any closer, then I'll be calling the police.
Okay.
You don't come that close to my daughter.
Put the mask on.
Okay.
It's a free country. You can't force me to do anything, dude.
Yeah, it's free. But you're in
And
a
you
public
especially
place.
don't make a 3-year-old little.
By the way, I feel bad for him now because, like, a white person from America just told an Asian person from an Asian country that we have freedom and stuff. He doesn't get that's not registering.
Again, he comes from a society where
Yeah.
once he sets his foot down, it's kind of like that's the rule of the land, whether you like it or not.
It's a free country, and it's like this dude came from a place where there's still people alive from the rape of Nanking. Like, you're not this argument ain't gonna hit the way you think it does.
child.
By the way, the rape of Nanking is something Russel Brand will be going to prison for.
Cry.
You can go out. It's a public place.
Don't listen to him, baby. Here,
It's
you
a
go.
public spot.
Go grab your shoes. Go grab your shoes.
Again, I'm feeling bad for the kid. Crying part is getting to me. I don't know.
And a white supremacist was born that day.
Go grab your shoes. No, I'm not gonna leave.
It's a public spot.
We fucking heard you. We're not listening anymore. Stop. Good Lord.
I'd like to see them eject this guy out of the restaurant because the only one making a scene here is him.
Right? Public place, put a mask on. We already said no. If you don't make a new point, we're going to make you sit. We're going to strap you to that chair. Your wife just wants to eat her chicken sandwich.
Excuse me, but you're being very aggressive and that's not wanted here. If you feel unsafe, you need to leave.
Yeah.
If you feel unsafe, you need to leave. There's going to be more kids coming.
Now that's some WPH shit right there, Johnny. That's what we call unity. See, black community, that's what that looks like.
That's what
we're all.
I don't know though. If we switch him out with a black person, do you think this goes this way?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll put a mask on my kid immediately. Absolutely. You don't need to show me that iron you're carrying. We're good. By the way, but here's where your premise falls short. This isn't Dave's Hot Chicken or Popeyes.
Right. They're not even caught dead here. But I'm just saying, if it were to happen.
You know who goes to Chick-fil-A?
Who?
The good ones.
You mean the whites?
I know.
That's what it seemed like you meant. I'm sorry. I assumed wrong.
Oh God! If you want bland whites, go to Raising Cane's.
Call them. Please call them because there's going to be more kids here. And if you don't feel comfortable around kids, you're welcome to leave. You are welcome to leave.
You are not protecting the public. You are not protecting the public.
She is one more outburst away from just going, "Oh, me so sorry, you not feel safe in a restaurant. Oh, me so sorry, me may change everything just for you." I would like to see his response.
I don't think we'll get that one.
Like, just pull your eyes back as tight as you can and just start doing the most offensive accent you can. Oh, me so sorry, a chicken establishment bring greater dishonor to your wife.
Protect yourself. Wear a mask.
I'm protecting myself. You are not.
Stay at home. Wear a mask. Don't come out in public.
You're welcome to leave.
I'm going to call you.
You're being very
Sir, we're gonna.
Is there a birthday party happening now or soon?
Sir, I'm going to calm you down in the only way I know how to calm Asians down. Spell ambidextrous. You're going to nail this, aren't you? Fucking knew it.
But I'm just like, holy shit, this dude's losing his crap at a lady who's there with a kid setting up a birthday party. No offense, if you're immune compromised, you should just get the hell out of there because it's about to be a germ war zone.
And look
when
at
a
how
whole bunch of little
far
kids show up for
away
a birthday
he is
party.
from everyone, too. Like, he's so far away.
Yeah.
Sit down and suck a dick. Oh, no, Elijah Schaefer just sat down. Oh, no, I metaphorically suck a dick.
Did he just flick her off?
I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell if that was pointer or middle because he was waving both of them.
Fast.
He was waving both of them around, and he's a very skinny guy, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, I mean, is anyone on that guy's side? It would be interesting to find out if anyone thought that dude had, like, any right to be bitching the way he was.
Especially to a 3-year-old kid. Even if, and this is a huge if, even if everything he's like about, oh, she should be wearing a mask, whatever. It's a little fucking kid. You talk to the parent, you go, hey, kid's not wearing the mask, they're coughing, it's making me and the lady uncomfortable. I bet if he approached the lady calmly and asked her nicely, like, is there a way you can have him put on a mask? They're coughing a lot. And not made the kid cry, she might have been more receptive.
Making the child cry is never going to make you look like the hero in the story. That's for sure. Main Vein with $1 says that mom better watch out. That dude's going to put pee-pee in her Coke. That is, I mean, they do have a wily sense of humor, those types. That is a fair analysis. Veldrain with $1 says, if the Big Bang Theory has taught us anything, it's that super smart people don't know any better when it comes to social situations. Right. We should lock them in rooms and just have them solve math problems all day.
Well, that's weird because he seems socially awkward and stupid.
That's true. Well, then we lock him in the room, and if he can't do math proofs like Good Will Hunting, we just fucking chuck him in a river.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Coltrane with $1 says the impersonation deserves $1. I mean, I would love $100. That would be great, but I understand beggars can't be choosers. And fuck, are we taking a ass whooping today? Not as bad as it was, certainly, but an ass whooping nonetheless. 11 memberships away from 600. We could at least hit that number today, and I could, feel like we had a shot, but we'll see how it goes. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Still over 600 of you checking out the toe today. I'm going to make a ruling right now, and I'm going to say that we hit 700 today at least, maybe 800.
Okay.
But I know we had, 3,000 phones watching at one point?
Yeah, a lot of bots.
That's what we can say. 3,000 phones were watching the show.
Phones.
That's cool. Hey, man, I got really terrible news. Aside from the fact that we're still $200 away from anything resembling a win today, when it rains, it pours, and the gods are not happy. Our boy Clav got banned from YouTube.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. And apparently he knocked a chick up, too. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I don't know if that one stuck. But he got kicked off of YouTube. His account got deleted. And he met a new girlfriend. And allegedly, the girlfriend got knocked up. So not exactly a banner weekend for old Clavicular.
He's got other avenues, though. YouTube surely isn't his only platform.
He's a Kick guy. He's not even a YouTube guy.
So this won't even affect him.
Yeah, so check this out. He met this girl 10 days ago. Let's see. What's today's date? The 27th?
Yep.
So we met this girl 12 days ago. And that looks like the face of either a really pissed off guy or a guy who's zooted on so many different drugs that he can't fucking register regular emotion anymore. Either one is believable.
You're so high, she's covering her mouth to avoid a contact buzz.
Oh, he kissed her little titties. She's fucking built like a boy. Clav, what are we doing, bud?
He likes him like an ironing board.
I guess so. I love how like she's holding him and consoling him. She just found out that her tiny little A-cup frame is going to be absolutely like distorted and changed in a very short amount of time in a way that her frame is just not ready for yet. And she's like, oh, come here, I'll make you feel better. Like, hey, there. I know this is really hard for you. Like, Clav's not going to be like a black dude and just bail on her.
Well, if she's knocked up, that whole thing is going to get... Is that what you're talking about, distorted and messed up with her frame?
Well, yeah, I mean, she's a tiny little gal.
Yeah, she's not built to... she's not built to handle a kid.
Oh, he went
Unless
on.
she gets a C-section.
Yeah, he went on the clown show that is Fresh and Fit. This is an embarrassing fucking show. Myron Gaines is the gayest fucking guy. I mean, if he would just admit he's a homosexual, we could continue on. But this is one of those shows where like Myron Gaines is so insecure about his own intelligence that he has to debate OnlyFans models, and sometimes he loses. It's one of those shows. It's like the Whatever podcast guys. It's like betas trying to convince themselves they're not.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, if I tell this girl with big fake titties who has an OnlyFans that she's a whore, then I win. It's like, no, the fact that you're putting them on your intellectual plane is an L to begin with. But okay. So Clav goes on Fresh and Fit with the Fed Myron Gaines. And he's got his, look at, this is wrong. Like, this doesn't, like, I know Clav's like 20, so like basically any age girl over like 17 is probably technically sort of, it's still like sometimes they just look younger than they are, and you're like, dude, no. Bro,
I'm a little worried. She looks like she's limelight hopping with the way she's appearing in these. Like, you got to be careful there, Clav. You might have someone who doesn't love you for you, but loves you for the expense.
That's all these looks-maxing guys and these IRL streamers. They're all like, yeah, we can get girls. No, you're hanging out in Miami, the clout-chasing capital of the world. You have more than 1,000 people watching your live stream. You're going to get a cavalcade of stupid whores coming in and wanting to hang out with you and be around you. And then you're going to be like, I should give people dating advice. It's like, bro, you're not. No, that's not what you should be doing. You're a severely autistic guy who smashes his head with a hammer. You just have clout chasing bimbos coming around you.
You're hanging out in a mining colony asking why you keep finding gold diggers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And now they're going to start a family. You guys act like we're joking. We're not joking.
No, I'm not joking.
We're not joking.
Wait, when are you going to start family?
Say it.
Already in progress.
She's pregnant on the show. Let's fucking go. That's my pupil. That's my pupil. But I didn't teach him drugs. I did not teach him drugs. Did you know immediately you're pregnant? You're like, holy fucking look, smacks.org. He's inside of me. Or does it feel like nothing?
Fucking baby Max.
What?
Interesting question.
Wow, she's fascinating to listen to.
Right?
And
Really
by the way,
take on taking a hot load.
Whoever the fuck that guy is needs to be sterilized immediately. Wait, I thought clavicular was sterile. Isn't that what he said? That like he did so much meth and TRT and looks maxing shit that he killed his sperm?
I don't trust clavicular to tell me the truth though. So
I tell you this right now. The fact that he was sterile was one of the reasons why I liked him.
If it couldn't reproduce.
Right, because I was like, well, this guy, that's what made me say, guys, you should like him. He's great because he's harmless. Like, he's a biological dead end. He's fucking insane. He's not hurting anyone but himself. Let him cook. Now I find out that he can unleash babies on the world. I don't want to go back to hating him, but I think I have to go back to hating him if he can reproduce, because we kind of have to protect the human bloodline.
Right? He's
from his progeny.
It's one of God's own prototypes.
Exactly.
We can't have him going to regular production.
But yeah, he got kicked off of YouTube. He's done. And I think the reason they gave was that he violated policies around regulated or illegal goods or services. I think the amount of times he talks about peptides and TRT, like all this other stuff, and advises people to get those things, YouTube can kick you off. It's one of those, and steroids and other shit. So I think it's one of those rules that YouTube has in place in case they encounter a guy they can't fucking stand, like clavicular, and they go, well, let's look through the book and find a reason.
And that's one of the reasons they keep around.
Right. Ethan Klein could tell you to get peptides all day long. I mean,
they're not going to do anything to him.
I have a suspicion that Ethan Klein lost all his weight due to the help of like Ozempic or some shit like that. Ozempic puts fucking holes in your bones. And, you know, I was thinking about this the other day. Ozempic is kind of like the perfect drug for our times and this generation because it is a drug that rich people can afford that makes their outward appearance improve and look much better, but it completely rots and shreds and disintegrates their insides. And there is no better accurate reflection of what this society is than people who are willing to rot and fuck up their insides so that they can have an appropriate good look in their terms on the outside. I think.
By the way, to do something you could probably do yourself if you committed to it.
Right. I don't want to ban Ozempic. I don't want to get rid of it. I think Ozempic is a mirror. And I want to keep it around. I think it's good for us. I think Ozempic is good because the people who want to do it the right way will go, no thanks, I'm okay. And the rotten, disgusting, vile, surface level cunts will gobble it up like Pez. And they deserve what happens to them.
Okay.
In other words,
I'll never take the shit.
Yeah. In other words, doing great. Don't change a thing. Don't change a thing. $1 from Coltrane says, I mean, you married April. She was about the same build. I was kind of waiting for that one.
Yeah, I knew somebody was going to make it.
Clav likes them built like Nick. $1 from Veldrain says, this would be like if Aaron got Ape pregnant. Every time someone mentions that as a possibility, I do the same thing.
I mean, it's a little rough. You were set up so you couldn't reproduce in that whole thing from the get-go. So
that's true. Yeah. You know what? I forget that sometimes. That that was never a possibility.
Yeah, you started from a safe space.
Yeah. Boy, that's nice. I like that. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We are an even 200 away from a W, but we're 11 memberships away from 16. So if you or 600, I'm sorry, 11 memberships away from 600. So if you really want to torture the fuck out of me, you can make me stay here longer and we'll still fail today. Looking for whales. Looking for whales. The last thing I have for you today before I go into some other shit like sex teachers and things like that. We're not going to make it to the sex teacher today on your end of the show. But my favorite looks maxer, the guy who I like the most, 100% following this shit, Androgenic.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Androgenic?
I am familiar. That's the one who got his hat ripped off and was wearing a wig, right?
Yeah, but you know what rules about him?
What?
He keeps wearing the hat with a wig, and the whole bit is people will come up and take the hat off of him, and he'll chase them and put them in headlocks and shit. I love Androgenic. He's also the guy that when Clav was ODing, he was like, you want an Addy? You want an Addy, bro? You want an Addy?
That'll help.
I love that guy. Androgenic's my favorite. So he's from Australia, which, by the way, I did not know. And he got arrested over the weekend.
Okay, what did he get arrested for?
For something that happened back in February. So he was apparently being a public nuisance back in February. And I always thought that if you're a public nuisance, once you stop being a public nuisance, like tomorrow the clock resets.
Right.
You know, like, oh, he's not a public nuisance anymore. He's good. But apparently in Australia, where they were like locking people up in COVID camps back in the day, they got nothing better to do. This is what happens when you don't have mass shooters and gun violence. You can arrest people for really retarded shit.
Like public nuisance charges.
Yeah. So this is the Australian police arresting Androgenic on stream. Now, look at little baby face boy, little looks maxer. He's got the shitty hair, but he wears the wig. I just fucking love this guy. He's just so. By the way, he needs one more of these necklaces, don't you think?
Yeah, two of them together would look great.
Yeah, I think two. I think the pair would be awesome.
Sergeant Colin Mosswood Valley Police Station. I just need to have a word with you just about an incident that occurred back in February on the 27th of February. Okay? There's a bit of an incident up at...
Look at him. He's mogging the cops even when they're sitting there talking to him. He knows he's on camera. He's got his chin up higher than them. He's height mogging them. He's looks mogging them.
Need to tone down that lipstick, buddy. It's a little too bright for your skin tone.
Look, the eyeliner too, but that's not the point. The point is our boy Andrew Genick is mogging the cops, as he should.
Hungry Jacks. Okay, so basically, based on that, I'm going to place you under arrest in relation to that for public nuisance, right?
Dude, I'm not kidding. He literally was doing a mogging pose before he responded to the cops. How do you not fucking love this guy? So like, I was joking at first, but it turns out, watch how he snaps out of it. He really was doing a mogging pose on the cops. He's way cooler than Clavicular. Clavicular, I don't think, knows how big of a joke he is. Andrew Genick just rolls with it. I like that. He rolls with the hair thing and all that.
Occurred back in February, on the 27th of February. Okay?
Look at him!
There's a bit of an incident up at Hungry Jacks. Okay? So basically, based on that.
So then he snaps out of it and goes, all right, now I'm ready to engage you after I've mogged the shit out of you.
I'm going to place you under arrest in relation to that for public nuisance, right? I'm going to escort you back to the Footscray Valley Police Beat, and we'll take care of things there.
Can he be taken without handcuffs on, please?
Yep, I'll just place my hands on him.
Yeah, that's fine. Because we're his personal security guard.
Yep.
We'll walk with you.
I'll get you to stand back.
That's fine.
Okay?
That's fine.
Just give us some space.
Don't get me wrong. There are like maybe 3 synapses still firing upstairs on this guy.
Right.
But
those, the right 3.
Yeah, those 3 synapses were like, all right, height mog the shit out of these cops, then go with them. By the way, we're live streaming this, bro. Put the fucking cuffs on me.
Yeah, get some content for your show, man.
Yeah.
Get some clips out there of you.
Let's do some business. That's the big thing on Kick. The big thing on Kick is the clips. You got to have the clips on Kick. Those are the things that go viral. How about that's not a public nuisance? That twat with the
music
guitar
playing in the background?
Yeah. How about he's a public nuisance? She's not.
It is what it is.
Oh, that's deep. Did you really just stop the fast forwarding to say it is what it is? Ew. Fire this man, Andrew Genick.
How far down did they park?
Yeah, guys, come on. Oh, they're going down an alleyway. Whoa.
He pauses. In Chinatown now?
They pause it again just for him to say another trope. He's like, a penny saved is a penny earned. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Don't start nothing. Won't be nothing.
It is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Oh, there we go. Oh, is that the police? Oh, they had to take him right to the police department. Okay, so there we go. So they took that big hulking giant in. It's wild to me that they can arrest you for being a public nuisance almost
After the fact?
Yeah, almost 3 months ago.
Because, like, the mogging thing I think is dumb, but I don't think he was being a nuisance there at all. It seemed all right.
No, he was fine. They're picking on our boy. That's what it is. Thank you to My Lost Interest for gifting a membership. We've officially broken the 200 plane today. Look at us. And we're now 10 memberships away from 600 and me having to do another half hour of failure today. You goofballs. Please and thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
God, you know, I hate to compliment myself on something so bad, but I'm getting really good at taking these L's.
Nice.
Because like the audience says, you know, we always got you. And like last week we were down a bunch. We ended up perfect. We just rallied on Wednesday night and Thursday. So like I'm scaring myself at how okay I am. Like today's show has been focused on the show. It's been fucking immaculate. It's been perfect. It's been very good. And yet we've been fucking bombing monetarily. So thank you guys very much. 10 memberships away from 600. $1 from Silverwolf says, agreed, Aaron. I cut myself to 1 meal a day, which is rice and meat, no energy drinks or soda, and I do 50 sit-ups and 50 push-ups every night. Fuck that devil drug. Yeah, well, hopefully you're not wasting your money on shit like that.
On that shit.
I'm going to pee and then I'll cut you loose.
All right.
And if you get a $100 donation while I'm gone, I'm giving you half of it.
Okay.
That's my rule. That's my rule. I'll be right back, kids.
All right. So if we get a couple Red Boys in, that sounds pretty nice. He said one. Does it mean more than one if we got two? Like, just throw 2 Red Boys in. We've been waiting a while. That'd be great. I'll be on today at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. Me and Digger doing a show as usual. I don't think that public nuisance thing is going to really matter too much. I think Clavicular losing his YouTube also doesn't matter. Why do you take away the YouTube of a guy if he's not really streaming on that platform? Was he crying because he lost the YouTube? What was the whole cuddle thing about? I still have questions. I will be again live at 1. If we can get a Red Boy to come in and bail us out today, that'd be super awesome, but I'm not expecting it, so we'll see what happens. Please and thank you. I really appreciate everybody supporting the program because I love coming here and doing it, so it's nice, and I am very, very grateful. I don't know what I can talk about going on today because I still haven't prepped my show for today. That's what I do when I leave here. When I get done here, I just start grabbing stuff. I know Digger, I think, sent a couple things over to me earlier this morning, so I probably have a few things from her as well. So we'll be doing all that fun stuff tonight, and you can hang out with the two of us and call us dumb when we start at 1 p.m. He's taking a while for this bathroom break compared to normal. Is he okay? Is there... I'm worried about our boy. I hope he's doing well. I don't want to see anything happening. You know, it'd be nice if he could stay on the healthy narrow end, or start wearing a mask, because apparently that's what we have to do now. We have to wear masks when we go out in public. How bad are you at sticking on that stuff, man? Let it go. Don't wear a mask in public. That's got to be the one that bothers me the most. Again, the little kid getting yelled at by some old guy. Don't yell at the fucking little kid. Go talk to the mom. It's mean. I almost wish I had the chats up so I could read and engage with that, but somebody told me a long time ago to not have the chats up, so I'm sorry I don't have that to interact with you guys.
I want to apologize.
What's up?
That got away from me.
It started seeming like it was.
Hold on. Let me...
Doing all right?
We're good. Oh, my goodness.
What's up?
Sanford's son with 20 gifted memberships. Holy dick
you.
Balls and words.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Well, Johnny's getting a little payday bump, just like everybody getting payday bumps. Look at
Appreciate
this.
it. Thank you very, very much. It's very kind of you.
Now I have to do
math.
90 memberships from 700. All right, so I'm going until 11. We're double digits from today's goal. So shit's back on track for today.
Thank you all so much. You're the best audience ever.
You know how I said that I've been getting very well at taking it in the butthole. Don't clip that. There's a reward for that in the end.
Yeah.
There's a reward for that.
It's a pat on the head.
It's a pat on the head. Dude, I really made some thunder.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah.
Do you need another second?
No.
Or is there a second wave coming in? You're good and settled?
No, I'm good.
All right.
But,
I'd hate to bail on you, and it turns out you're just in the eye of the storm, and there's a whole nother
Well, no,
wave
it's
coming on
like
the back end.
it's a feeling of peace and contentment.
Okay.
But it's a shift. You understand, right?
Because there's also a bunch of weight that's not there. Like your guts feel rearranged.
Yeah. So I'm okay, but I'm in a strange place.
I'm not right, but I'm gonna be okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be okay.
Don't you worry about me, fam. I'm legit. All right, Johnny, you can get the fuck out of here.
All right, we'll catch you tomorrow, homie.
You have notched us a nice little $100 drop there, and you've given us a shot at a victory. Now we can have a $100 drop and still lose today. I have another 55 minutes to fuck this up. So to the rest of you, you know what I should have said? If we get a $100 donation while I'm gone and we hit the goal, Johnny gets $50. So I might have really.
Yeah, you might have put yourself in a twist.
All right. Thank you very much. And we will talk to you tomorrow morning. You'll be on at 1 o'clock today, Central Time, on Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully you get botted to hell like we did today.
Yeah, maybe. That'd be nice. I've never been botted before.
This is the first time for everything, fam. All right, Johnny, take it easy. Have a good rest of your day. Oh, you just fucked off. All right. Well, suck my ass then, I guess. All right. Skousko says, how crazy is that? Faking his donos. Oh, is that the new conspiracy? That's not really a new conspiracy. That's an old that's an old cope from the anti-steel toe crowd. The anti-steel toe crowd is I'm Gray Duckling. I am Sanford's son. I'm Main Vein, which really sucks because like I've mailed shit to all these people. So like for my schizophrenia to be so bad that I'm mailing shit to myself and not getting it, I'm way deeper in the woods than I thought I was. Fug. Rational Redhead says, yes, my oldest is 24. My youngest is 15. I'm 44 now. Wow. So you got to business right off the jump. Holy shit. Thank you very much, Sanford Son. I appreciate that. Everyone else, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's do, I don't know, $5-10 at a time. Or you know what? Somebody else can throw in $100 and we can just be done with the damn thing. Either way, we're going to rally in 18 minutes. Then we're going to go till 11 o'clock and we might rally a second time to see if we can get it hammered out. Thank you guys so much for the contributions. Still over 600. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much. I want to tell you a little bit about our friends at Rumble Premium. Then we'll continue on. Thanks again. You've probably noticed Rumble is growing fast and it's not slowing down. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first and actually protects free speech. And now there's Rumble Premium, an easy way to upgrade your experience. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. No pre-rolls, no interruptions, just the content you came for. I'm a Premium member. Premium members unlock exclusive content like bonus videos, behind-the-scenes drops, and more from your favorite creators. We do premium-only content on weekends. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off an annual subscription. Just go to rumble.com/premium and use the promo code STUDIO at checkout. That's rumble.com/premium, promo code STUDIO. No ads, more freedom, and content you actually care about. That's the deal with Rumble Premium. Thanks, guys. Okay. Now we get to what you came here for. Sex teachers. Yes, sex teachers is what you came here for today. They exist, they're real, and they are pedophiles and criminals. They are all a problem. And the fact that so many of them go into education, it kind of explains sort of like the Catholic Church's big sin, their big crime, which is not that the priests were fucking creepy, because nobody can be expected to stop, that to happen from happening before it happens, because who of us think that way? We don't. So these monsters kind of have an edge in that they're the only perverts who think like they do. The crime becomes the cover-up. The crime becomes moving people from diocese to diocese, and that was evil. That's what Ratzinger, Pope Benedict, did, and he was a real piece of shit. I don't have any proof that they're still doing that. Could they be in some parts of the church? Yeah, they could be. I hope not, because that's evil and that's terrible, and they shouldn't do that. But we have, in schools, they have an issue with this. You have a lot of people, like people who are attracted to children, usually want to be in places or take jobs that have a lot of children accessible and available to them. So predators find teaching to be a very, happy hunting ground for them. This next one seems really fucking damaged. This one is out of Bell County, Texas, and I have a feeling that they're not going to play around in Texas, because isn't Texas where the guy was from who was had the hat on by the phone bank, and the guy who molested his kid was walking by in custody and he shot him and he went to trial and they found him not guilty? I think that was in Texas. Texas doesn't play around with that kind of shit. This next teacher's name is Angela Palmares, and she was a substitute.
Alano ISD substitute teachers in the Bell County Jail accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student. Angela Palmares is charged with improper relationship between an educator and a student. An investigation began on Tuesday when the district told the Llano County Sheriff's Office about the incident. An arrest warrant was issued, and she was found in Bell County and taken into custody. Llano ISD immediately removed her from the list of available substitutes.
It's weird that, they immediately removed her from the list of available substitutes. You don't say. Did they? Oh, well, good thing they crossed their T's and dotted their I's on that. But, like, they always look like it after the fact, right? And this is why people kick themselves so much. When stuff like this happens, you're like, oh, man, I should have known. I should have known that she was one of them. And maybe you should have, maybe you shouldn't have. But, like, she definitely looks like a creep. You got the one eye bigger than the other. You got the very youthful appearance. You've got kind of a succubus vibe going on there. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should have known, but there's no way of knowing. Like, the only way to actually know is to put yourself in their shoes and be like, oh, I wonder if they're thinking this. And that makes you feel creepy. A lot of people don't want to go to that place. But how fucked up is it, too, that did you hear what she was charged with? Like, you had to make a law. Like, teachers have been fucking around with their students so much that there has to be a very specific law. Not like a person charged with felony sexual relationship with a subordinate. They had to specifically make a law that's teacher fucking a student. Not like child molestation or anything like that. No, specifically the teacher having sex with the student. That's not good that we've had to specify that one. No, Phil Herslit, that's not. My Lost Interest says, if only she was my substitute when I was in school. Ain't nothing improper with that. And you know that's really always the guy's response. Because, like, you always hear what the age is, and you go, you immediately put yourself in that position when you were that age. And, like, if I'm 17, 18, and I have God, who was the hot teacher when we were in high school? Rensenbrink or Jordahl? Or John Dahl. John Dahl and Rensenbrink were the two hot ones when I was in school. And Litfin, Miss Litfin. And if one of them would have approached you I'd have to be at least 17. Because I don't think, like, if you're a virgin, you're shitting your pants and you're scared and you're terrified, that. But if I was 17 or 18, I think I'd still be too nervous, man. I really do. I think that would be fucked up. Because everyone like My Lost Interest said, if only she was my substitute. Ain't nothing improper about that. Really, though, like, try to think back to that time. Because I feel like you're viewing it through the lens of how you think now. I think if I was a student, I would be like, oh, this is fucked up. Like, I'm going to get caught. Everybody's going to be in trouble. This is off. This is weird. I don't think we would be as gung-ho about it as we think we would. Phil Herslit says, Aaron had a hot teacher named Mr. Johnson. No, there were no misters. No misters. Bigot on Socialist Media says, still a fucking pedo. And yeah, that's how I think about it. By the way, some soaper says, I think it was Louisiana, Gary Plosh. I know that's the guy's name. That it was Louisiana, not Texas. All right, well, the same thing. My position still stands. A state like Texas, I think if somebody were to do something like that, I think they would cut them loose. I don't think any jury would ever convict them. But yeah, go find someone your own age, especially the good-looking ones. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you're going after high school students. It doesn't. The fact that goes into your head and you don't immediately reject it and go, oh, fuck, what the hell is wrong with me? By the way, MSO says, fag. Yeah, I figured that. I figured as much. Puck says, Aaron didn't have anything to show off. Oh, dare you. 320 PP says, not talking about the predator caught in the St. Cloud Mall. That's not the St. I have a different, maybe not a St. Cloud predator story, but I do have a St. Cloud piece of shit story. I'm not familiar with the predator one. Hold on a bit. Oh, God, I missed it. Oh, I needed. There we go. I missed the first one. I didn't hit the mute button for the first sneeze, but I got the second one. The only fucked up St. Cloud story I have on my list today, and I'll bring it to the front of the line, I guess. By the way, we are $95 away from a win today. I appreciate you guys. We're 90 memberships away from 700, which means we crossed over 600, which means I do an extra half hour today. But what I'd really like is a big win for the toe. And really, Main Vein, My Lost Interest, and Sanford's Son, those are the only big hits we've really had today. So we got plenty. We got plenty in reserves. Let's get after it, and everybody throw in a little. My Lost Interest with $1 says at least they should have different penalties for men with girl students and women with boy students. I agree. I do agree with you. However, I guarantee that wouldn't pass the courts because that would be kind of not even separate but equal. It would just be, it would violate so many different, codes. It would be definitely unconstitutional. But I agree with you. Men with girl students is more fucked up than women with boy students, although both of them obviously should be against the law. Rexdart parody account says, careful, you'll have a pissed off Asian running downstairs to yell at you. Yeah, I didn't cover my mouth when I sneezed. What are you doing? My wife is sick. What the fuck are you guys doing in my house? Kind of weird when he wrote that. I started, for a split second, I thought about the feasibility of just keeping an Asian couple upstairs while I'm doing the show so they could come down and yell at me during the program. But, yeah. Maybe if we hit the goal, I can afford to hire an Asian family to yell at me for sneezing. No, this is the St. Cloud story. A woman convicted of abusing a 4-year-old in her at-home daycare will not be spending any more time behind bars following her sentencing. I'm not shitting you. This daycare worker beat a 4-year-old and is not going to do a day in jail after sentencing. Boy, I sure am glad that this woman didn't send a text message to somebody. She really would have been fucked. That really would have been. I mean, thank God the Stearns County justice system, has a good proportionality of conduct. Thank God that this woman who beat the living dog shit out of a 4-year-old isn't going to do serious time. We'd really hate to be unfair. According to the Stearns County Attorney's Office, which is a fucking joke apparently, in August of 2025, police were notified of an assault that occurred at a daycare facility in Sartell. In May, the child's mother noticed a red mark on her daughter's ear, and the girl said her daycare provider, Sarah Beckstrom, caused it by pulling on her ear. In June, Beckstrom told the parents about a mark on the girl's shoulder, claiming it was a mosquito bite. 2 months later, while on vacation, the mother asked her daughter to use the bathroom. The child responded by pinching her own shoulder and saying, "Go to the bathroom now and don't pee in your pull-up." Oh no, I wonder if this is like an autistic kid or like an at-risk kid. Oh no, she's 4, so she might just be little. The child also told her mother that Beckstrom was mad at her and mimicked being punched in the stomach. Oh my, well, again, thank goodness that this woman is not going to see the inside of a cell ever again. Oh man. She fucking punched a 4-year-old in the stomach. And they let her get away with an Alford plea, which is, I'm not pleading guilty, but I'm admitting that I may lose at trial. You don't hate these fucking people enough. You really don't. I do. You don't. The criminal complaint states that during an interview at the Child Advocacy Center, the child said, quote, "Sarah hit my tummy and struck her own stomach." She also said Beckstrom pulled her ear and told her to go on the potty. Beckstrom was convicted on 2 misdemeanor counts of malicious punishment of a child through an Alford plea. That means she maintains her innocence, but acknowledges that the evidence is strong enough that a jury would likely convict her if the case went to trial. She was sentenced in Stearns County District Court to 364 days in jail, stayed for 2 years, meaning she will not serve any additional time behind bars unless she is convicted of another same or similar offense. Beckstrom was placed on 2 years probation and is barred from working at or owning a daycare. She received credit for 1 fucking day served. Who is the prosecutor on this? Who gave this fucking deal the okay? Honestly, to hell with people who allow this shit. A kid gets punched and beaten, and she won't even see the inside of a jail cell. Again, thank God she didn't send a text. Fuck this lady, and fuck this system, and fuck everybody in it. Again, you don't hate these people enough. You do not hate them enough. Unbelievable. OG Anonymous Fake Dono with $10 says, thanks to Sanford's son, there's still a chance. Don't give up hope for the goal. Thank you very much for the $10. We're $85 away from notching a win for the toe. Thank you, Anonymous OG Fake Dono, for the $10. Come on, guys. You know what? It is just about that time to rally up. 320 PP says, I sent you a link to St. Cloud Mall catch from Friday. What platform did you send it? I will go check it out because we do have another half hour after the rally segment. And let's see if we can knock down that $85 and notch a win for the toe. I want to do this one. I want to do this rally song because I watched the Hulk Hogan documentary over the weekend. Go ahead and throw in a couple of links, memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's not waste that 20 membership drop from Sanford's son. Let's hit that $85 and call it a win for the toe. Ready? And go! Hit the light! There we go! Let's go! Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, go! Let's do this shit! Oh, Hooters Girl says you forgot the $10 drop. Stop, we're going to restart it in a second. You're right, $10 from OG Anonymous Fake Dono. Give him the $10 drop. Be very quiet. I'm hunting Negroes. All right, I'm shouting. I'm nervous already. $85 away from a win for the toe. Let's go. Now we're ready. Throw us a couple of bucks. And let's get that $85 knocked out. All's well that ends well. We struggled until about 10 o'clock. Let's finish it off. Ryan the Garbage Man says, if you had an Asian couple living upstairs, Gordy would be supper. It's a fair point. It's a really fair point. All right, guys, let's go. Let's get a couple of drops in here. 85 away, 90 memberships away from 700. All right, we got the link somewhere. No, 320 PP, it did not come through in the chat. I'm sorry. Come on, boys and girls, let's go. $85 away from a win. Come on, who's going to start it off? Yeah, man. 85. $85 is the number. We could use a couple of bucks. Don't everybody rush all at once to throw in $20, 5 memberships, 10 memberships, $5. Don't everybody trip all over each other trying to knock out $85. 85. Dude, we got to be able to rally for 85 these days or it's a problem. Come on, baby. Come on. Joey Caravello's mommy says Ryan the Garbage Man is appropriate because that joke was trash. Thank you. Dude. Fuck. Hey, Ryan the Garbage Man with $5. The rally has begun. The song is almost over, but the rally has begun at $5. Thank you, Ryan. $80 away from today's goal. Let's get a win for the toe. Come on now. This one's going to stop really abruptly. It's going to stop really quick. There, see? All right, last one, and then I have to shame spiral on with an extra 30 minutes today. So yes, I will be doing this again. If we don't knock out this 80, I'm doing this again at 10:55. So fire up the second song. Let's go. Links are in the chat. Hit it. T-Jeff says, time for Johnny and a Mankini stream. Really, the rally segments for me now are basically a superstition. I'm just going, maybe something will happen. We used to think that if we were under 150 for one of these segments, we're home, we're good. And now we're at 80, and I'm like, fuck. Like, did you guys not know that this is the segment where you like the show today, you all throw in $5. Like, everybody just throws in a little, and we got this thing. Maybe I didn't make that clear. Maybe we didn't know, but that's what we do for this part of the program. Streamlabs, PayPal, you know what? I haven't put the links in the chat enough yet. There we go. There it is once. There it is again. 90 memberships from 700. Well, I've got a minute and a half of this embarrassment left before we can continue the show. Yeah. Ooh. Smile through the humiliation. Smile. I don't know why I keep going back to the chat like something's going to happen. We're really just running out the clock on this humiliation ritual. $80 from hitting the goal. Hitting the goal is fucking awesome. I love hitting the goal. It's not, I would like it to happen. $40 seconds. I'm not going back to the chat. Why would I go back to the chat? There's nothing in there. Just get to the end of the song. 30 seconds left. $80 away. All right, now play that little ditty at the end. you know what's really exciting? I get to do that again in 25 minutes. Turn off the light, please. We made $5 during our big rally segment, which is where everything's supposed to happen and everybody throws in a couple of bucks for a good show and everybody gifts a membership and everybody's really, hey, yeah, let's get after it. Help me help you. What can I do to make it better? Because $5 in rally segments is not going to do it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Guys, we got to have somebody other than Main Vein chipping in. We can't live on Main Vein and Sanford Sun. You got to give these guys a break. $10 from Main Vein says, looking forward to seeing WPW this week, bud. You're not going to see me at shit if we keep making $5 during rally segments. I'm just going to sit at home and just go like this all day and go, I'll wait for the next show. Let's wait for the next humiliation ritual. Main Vein with $1 says, seeing you. Oh, he correcting, seeing me at WPW. Well, $70 away from today's goal. Please and thank you. Reformed Rapscallion says, go on a marathon until the goal is met. No, fuck that, dude. It's fucking retarded. Chevrolet JB says, I would if I ever received my Tumblr. I got $5 for you. Am I the Tumblr guy? Oz is the Tumblr guy. I'm waiting on Oz to get you your Tumblr. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rant. So here's how the bonus half hour you've earned is going to work. I do a story, then I beg you for money, then I do a story, then I beg you for money. You know what would be great? Let's just knock out the 70 and call it a win. I'm excited we got to this one today. More UFO guys are dropping dead, and I can't believe that it's a coincidence. There's too many. I don't know if you've been following the amount of like nuclear and space physicist scientists who have been dropping dead, but there's been like 10 of them in the last few years, and they're all dying under mysterious circumstances. Well, now an Air Force veteran who agreed to testify before Congress, and by the way, I am shouting, I know, it's because I'm nervous about the 70 and now missing twice in a day. So I'm uncomfortable. An Air Force veteran who agreed to testify before Congress about secret government UFO programs died just months before the hearings of an accidental drug overdose. Isn't that wild? These guys, can't you ever like kill them? Why do you have to do it so close? It almost seems like you're taunting us when you're doing these like, oh, he died just, a little bit before he was about to testify. It's almost like you're giving us the finger going, you'll never be able to prove it was us, but it's us. By the way, months before he's going to testify, I don't know. If it were days, I would, I'd be a little more amenable to believe that he was killed. But months? I mean, they're doing the kind of thing that I told them to do, right? Like they're killing them earlier. Matthew James Sullivan, 39, died at his home in Falls Church, Virginia on May 12th back in 2024 from a lethal mix of alcohol, alprazolam, cyclobenzaprine, and imipramine. Fuck, we take too many drugs. Alprazolam is generic Xanax, an anti-anxiety medication. Cyclobenzaprine is a powerful prescription muscle relaxant that works on the central nervous system. Imipramine, if we had hit the 70, I would have been all over these pronunciations, is a drug for children used to treat anxiety and bedwetting. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that he took these on his own. The mysterious death is of grave concern to Representative Eric Burleson, who referred the matter for investigation to the FBI due to its implications for national security. Okay, fuck off. You think that Kash Patel's FBI is going to look into this? The same people who did this are the ones he's covering for in the Epstein files. There's no fucking way you're getting any answers on this. Plus, Kash Patel's probably drunk already. What is it? 10:35. So it's 11:35 in Washington. He's hammered already. By the way, I was seeing before the White House Correspondents' Dinner thing from this weekend, I was seeing rumors that Kash Patel was going to tender his resignation as the FBI director. You're never going to catch me feeling bad for Bongino or Kash Patel, but the fact that these guys basically got used, that the system basically went, hey, you're the two guys who are banging the drum on the Epstein files harder than anyone. We're going to humiliate you publicly and make you say that he didn't kill himself, or that he did kill himself and that he never trafficked children. Then we're going to have you cover up a shitload of Epstein files. And then we're just going to make you resign afterward. I mean, that's some cold-blooded shit. Now, the sudden and suspicious circumstances surrounding his death raises significant concerns that potential foul play in the safety of other individuals in this matter. The FBI indicated in a statement that Sullivan's death could be under investigation, along with a dozen other missing or dead U.S. scientists. While we do not comment on specific incidents, the FBI is spearheading the effort to look for connections into the missing and deceased scientists. We are working with the Department of Energy, Department of War, and with our state and local law enforcement partners to find the answers. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead with nobody finds a fucking thing. Here's what they're going to find. Oh, man, you guys aren't going to believe it. It turns out this guy totally just took way too many pills and killed himself. Can you believe it? He just decided that it was time to go. Even though he wanted to testify about this alien shit and this UFO stuff he knew about, he was like, you know what? It's too far in the future. I'm just going to tap out now. I mean, I believe it. I feel really bad for anybody who keeps, these things keep happening and they're like, we're going to find a way. We're going to find hope. This is going to change himself. Or this is going to change things, you know? Say no. Why is this one going to be different than any of the others? Sorry, I'm distracted. 70 away from a win. Reformed Rapscallion says, Aaron, you look great this morning. If fat and gay was the goal, you crushed it. Thanks. I love being insulted. I love doing a half hour of overtime for a goal I'm not going to fucking hit. And then just when I come back to my chat after the story to talk to the audience about what we just discussed, just totally being shit on. It feels so good. This is totally good for everyone's mental health and fantastic. Nobody should throw in a dime to this program. $70 away from today's goal. I'll come back and talk to you guys when you're ready. When I'm ready, whatever. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit that $70 goal. I sure would appreciate it. So we've been hearing that at any moment. And again, sorry I'm shouting. I'm nervous. I can't regulate the volume of my voice because I'm fucking doing overtime and I'm going to miss a goal twice. Spirit Airlines close to a $500 million bailout from the Trump administration. It's just, why? What's the point? You're either going to have to keep doing it again and again, or you can just let it die. And I understand it's a budget carrier. It's going to help the industry because then more people will be able to afford to fly, and that's good for the economy. But like, if enough people wanted to fly Spirit Airlines, enough people would have flown Spirit Airlines to keep it in the air. Just giving them a $500 million check and saying, here you go, guys, keep going. It's just, it's so us. It's so what we do. Spirit Airlines is close to getting a bailout from the federal government, according to an attorney during their bankrupt hearing last week. The deal is expected to include the federal government taking a stake in the troubled airline, which had struggled to make money ever since the COVID pandemic. That could include $500 million in federal assistance, according to a source familiar with the discussions. The Spirit attorney did not disclose any of the terms of a possible deal. Remember, when we used to have debates about whether or not something was constitutional, about whether the government should do something or whether it was okay that the government did something. And then remember when the economy completely failed because the banks were fucking retarded and just acted like there was no tomorrow and there was always going to be money. And then they failed. And remember when the regulatory system for our country used to be if you fuck up and fail and screw up the economy, you go out of business, so you can't fucking do that again unless you recoup your own money and then build back again and do a better job and learn your lesson? Well, back in 2008, we decided, why don't we just cut them all a fucking check and keep them in business? And instead of going, instead of having conservatives that held the line and went, well, no, that's not the government's job. It's not the government's job to bail out bankers. It's not the government's job to bail out mortgage lenders and insurance companies. That's not their job. If these companies fucked up, then they should go under. They should lose all their money. Instead, we cut them like $1.5 trillion in bailouts. So now bailouts become the norm. That's the thing. We never go backwards. So every time you hear this is just an exception to the rule, we're just going to do this one time because it's an emergency, they're too big to fail, just know that we're never going to have this debate again. So anything you have to say about something, you'd better say it the first time, because once it happens once, it can happen for anything else. So like Spirit Airlines, hey, they're going out of business. Well, sucks to suck. You ran a shitty airline. You can't keep the money coming in to stay in business. You're done. Instead, it's just like, well, the government, hey, we can cut you a $500 million check to stay in business. And the rest of us go, well, wait a minute. Should the federal government be allowed to do that? Well, we already have before with the banks. Well, I guess you're right there. You've done it already. So we don't get to vote on it. We don't get to discuss it. I mean, does it even have to be passed in Congress, or does some asshole from the government just get to show up with a $500 million check and go, here you go? By the way, I'm so glad I'm doing a story where I can complain, because the deal is expected to include the federal government taking a stake in the troubled airline. Hey, don't worry, guys. We're going to balance the budget one black budget airline flyer at a time. Yay. Spirit would also avoid becoming the first significant U.S. airline in 25 years forced to completely halt operations because of financial problems. It's good that companies cease operations because of financial problems. Maybe another airline opens up in their place. Maybe they declare bankruptcy and somebody buys a piece of Spirit's fleet and they're able to start their own regional budget carrier, and that grows into something out of there. Nope. We're going to keep the same diseased carcass of an airline alive and keep it afloat with fiat money. Just like with the banking system. Wouldn't it be good if JP Morgan went the fuck under? Wouldn't it be good if Merrill Lynch went under? Wouldn't it be good if all these banks that fucking eat shit and took these bad bets on the housing market and wrote these terrible loans and then packaged them up? Wouldn't it be great if all these places went under and went out of business so the dog shit that they were engaging in leaves the marketplace? Yes, that would be wonderful. Or we can take trillions of dollars in money we don't have, give them back, give that money to the same people who fucked everything up. Hey, but at least the people will own the banks then, right? And their profits will become ours? No. They'll continue to be a private bank, and then they'll just continue to do all the fucked up shit they were doing before. And when everything rebuilds, they'll get to keep all the profits. How hard would it have been to write a fucking deal with the banks where we go, hey, this $1.5 trillion is a loan. You will pay it back to the taxpayer at interest. And then you and I, when the banks recover, we get a check in the mail. I'm just kidding. That's how a country that isn't owned by billionaires would run. The source told CNN a deal could be announced any day now. A new bankruptcy court hearing has been tentatively set for April 30th to consider terms of the possible deal. So, again, does this have to pass the Congress? Does this have to be signed by the president? Or has the presidency become so powerful that you can just go ahead and cut businesses $500 million checks without checking with anybody? Yay! God, all of this to keep a dog shit airline in the air. Yeah, but if they're the bottom of the barrel, they charge the cheapest. If they go under and there's no one to put downward pressure on prices, then won't prices go up? I mean, maybe, but we have to measure that against, we just print $500 million and hand it to them, even though they can't stay, they can't stay profitable. I mean, if they can't stay profitable and they go out of business, then those fares were never real in the first place because they couldn't be sustained by the marketplace. Trump said, Spirit is in trouble, and I'd love somebody to buy Spirit. It's 14,000 jobs, and maybe the federal government should help that one out. And I told my people, boy, doesn't that sound like a conservative, capitalist Republican? Maybe the federal government should help that one out. I mean, I'm sorry, I am fucking crabby. It's perfect for this story. $1 from My Lost Interest says, remember when you used to have to ask our representatives if something was okay to do something? Yeah, right? Main Vein with another $5. Guys, it's the same two people. We got to all chip in a little bit and get this thing going. I don't want to do overtime, to be honest, just to fucking lose twice. Thank you to Sanford Son for that 20 gifted memberships, by the way. I do appreciate that. All right, what are we, 65 away from a win? I guess I can always just keep bitching. That's fun. $5 from Main Vein says, I'm personally fine with the bailout. Keep the chimps on Spirit. I don't want to be 36,000 feet in the air with those animals. Well, there's one way of looking at it. All right, 65 away from me being fucking... No, not 65 away from me being ornery. 65 away from me being happy. 14 minutes away from me being fucking ornery. Camo Girl with $4.99. Hey, look at that. $5 at a time fucking works. It's like everybody could show a little appreciation for a show that kicks ass. Thank you. $60 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. Carlos Cameo says nationalize Spirit and make it our flag carrier to make it even worse. Like, at the very least, and I don't think the government should be bailing out any businesses. I don't think the government should be buying anyone. It's good to get the underperformers out of the marketplace, so whatever they did wrong, that cancer leaves the market and something else comes back in its place. Maybe somebody buys a piece of the company and they have a better way, a better idea on how to operate an airline. But again, once you bail out the banks and you don't nationalize them and you don't, give them to the people, even though it's the people's money, you just let the banks privatize the profits. Once you do that one time, you're allowed to do it all the time now. And that fucking sucks. So, yeah. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy signaled the president directed him to take a look at such a deal. Again, I don't see anything. I'm scrolling through this article. I don't see anything about Congress. I don't see anything about a bill being proposed. Nothing. So, again, the next time you hear someone say, oh, come on, it's just a one-time thing, or, oh, come on, it's a special situation. It never is. They're going to use this as the jumping off point to do this the next time. It's never a one-time thing. $60 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can get something going. I'll beg again in 4 minutes. And I can lose twice today. Yay! I'm so excited. I'm going to agree with this Democrat in Maine because fuck it, I'm just trying to trigger people today. Democratic candidate for Congress and current Maine state auditor Matt Dunlap is downplaying trans women playing in biological women's sports, calling it a manufactured crisis. Get ready for something here. We're going to play this clip in a second. This is not the bee trying to rage bait you. This guy isn't wrong. Like, there are very few men playing in women's sports. Like, it's not happening very much. However, to the degree that it does happen, we should stop it. It shouldn't be allowed. Like, two things can be true at once with this story. On one hand, yes, this barely ever happens. Absolutely accurate. On the other hand, if it ever does happen, it should be stopped, and we should be putting an end to this already by saying you have to be born a woman to play in women's sports. Easy enough. Chris with $5 says, unblock me, boiled brisket, and I'll cover the rest if you're man enough. 55 away from the goal today. You know what? Fuck it, boiled brisket. Which platform, YouTube or Rumble? Let me know which platform and I'll do it. if you're going to throw 55 more bucks at the toe and I don't have to fucking suffer the indignity of getting my fucking dick kicked in twice in a day. Boy, I was doing so well at not mentioning the goal today. And then this last half hour or so, I really fell off the fucking reservation, didn't I? Chris, let me know what platform and I will do it. Boiled brisket. Let's take a look at this guy. Let's go try to find this. I'm going to look on YouTube and I'm going to look on Rumble. Thank you for the 55 bucks away. If you guys drop in the 55 before that guy, I'll not unblock him. How's that? I'll leave it up to you guys whether or not this guy gets unblocked. That's right. I have to do gimmicks now in order to hit my goals because I'm a fucking douche. Here we go. Standard moderators. Let's go take a look. What are we looking for? Boiled brisket. Boiled brisket. Nice thing is if he doesn't make good on his end of the bargain, you can always just reblock him, which is nice. I'm going through YouTube right now, and I'm not seeing a boiled brisket. Yeah, I'm not seeing him on YouTube. Boiled brisket might be a Rumble guy. I'm also, when you guys are doing this, I'm also looking for people who are okay that you guys have blocked. I saw one right there. Sometimes I got to override your guys' decisions. I can't find a boiled brisket on the YouTube end of things. So this might be a Rumble guy. Old boiled brisket. Yeah, fuck that, dude. I want to hit the goal bad enough. I don't give a shit. I'll unblock this guy if he's going to cover the whole fucking thing. But you got to let me know where, because I'm not seeing a boiled brisket. Oh, there it is. Boom. I just unbanned boiled brisket. There you go, guy. Cover the rest of it. Let's go. My Lost Interest says this certainly won't make a steel toe clip, right? DP Granny says, God, Aaron is such a whore. Well, don't let me be a whore, and then I won't be a whore. There's a very simple solution to all of that. There you go, boiled brisket. We're 55 bucks away from a win. Fire off that last 55, or it's back to Blocksville you go. You've got 7 minutes to make good. All right. Breaking boxing news. Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury happening before the end of the year. Nice. Nice. Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury, done deal, Q4, 2026. Hey, file this one under better late than never. All right, here's the thing. If boiled brisket doesn't make good in the next 5 minutes, he's going to get rebanned. And since that 55 hasn't come in, guess what we're doing? We're doing another rally segment. Yay! And I will reban him if that 55 comes in before his does. So you guys get to decide. Let's go! We're going to lose again. 55 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. There we go. Boiled brisket says not going to cover the rest. Thanks for unblocking me, though. Oh, you bastard, you're gone. All right, guys, now we got to knock out the 55 ourselves. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I will say this to Boiled Brisket. He got me. He got me. That was a good one. So when I do lose today by fucking $55, I at least got something, I at least got some entertainment for it. All right, throw in a couple of bucks. This fucking eats shit and sucks balls. I fucking hate this week already. Great show, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it. 55 away. I think I've yelled enough. You guys can get after it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Enough screaming and yelling. Enough checking the chat. It'll come or it won't. A fucking horrible goal day. Boy, I really did ruin it by just crashing the fuck out. I was doing much better when we were missing by 205. When we were missing by 205, I was doing great. Because I didn't think we could win. And we choked on an 80, an 85. Now we're going to choke on a $50 goal. What a fucking embarrassment this show has become. Throw in a membership. Throw in a whatever the fuck. Yeah, nobody. Literally nothing coming in. All right, you got it. I'll start cleaning up. Yay, and I went till 11. No, I'm not doing any more unblocks. People are like, unblock this, unblock that. No, fuck you, pay me. There's only one guy that can solve this. There's only one guy that's going to be able to solve this problem. Let's bring the Rumble chat over here. $55 away. Mark Gormley for the win. Three minutes left. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go. $55 away. We're going to miss 2 fucking goals today. We took in a $100 contribution today, and we're going to lose by over $50. Just take in how special that is of what a failure I was today. Throw in something. Rob with $1 says, Blueberry Run. I don't give a fuck. Just throw a couple of bucks our way. Make me feel like I did an actual show today. This is pathetic for me. Papa Shop says, skipping the Phil Thomas Cat intro too. Fuck you. I will play the Phil Thomas Cat intro if we win. I should get something before I just offer you everything. All right, go ahead. Ring the bell. It's over, dude. Can I leave? I want to go. This has been an embarrassing program for me. Can I fucking leave, please? $55 away from a win. God, is this almost over? All right, 1 minute. 1 minute. $55 away. Don't all of you rush and donate to the song or donate to the show. Sanford's son with 20 gifted memberships. I don't deserve that at all. I'm just going to point out right now, I do not deserve that victory today. But thank you. Here's the Phil Thomas Cat intro. I don't feel good about this win. I do not deserve it. But thank you, Sanford Son, for single-handedly keeping Steel Toe alive.
The space-happy Phil Thomas Cat here. And this next music video is by singer-songwriter Mark Gormley. This is a great song. It's very, very intense.
Oh, shit, and I missed Front Porch Conservative for $19.99 on YouTube.
Without you, on the Uncharted Zone.
All right, there we go. Thank you, guys. A big win for the toe. Thank you, Sanford Son, so much for the $100.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
And then, of course, $20 from Front Porch Conservative.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Hey, ready for this? Fuck you, suck my dick. I won, you lose. If you hate Steel Toe and you thought this was going to be humiliating, I'm the fucking winner. I'm just kidding. Today was embarrassing. Take it easy, guys. Thank you very much. It was a complete bailout job by Sanford Son. I'll take a win after how many Monday L's we've taken recently. Who should we raid? Let's go find a good raid on Rumble. Let's end this thing happy. Fuck Crowder. Fuck Tectone. Who's Wendy Bell? We're going to raid Wendy Bell Radio. Oh, this lady. Okay. I don't know who this is, but you're going to love her. You're going to love this chick. Let's, there we go. Let's go talk to Wendy Bell. Thanks again to Sanford Son. Thank you to Front Porch Conservative. Thank you to My Lost Interest. Thank you to Main Vein. Thank you to everybody who threw in today. Another win for the toe. Bye.